Yo, what is going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all? It is your boy Skywalker the Jedi back at y'all with another one. Man, y'all could be anywhere else in the world right now, but you're here with me rocking out, and I appreciate that. Much love to each and every single one of you guys that will be partaking in the live show, and everybody that will be taking part in the replay crew as well. Much love, all y'all. We are here rocking out today. We are covering the election live. And I'm so glad to be having these conversations with you guys. And we're going to rock out, start covering this in one moment. Much love to everybody in the chat. Much love, Mama Bear. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Curly Ray. What's going on, bro? Thank you, Music City Soul. What's going on, bro? Thanks, Bad Dan. Bad Dan said, hope all Americans did their patriotic duty and voted, even if you voted for the candidate I did not. Bro, that's what's so beautiful about this whole thing. And with me being a veteran, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's very important to me that, you know, we all continue to try to strive to come together, right? And to share ideas. You know, we may not agree on everything, but I think it's best that we be able to have these discussions and continue to go on, you know, being friends and working together or what have you, right? There is no shaming going on over here. We appreciate everybody, and yeah, it's all good. Just exercise your right as an American to vote, and it's all good with me. Right? What's going on, y'all? Curly Ray says he voted. Right? Mama Bear said I didn't. Well, I know you in Canadian land, Mama Bear. Right? But we still got love for the homies up north, except for Aubrey Graham. Right? What's going on? El Necron said I voted for Fraser Dawson. All right. Yes. Hashtag I stand with Fraser. We got Sean saying the most important day for America, Trump will make a great Dark Knight Returns type Bruce Wayne. All right. Crazy. Dark Knight Returns is definitely going to be a redemption arc, and we're going to get to covering that in 1 second. Curly Ray says, I summon W. Mir on the field. Yeah, right. Much love, y'all. I have been sitting here, and I was going back and forth because I was going to have this conversation with you guys, and I knew I was going to like watch along to some kind of stream. I didn't know if it was going to be, you know, CNN or MSNBC or what have you, right? Like I was kind of going back and forth, and I decided to react to the PBD podcast. They're supposed to have, they are supposed to have some up to the minute or up to the second. I heard from Tom during one thing that they might actually be able to provide some of the fastest results out of all of the news stations. So we're going to go ahead and get started watching them in 1 second. There is a link in the description to the stream. And we're going to go ahead and rock out and start watching them in 1 second. I just want to kind of tap in with you guys and start this conversation up first before I put that on. Right? She says, yeah, no love for fake. Yeah, we ain't rocking with Aubrey. We is not rocking with Aubrey. Frank C says he voted. Much love, Frank C. Appreciate you being here. Mama Bear says that her head hurts. Well, hopefully you can get like some Tylenol, like some aspirin or something, you know, and kind of get that headache taken care of. Unless it's a migraine, then some Excedrin should work. Right. What up, Osa Fresh? Osa Fresh says he just voted. Much love, bro. Thank you for tapping in. Yeah, I'm just here, happy to be having this conversation. I do want to kind of have somebody else on the panel if possible, because there is one question or like one video that I have that I think is kind of disturbing, and I would like some other input on that, because I just need to make sure that I ain't tripping. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely went to go vote this morning. Had a great experience doing that. Felt wonderful walking out of that voting booth. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have this shirt on yet, but you know what I'm saying? Wait, hold on. Let me do this. Right? I didn't have this shirt on yet, but what I did have on when I went, you know what I'm saying? I was rocking this. You dig? And it's funny because I took my mom with me when I was voting, and we're standing in line. Line wasn't long at all, but I'm sitting there and we're just kind of smiling. We're going back and forth, and one of the guys walks up and he's like kind of whispering this because I think he knew what was up. He's like, hey, I mean, like, I just want to ask you if it would be possible. I think you should take your hat off. And I looked at him. I'm like, why? You know what I'm saying? And before I could even get that out, my mom kind of like cuts him off, and she's like, don't ask him to take it off. He's not going to. I was like, why do I have to take my hat off? I'm like, is it against the law for me to have my hat on? And then he's like, yeah, because it has Trump's name on it, and that could be counted as like a form of electioneering. And I was like, pulled out the phone. I was like, yo, I just asked Google whatever he had just said. And it was like, yeah, all these states where you can't do that at. And I was like, yo, all right, cool. And I took it off, you know what I'm saying? And then we was all good. But as soon as I came back out, I put it back on, and just the reaction from people that I was getting. It was so many guys out there that was like giving me the silent little nod, like, And we were walking back across the street, and we're in the intersection, and this dude at the lights, like, I was like, yeah, bro. No, it was a great morning. Went after that and got my hair cut because I wanted to come on here looking fresh for y'all. And then, here we are. So I'm glad that I was able to exercise my right as an American citizen, and it was dope. So, right, yeah. Bad Dan says, I worked as an election judge in the 2020 election. We were taught to keep the polling place a campaign-free zone. Exactly. So I wasn't tripping. As soon as I looked it up, I immediately took it off, and we was all good. Because contrary to popular belief, Sky likes following the rules. You know what I'm saying? I don't like causing a stir unless it's for a good reason, right? And I ain't about to be sitting there. I ain't taking my hat off. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't no reason for all that. And I would have been in the wrong, right? Says Texas has that law. Sometimes it's enforced. Sometimes it's not. Yeah, I think I saw Texas on that list too. But California was definitely one of the first states that popped up, and I was like, all right, cool. I ain't tripping. Thank you, Mama Bear. Right. Thank you, Bishop, for being here. Much love, bro. Now let's go ahead and we'll start watching. Actually, no. Let me get through a little bit more of what I got to say first. It's funny because before some of these things were being stated out loud by like Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and stuff like that, I had been feeling like this was the biggest election of my lifetime or in my memory. I feel that the country is either about to go one of two ways, and there are two vastly different ways. And I think that we're really at like a fork in the road here, and we're about to go either left or about to go right, so to speak. So, with that being the case, and after the first assassination attempt, the first one, right? I kind of thought that it was more important for me to speak out. I think I have a unique kind of perspective when it comes to all of these things, and with me being somebody that's been so open and honest and having these conversations with you guys, it did feel a little weird for me to possibly not be having these conversations with you guys. So that's why we're here. This is because I feel that it's my patriotic duty almost to have these conversations with you guys. And yeah, I'm going to be sharing some videos throughout the stream. But some of this stuff is kind of disturbing. And I'm also going to be sharing some stuff about why I kind of feel the way that I feel right now, and why I think that we're at this point where they're seeing such a shift in people changing parties, and demographics that have usually voted one way kind of switching and going other ways. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I think that just throughout this conversation, hopefully I can share with you guys a little bit more of like why I think that this is happening. So let me check in with the chat. Right. Much love, much love. He says, unlike the Super Sky, Zack Snyder is notorious for cornering people at fan events. He's just saying, right? Right. And he says, Mama Bear says, I'm just hoping either way it's accepted peacefully. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, we will get to that later. But look, come on, let's go ahead and let's tap in with this stream, and we'll see what's going on over on the PBD podcast over in. Wait, hold on. Actually, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Says I'm muted. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? All right, it's better. Okay. Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm having like some technical difficulties trying to pull this up. All right. Hold on. Actually, all right. I'll go to that in 1 second. Yeah, I will go to that in 1 second because it's kind of tripping right now. All right, let's actually get started with some of these videos, and then we can start having a discussion from there. I think I'll start here. One of the more disturbing things, and I will say this, when it comes to this election in particular, right? There's been a lot of rhetoric that's been spouted about Donald Trump and about his intent to become a dictator, and to, not accept the outcome of the election, and how he wants to, turn the military on his own people. Just all these things that have kind of been said. And as if you've been watching me, as I've done on this podcast, I think that I've kind of done a good job of highlighting just how weird it is that some of these things have come from them, because them themselves, being the Democratic Party, have had some history of doing these same things, like I showed with the Obama situation and him being the only president that's ever taken out U.S. citizens, or how he actually did put children in cages, and how they try to say that Trump did that, but it was really Barack. Like, there's been all these things that have been said, especially this campaign, about democracy being in jeopardy. And what I want to do is I want to share this video that I found recently, and then if so, if you'd like to come on the platform and kind of have a discussion about this, I would love to. So be sure to put in the chat that you want a link, and I will provide you with one if you have something that you would like to share. But this was the video that I found really interesting, and I want you guys to check this out, and we can discuss this in 1 sec. So let's go ahead and let's watch it.
What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
Okay. Did you guys hear that? If you would like me to play it again, please let me know, because I know what I thought I just heard. Right? Hold on. I'm gonna play that one more time, because I know he didn't say what I think he just said. Right? I know he didn't just say what I think he just said. Hold up. Let's run that back.
What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have Not many cases to look at every year. Not that much work to do. A huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
So we're gonna tell the people that he is disqualified from being president. We're going to get bodyguards for everyone. And we're going to enact civil war circumstances. So, he's been prosecuted. There's been assassination attempts. There's been, nonstop rhetoric that has done nothing but just ramp up in terms of its incendiaries or how incendiary that it's been, right? Like, what I don't seem to understand is the turning of a blind eye of everything that this party has done and said recently, in order to try to continue to push a narrative that Donald Trump is dangerous. Mama Bear says, I'm sure it's a concern of a repeat of January 6th. And I'm glad you bring up January 6th, because this is actually going to go into this, because I've had some issues with January 6th. And, as I've shown here on other streams, I've literally shown footage of people being walked through. Matter of fact, I think I'll put that back up on here just so you guys can see that. And I'm gonna play while I'm doing that. Let's go into Tucker talking about January 6th real quick. And it's actually two videos, and I'll come back after this first one, and we'll discuss first of all the feeling going into that, and then we'll talk about how that was covered and what exactly was said afterwards. But let's get into it.
These are people who thought the election was stolen from them. There's some evidence they were right. We could debate that, but that's what they thought. That's a meaningful thing. If you've got a big population in your country that doesn't believe that your elections are on the level, you need to figure out a way to convince them that the elections are on the level, or else you can't have democracy, because it's a faith-based system. So that was the first thing I noticed. There was no effort at all to convince people, actually, electronic voting machines are secure, which they are not. By the way, that's a lie. In any country that has electronic voting machines is by definition at risk of having its elections stolen. By definition. No country that cared about democracy would have electronic voting machines, okay? First thing. But no one even, and by the way, many Democrats have made that point. Not now, but 10 years ago. There was no effort to reassure anybody. They immediately used it as a cudgel to make their political opponents shut up, and in a lot of cases to send them to jail. So I noticed this, and I'm like, well, wait a second. Nobody here is operating in good faith at all. They're just immediately lying with maximum aggression. And anyone who asks questions about it, like me, and if you could go back and look at the tape, my first 5 shows on January 6th were like, well, yeah, it's bad, but I don't think you're telling the truth about what actually happened. Shut up! Racist! What? So that's always the key for me. If it's like an infection.
Right. Now, I have found that footage. Let's go take a look and see exactly what was kind of going down during the January 6th insurrection, as they called it.
Dangerous conspiracy theorist dressed in outlandish costume who led the violent insurrection to overthrow American democracy. For these crimes, Chansley was sentenced to nearly 4 years in prison, far more time than many violent criminals now receive. What did Jacob Chansley do to receive this punishment? To this day, there is dispute over how Chansley got into the Capitol building. But according to our review of the internal surveillance video, it is very clear what happened once he got inside. Virtually every moment of his time inside the Capitol was caught on tape. The tapes show that Capitol Police never stopped Jacob Chansley. They helped him. They acted as his tour guides. Here's video of Chansley in the Senate chamber. Capitol Police officers take him to multiple entrances and even try to open locked doors for him. We counted at least 9 officers who were within touching distance of unarmed Jacob Chansley. Not one of them even tried to slow him down. Chansley understood that Capitol Police were his allies. Video shows him giving thanks for them in a prayer on the floor of the Senate. Watch.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving the inspiration needed to these police officers to allow us in this building.
Contrast the reality of what Jacob Chansley did in the Capitol building on January 6th.
Right. Did that look like a violent insurrection to you guys? Did that look like everybody was is there weren't even any weapons used? Right. So I'm not buying that, there was trying to have a repeat of January 6th, because as you see, and there are over 200 federal agents in the building, and or at the venue. That's not something that is like debated or like a like partisan thing. It's been confirmed that there was over 200 FBI agents at that thing anyway, in plain clothes. So yeah, these things, but we're kind of losing the point, right? Like, my original question was, how is that not all right? So you have a party who has taken a candidate and placed them into running for president. They were not voted on, right? And then now we're being told by that gentleman from the first video that even if you go vote for Donald Trump, right? Even if you go vote for Donald Trump, we're not going to let him be president anyway, right? I mean, I'm gonna play that video one more time because I know he did. Because, like, look, I'm just having a hard time kind of rationalizing that this guy told everybody, or is telling everybody, even if you go vote, it don't mean nothing because we ain't gonna let him be president anyway. One more time.
What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. What's going on, HMDS? And thank you guys for joining in the chat. And thank you for being here, 8 past 97. Much love, 8 pass. Much love for joining the chat, bro goo. Right? But yeah, it's crazy stuff going on. So while we're being told that, hey, homeboy is a threat to democracy, they're literally telling you, hey, we don't care what you guys vote for, right? APAS says we won't know who's going to win the win election for a while. Yeah, it's been said that it might take a while. What's going to be very interesting, first of all, is how do all these other countries that we have way more technology than, and they can get an answer in one day, but we seemingly can't. Not only that, but there are a lot of ways that this can end kind of early. And so I don't think that they're going to want to call some of these elections or some of these states, because it could call the election pretty early, like just in general. And we got Pennsylvania that is seemingly being one of the ones that's going to be a holdup. And I'm actually going to play a video of them right now because Trump made a comment about some election fraud going on in Philly, and everybody lost their minds. But I'm going to play the video that, or one of the videos it have been being shared. So it's just a very, very interesting day, right? Mama Bear says we do paper votes and get the election in one day. Facts, right? Because here's the thing. When you do electronic ballots, you are putting yourself at risk for compromise. It is what it is. Anybody that's been in tech or IT or have any kind of security clearance, they will tell you that. If you are opening up to electronic anything, it has the ability to be compromised. Anything that can send a signal anything that can receive a signal can send a signal, and vice versa. It just kind of creates a situation where it seems to be that paper seems to be the most or it seems to be the easiest way to do it. And most states or countries rather that have paper ballots, they get their fucking results back in one day. Right? Yeah. Says our country is a lot bigger than most countries. Absolutely. But still, it's not like we vote as a country on the whole. It's like individual states. And I don't see why it would take Pennsylvania. All right, this is my thing. Nevada usually takes like a week or so, sometimes even longer. Why does Nevada take longer to get their ballots back than California does? It's a much smaller, much smaller state, but yet it seems to take so much longer than even a bigger state does, like California. Weird, right? Yep. Yeah, no, weird, but this is how we get down. What's going on, Lieutenant Leon? We got the homie in the building, right? Yeah, one more thing going back to the January 16th, because this thing gets wicked, y'all. Like, they said that this guy he incited an insurrection, even though he told everybody to go home. And a tweet or in a post on Twitter that got fucking deleted very shortly after. Let's go ahead and play that. Let's see if he clearly says that, hey, you guys should go home or not, because I have a feeling that this January 6th thing is going to keep coming up, because as you just heard, they said they're not going to let him in the office even if we do vote for him. But let's go ahead and see if Trump actually told everybody to go home.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people.
Wow. Right. Go home in peace. We can't let them, win. You know what I'm saying? We gotta do it the right way. Right. And Trump was actually taken off of Twitter shortly after that. You wonder why. Right. You wonder why. We got we got no, here we go. It says that I voted by mail, says APAS. Some people I know couldn't vote because the machines were down. That's Pennsylvania for you. And thank you for this segue, because speaking of Pennsylvania, El Necron says it's the mail-in ballots. They have to be hand counted. Man, we have mandatory mail-in ballots now. Like, everybody gets one, and we have a significant mail-in thing here. It's everybody gets sent a mail-in ballot. I don't know. It just seems kind of backwards, right? Like, we're the most technologically advanced or one of the wealthiest countries in the history of the planet, and yet we can't count. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's go to Philly, right? Let's see what Philly was talking about, because Trump said earlier that, hey, they're trying to take the fucking election. People said, hey, Trump's tripping. Look, he's already claiming that people are trying to steal the election. But let's see where some of that rhetoric might have come from.
James O'Keefe here in North Philadelphia on 5th Street. Right here is the Philadelphia City Commissioner's office the day before Election Day, and across the street is an NGO called SAIBA. That's SAIBA, and they are telling people to vote. They are telling people that all you need is what's called a TIN number. That's ITIN number, and you can vote if you're not a citizen of the United States. So we sent an undercover reporter to this NGO right across from the place where people are early voting, and she got confirmation that, yes, in fact, she can vote with nothing but an ITIN number.
Yo sí puedo votar, aunque no sea residente ni ciudadana. Sí.
And then we went into the city commissioner's office to speak to the man who works there, working for the city government, confirming that you only need to be a resident of Philadelphia.
But when I say resident, that means of the entire United States. But you're just worried about Philadelphia. Oh, you don't care about anything else. You just want them to have a resident of Philadelphia. After that, you confirm that, you register. Whether you have a social security number or not, you can vote.
Obviously, it's extremely loud here. Music is very loud. So we're going to go ahead and walk across the street and talk to these people.
Hello. Mira, están jodiendo estos mamados.
Are you
Aquí están jodiendo.
Are you Juliesa? Are you Juliesa? And these people over here across the street are saying that you can vote if you have an ITIN number. This is the document that they gave us.
Once again,
ITIN.
I cannot comment because I don't know, no idea.
Hey, I love the dance moves at the end, right? But yeah, this is the current state of things, right? When you flood the country with over 20 illegal aliens, right? We've known that this was going on for some reason. I don't think that any of us thought that this was like going on just because they wanted them here out of goodwill, right? We also because I don't think it makes look, all these things, the ID laws in California, it is illegal for them to ask you for your ID. It is illegal. I went and voted, didn't have to show ID of any kind, of any sort. Matter of fact, with the ID stuff, let's go ahead and let's see what Elon Musk had to say on the subject, because I thought it was pretty dope what he said.
California is supermajority Dem, 70% Dem. A month ago, they passed a law making it illegal to show ID in any election in California. So a friend of mine went to vote in Palo Alto because he was like, "Is this for real?" He tried to show his ID, and they reacted like if you show a cross to a vampire. Okay, they're like, "No, we can't even look at that ID." It is illegal for them to even look at your ID if you want to present it in California.
Why?
For any election at all, even like city council.
What logical reason other than to cheat would you ever have that law?
The reason is to cheat.
It's only like you can never make an argument any other way. And I think 84% of people polled believe that you should show ID to vote. So it's against the will of the people.
Yes, and we are extremely rare. We're an outlier in not requiring ID. Basically, almost every country on earth requires ID to vote. So as soon as you ban ID for voting, it makes fraud impossible to prove. Because how do you trace the fraud?
Right. Yeah.
How do you trace the fraud? How do you trace the fraud? That was a good question. You know? Right? What's going on, Austin? He says that's James O'Keefe, the GOAT of revealing the truth. Hey, bro. All right. Oh, yeah. I'll get to that in 1 second. 1 second. You know? He said they are dancing because they're so happy fleecing our tax dollars so that they can live here. But at the same time, American citizens are homeless on the street and can't get any help. Bruh, how many veterans is homeless? Right? Says in Texas, you have to have an ID. No ID, no bueno. I agree. That's how it should be. You need an ID to do whatever, bro. But for some reason here, you know what I mean? Like, it's all good. Right? Man. Wait, chat kind of jumped on me. He said, if you need an ID to purchase spray paint, you should be ID for the mark you're about to make on history. Facts. Right? Spray paint, bro. You know? Yeah. Let's see. All right. Let's put up this podcast now and we'll start, or we'll try to do this again. I was having some issues last time I was trying to pull this up because I want to see what's being said right now in terms of what's going on with these votes. You dig? Hold on. All right. All right, let's add this now.
The immigrants, and people took that personally because the Hispanic community, along with the Black community, they're very emotional.
Let me know if you guys can hear everything okay.
And that's what Jorge Ramos did. What a lot of people don't know is that his daughter, Paola Ramos, was actually part of Hillary Clinton's campaign when she was running for president. So obviously he wanted to support that because he wanted more access to the White House, things that the normal Hispanic sitting at home would never know. And so anyway, but now in 2020, a lot of them were voting Democrat. But I'm very proud of saying that to my friends.
Now I got control back.
And to all my friends, even people that follow me on social media, and they're sending me messages, hey, I'm voting for Trump. Hey, bro, in 2020, I thought you were crazy. But you know what? The past 4 years have been a shit show, and we're tired of it. So they're making flags. Trump 2024, no more bullshit. So
Apex Leon says, I thought of moving back to Cali, but nah, it's politically effed out there. I can't have my money wrapped up in that state. Yo, and what's wild is I've actually considered leaving. You know what I'm saying? But I think that
don't forget that you're representing all
I don't think it's beyond saving.
Tired of the bullshit that came to live the American dream, that want things to be done right.
But I've definitely thought about
Mexico's our home country.
Definitely thought about
this is first, America first. You're representing America first, and that's what we stand for.
Texas, Leon.
Just like George.
Right.
Hey, we're Hispanics, and we're willing to take the bullet. Screw it. You know, F it. We'll take the bullet. Call us whatever you want to call us. But little by little, we know that eventually the blindfold will come
Matter
out.
of fact,
and then
hold
you're
on,
going to see what's happening.
Video,
so again, we're having a great turnout with a lot of people. However, they're still about the emotional.
Actually,
a lot of the Jorge Ramos,
from that podcast,
he went down a little bit, but there's still people.
I think, they was cooking, man, because
how can you stand behind somebody that wants to take away birthright citizenship and whatnot.
Like
what they
California is kind of a
Obama deported more illegal immigrants than any other president in history.
What's so funny about living in California
he put the cages
is
out
that
they blamed Trump for in 2014. What they forget also is that Obama had Congress, had the.
Hold on. I will bring that back in 1 second. Because it was kind of, or actually no, yeah, I can just pause it. Right, yeah. What's so crazy about California is that, you know, a lot of times I hear these talking points that are said by certain people, and it's about these ideas that are more so liberal and you know left leaning, right? And living in California, it's not just a talking point for us. It's not just, you know, a idea. It's our reality. Like these policies affect us on a everyday basis, and they've destroyed this fucking state. Like by every single metric, by like the debt that's ran up, the crime. I mean, some store had to recently price every item at $951 just so that they could prosecute and try to call the cops if anybody steals. That way it is actually called theft, and they give you what is called a paying customer discount that brings it down to whatever the regular price would be, right? But everything is priced off bat at $951 because of the amount of theft that has been going on. There is a In-N-Out that had to close in Oakland, the first one that ever closed. In-N-Out is like one of the most profitable fucking franchises ever. Each and every one always has long lines, right? They each have long lines. They're always busy. It's always popping. The first one had closed ever out in Oakland because of these policies. So it's not just a talking point for people like us. It's not just, you know, an idea. This shit is our reality. It's our reality. There's a fucking Rite Aid that's down the street from me that has nothing there now. Like nothing is ever on the shelves because of theft. And I've lived in this same spot, you know, for a while now. and I was living here when Trump was in. It was never like that. The store, it literally looks like a ghost town in there. I'll fucking take a video and show you guys one day. It's like most of the stores look like this. Most of these things are happening. So it's not just talking points for us. This is our life, you know. And so I would do a little bit of research into these things when you guys just speak about it, especially dealing with the stuff that happens with California. So let's go ahead and let's tap in with this real quick, because I think that this is, you know, this is a fair warning.
If the big government Kamala puppet machine wins, they will legalize the illegals in the swing states. There will be no swing states. Every election going forward will be a guaranteed Democrat win, and it'll actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is because the one thing that keeps California from being super crazy is that you can move out of California, like you and I did. You and I used to be in California, but we moved to Texas. We're still in America. But if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
Has anybody tried to push back?
And I just want to go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance, man.
Is there any argument against this? Has anybody tried to debate this? Has anybody tried to say that this is nonsense, this is a conspiracy? Has anybody made any sort of a rational argument?
The left actually, interestingly, does not want to pick up much on this argument, because the more attention the more you look at it, the more obviously it is true. Because you just say, like, well, are the numbers correct? Are there really this many illegals that have been imported into swing states? Yes. They haven't just walked across the border. They've been flown in airplanes.
Yeah. Using a shipping app.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made an app.
Well, the app always existed, but it used to be for people coming over here, like shipping with goods, so they could track you while you're in America, so you could legally be here. They know where you are. And then they changed it to allow that app to schedule illegal aliens to come across the border.
Yes.
Asylum seekers.
Yes.
Come on in.
Yes.
Oh, you have an app. And you fly people in.
They're literally being flown in to the swing states. And so the reason that I think the left doesn't want to push back on this is because the more attention that this gets, the more people will realize it is true.
Right, man. Very, very ominous stuff. But let's go ahead and tap back in with this
maybe a Sammy
live stream.
They're somewhere around here. We're gonna have them come up here in a minute. Mike, if you can come up, Adam, if you can give your seat up to Mike. Jorge,
we just here.
Why are you?
We're gonna be here covering this, waiting on these states to start coming in.
2015, 16, I started seeing him do his thing, and he said one thing right in the beginning that caught my eye, and that was he said nobody was in his pockets. He said he was in all these politicians' pockets.
We got who's that? Jorge Masvidal.
Never in his pocket. He paid everybody off, so he was coming into the game with his own ideas, his own thoughts, and nobody could buy him. When I heard that, I was like, this is a man that if he says what he's gonna do, it's gonna be the best thing for us. There's no secret corporations.
Yo, what's going on, W. Mir?
Governments backing him up. This is one person with his own thoughts, and he loves America, you know. So
it said Kamala Harris wins when I have a fair election ever again. Man, I'm gonna just say this, yo. Like, and my pop said this. He was like, "Yo, we're getting dangerously close to like somebody just being installed as president." And he was like, "Yo, if she wins, like, this will be the first time that this ever like really went to that, you know, extreme, right? Like, this would be the one that broke the levee. It's like, all right, we install somebody and then they're able to win, and then next time we just gonna install somebody else, and it's gonna be a little bit easier."
I don't think anybody. I mean, I'm gonna disagree with you. So what? What are you gonna do?
He said he should know him, Soros, Gates, and the rest of the World Economic Forum brought him in, right? Bruh, they been sneaking him in, bruh, flying him in on planes.
If you think about it, who do you think has
APAS says anytime they label something or someone as a conspiracy theory or it usually means it's that is closer to the truth. Facts.
Fighting Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Who do you think's got a bigger?
They don't have any Battle City stars yet.
Mike.
Yes.
Right.
Before we even talk politics, I got a selfish question for you. What happened
yet,
with your fight?
Yet and still, we have homeless all over our country. Facts.
Yeah, I think Connor's voting for Kamala. If he was using a vote.
He said Connor's voting for Kamala.
He broke his pinky toe.
He said, "Blame the Joe Rogans of the world who should have been on board telling this info." I agree, bro. But Joe was over there talking about, "I ain't gonna never have him on."
And then it became very clear. I was like, I got to move on. And now I'm fighting Charles Oliveira in 11 days at Madison Square Garden.
Let's go.
So
that's a big fight. That's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, he's Dana's called it a #1 contender fight. So Charles is the highest.
These people who are making these terrible decisions are just ruining everything in America. States are being ruined, movies are being ruined, music is being ruined.
Who I think is going to beat Armin Sarukin in January, and I'm the champ in 2025. That's the plan.
So I got a question for you and Jorge. And Brian, you can chime in.
Shout out to W.
Mir. You can have some thoughts on this.
Thank you for being here.
By the way, folks, if I can ask you guys a favor, if you're here,
charter planes, yeah, bro, they were flying them in the swing state.
I can actually hear it. And if you're on the side, please don't do that. If you want to talk to each other, just go in the VIP room or go out there and talk to each other. If you want to do that, you're here to network. There's many reasons to be here. But if you're in this room, just please keep it down. Can we all commit to that? Yes.
Real music, real music survives on the witching hour. Court-free music, facts, right?
Remember how
let them know, bro.
One of the most important events on what happened that tipped the entire thing and all this other stuff.
I went on like a little bit of a rant.
Ends of the political spectrum believe a lot of different things, but I do believe that you can catch a lot more bees with honey than you can vinegar. And I did see that post. I think it was Vivek Ramaswamy talking about it, and everybody's like, "Yeah, throw him in jail and do this and do that." And I'm like, yes, there should be a little bit of accountability, right? But also, a guy like Zuck has a very, very heavy hand. A guy like Zuck has a lot of influence.
Actually done experiments where when they raise your testosterone, as a man, you tend to vote or at least lean more conservative. That's an actual study.
Why do you think that is, though? Why do you think that is?
Wait a minute, what do you think?
I think it's probably...
Hold on.
Because it just makes you feel, first of
Let's
all,
back this up a little bit.
Heavy hand. A guy like Zuck has a lot of.
We're talking about.
I just think Zuck started training.
Testosterone levels.
Testosterone started going through the roof. He realized what being.
By the way, this is a very important point. Just so you guys know.
He realized what being a sovereign individual means. You don't know how not sovereign you are until you stand in front of a man and he beats the crap out of you. And then you pick yourself back up and you do it again, or you get choked out.
He says, "All right, I propose they can have entertainment. Just keep the country and my money alone. Deal."
Hey, right? Trump and Dana's telling you to be a Republican. It's like, no, we just know what it feels like to be locked in a cage and nobody can help us.
Too much soy in the water. Let them know, bro.
So it's just
we got GDI in the building. What's going on, GDI?
Zuck has started to realize that. And now he's starting to
initiative.
Lean over a little bit.
And to piggyback on that, they've actually done experiments where when they raise your testosterone, as a man, you tend to vote or at least lean more conservative. That's an actual study.
Why do you think that is, though? Why do you think that is?
I think it's probably because it just makes you feel, first of all, if you look at how conservatives talk, it is about self-reliance.
Yeah.
It's about doing it for yourself, not relying on some big brother
just
or
came
some
here to ask when the next stream is.
Sky,
we'll probably be going live tomorrow, maybe, because we got the night shift.
Reality.
I
For a while
believe.
there, you were in a boat in the middle
Probably
of the
live
ocean.
tomorrow.
The storm was raging. You didn't have a paddle, but you found your way to shore somehow. That's when you learn.
Check out the episode of Night Shift from last night. That was a lot of fun.
With somebody who speaks that language when they're up on a podium, not somebody who's out there
we're
going,
gonna try to
help. We're all victims.
keep to our
gotta equalize the playing field. But
Monday,
I'm the one
Wednesday,
who can do
Friday
it. Me and my
schedule
philosopher kings, because we had the education and
with
we
Night
know
Shift.
what's best for you. That's really how Hillary
So let
Clinton
me ask
and
you
the rest of
this.
them
That's a
talk
very good point. But let me ask you this. How many guys here do some kind of fighting, kickboxing, MMA? Who here actually goes and trains on a weekly basis? Okay.
Yeah.
Who here can
For
proudly
sure,
say their testosterone levels above 400? Make some noise. All right, we're going to test everybody outside.
Yeah.
There's going to be a way to test you.
Look up chemtrails, Operation Popeye. Sin Havoc got some
Sponsored
some
by
homework for
TRT.
y'all.
Today's
You know what I mean?
podcast is going back to Masvidal. What would you say? I mean, if let's just say my son, who's over
Right,
here,
Operation
my son
Mockingbird.
is
You know what I'm saying?
12 years old. Where did Tico go? Did he just move? He went to the restroom. He's 12 years old. Mike, you introduced me to Sean Soriano.
Let him know, A-Pass.
And Sean brings DeMarcus. Tico, Patrick's been with Sean and DeMarcus for the last, babe, how long has he been with?
If any of y'all want,
how long has Tico been with Sean?
want to come on the stream and y'all got
When
something
did
that
I
y'all
ask
want
you,
to
Mike?
add,
Was it
be
about
sure
a
to let me
couple
know.
Yeah, probably 2 months ago.
You have to see what's
skip
happened
ahead
to this
a little
kid.
bit more.
So I think him training has just brought that side of him, you know. Sick. I don't know why, you know, because I don't paint my nails, I don't have earrings. It doesn't make sense, you know. But
This is, by the way, this is such an important thing we're talking about. This is such an important thing. How many guys have sons here? Raise your hand if you have sons. What are you doing to toughen up your sons at a young age? What are you doing to toughen up your sons at a young age? Sports, fighting, self-defense, anything. So important. Matt, be ready. I'm going to pull you up here in a minute to come up if you can be ready. Rob, if you can pull up this clip. Who loves RFK's Make America Healthy Again campaign?
Hey, who here is rocking with the Make America Healthy Again?
I believe it's from September, Rob, that you're telling me. The clip from September of RFK talking about fluoride. If you don't mind playing this clip for the audience to see, and if you can raise the audio really loud, that'd be great. Go for it.
And on day one, we're going to declare an emergency like we did in COVID. But it's going to be a chronic disease emergency, and we're going to get the fluoride out of the water. We're going to get the chemicals out of the food. We're going to get the chemtrails out, the chemicals out of the chemtrails, and there's 1,000 ingredients in our food that are banned in Europe. And we're going to get rid of all those chemicals. And I know how to do it. And
this is one of the things that I'm very excited about on the health side, to see what's going on with Bobby being a part of it. And think about the Bobby side. Your excitement with Bobby being part of the administration. How many of you are excited about him being responsible?
Is that something that I did notice? Once RFK kind of came over to the Trump campaign, it seemed to move a lot of people's
See, people want to know what's going on over there.
People's
People want to know what's
allegiances
going on over there. Tom, do
a
you
bit,
have an
right?
update for us, Tom? Tom Ellsworth.
I really think that the making America healthy again is something that we should all be able to really get.
You want to come grab my mic, Tom?
Josh says, shout out to Sky and the Syndicate for honestly providing more meaningful and also entertaining content than traditional TV. I told Sky I enjoyed HMDS stream on Halloween more than a Penguin episode. Realist.
Yes, we can.
Right?
I always admit when I'm wrong. And
but
I said it was 10 points in
we
Florida.
got
It's actually
more update.
13 and a half.
Oh my. Trump is up 13 and a half in Florida. Wow.
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 Tom, that's not 13. That's 14. That's 14.4.
14.4.
And by the way, let's take a look. What percent has reported? 99%. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis and our Secretary of State, they have delivered to us not only safe elections, but they've delivered to us results at 99% within 2 hours of our polls closing. Why can't the other 49
y'all
states
see that?
do that?
Florida, already done within 2 hours of the polls closing.
Now we also have some things going on in Georgia. And take a look at this. Georgia, battleground state.
Uh-oh. See, this is what I mean.
That's 55%
when I talk about
reported, 55%
this night could be early, like it could be over early.
Now there's some urban areas and there's a lot
Because
still to report there.
if
But
Trump
what's
wins
interesting to
Georgia,
me
like
is if
and
we go
Pennsylvania, it's low key
and let's
like
go
gonna
back
be
and
a
look at the COVID
wrap.
election. Take a look at this. So Trump is 6 points better than he did in the COVID election as a percent. Harris,
Yeah.
5 points worse than the COVID election. You see that?
Wow. By the way, you guys noticed
Leon
what he
says
just
RFK
said?
and Tulsi
in
are the
2020,
ones.
The race,
right?
49.5, 49.3. Right now, Trump's got an
And
11%. But Tom, let me ask you
Leon
this.
says Florida is the
What
greatest
hasn't been
state in this whole
calculated that
country, and
maybe
I'll
is
fight
majority
about that.
Democratic
Nah, it's
county
still
that's gonna
Cali,
go the other
bro.
way? Is there anything
Look,
that
we
we
got
can
our
do that was
issues,
pretty much
but Cali will be back,
there
bro.
are-
We will
side of
rise
Atlanta, there's
again,
Fulton
bro.
County and DeKalb County, and so there's urban areas there, but there's a lot of red areas still to go.
Can you go into Bucks County? Is there a way to go to Bucks County?
APAS said
Yes, we
landslide
can. We can go to Bucks
inbound.
County right now, but right now the probability for Georgia,
Landslide.
85% probability right now.
Wow.
That's huge. That's very big. That's huge. That's huge. So you're saying there's a 82% chance he'll win Georgia?
85%, Brian.
This is, I would say Florida does know how to party, in my honest
look
opinion.
at what's going on right now
Oh,
in
wait, hold
Bucks
up.
County. So we can see
Pennsylvania.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we
All right.
Amy, just keep the mic a little closer.
A
Go
little
for it.
closer. Okay.
Right.
So as we can see, things are looking
Pennsylvania,
razor thin.
where
These are
I
some
just
super tight margins that we have
where I
right
just
now.
played that
But
video
let's
of
go
them
ahead
having
and
the
compare
illegals
to
voting.
what happened during the last
Crazy.
election cycles. We can see that in 2020, Joe Biden was up ahead by about 4 points. And we can see that as of right now, Kamala Harris is up ahead by quite a significant margin there. 11% of these votes have been reported so far. So
Oh,
still
it's
a
only
long way to go here,
11%.
guys.
Oh,
Still
all
a long
right.
way to go. All right. So now
W
zooming down
Mirror
a little bit further,
with the
Harris
$10
is
super
still
chat
taking a
saying
slight
Trump.
lead against
I
Trump
summon
today,
RFK in attack
compared to
mode
where
and
it was in the
activate his
2020
effect. For
election.
every
We can
warrior
see
type I
pretty
have in my
similar
graveyard,
numbers.
all my
And
monsters
then
attack points are
likewise, when we
raised
move
by
over to
2.
the next county, but overall,
Yo,
guys, it is
shouts out
looking
to
more
W Mirror,
promising than
bro.
it was during the 2020 election.
Shouts
Still a long way to
out
go,
to
though.
W Mirror, bro. Man, hold on. Let me
right.
find your drop, bro.
All right, so now we have some pretty exciting news when it comes to Texas. When it comes to Texas, yes, it looks like Trump is going to win by
Let me go ahead
a
and play
pretty
this drop,
impressive
bro.
margin. We saw some counties come in. Dallas County, the votes were counted nice and early. You can see that Trump is up by 53.4%.
Syndicate Network.
Compare that to the previous election. We can see that he is crushing where he was back then.
What was that?
This is half of Dallas and Fort Worth. So these are the more urban areas, which will typically lean Democrat, of course.
Got it.
But we can see that this time around, he's actually up ahead.
Got it.
What
Tom,
else
can
have
you
we
go to
got?
Bucks County?
So they saying
Would you mind
Texas
going to Bucks County to see what it looks
probably gonna be a
like?
wrap. Yeah, Florida has it all. Everyone who's become the president won
Because that's
Ohio.
the one that they were talking about. That
That's
could
a
be a
fact.
problem. Okay, Bucks County. Okay, got it. That's what you were showing earlier. How many of it is in? Only 11%. Got it. Okay, so we will not know for a while.
He said, "Sky,
Anything
stop
else?
it."
Any other updates?
Yes, we have.
I'm about to bring you up
Yeah,
somebody.
bro.
You guys. Anybody want to hear from
Yeah,
Dave
bro.
Smith? Who wants to come
Oh,
on?
we got Dave Smith coming on the
Hang
show.
tight. We're about to bring him up.
Hey, Leon,
Wow.
it's
Holy
your boy.
moly.
JD Vance's state.
Brian.
Trump is up ahead 51.2%.
Hey, Trump up
When we
big in
compare that
Ohio.
to 2020, we can see pretty similar margins there, actually, but he's certainly up ahead
Hey,
right now.
we working on
And we are
that, bro.
calling this state.
So 2020, Trump won Ohio, or was it as of this time? Tom, question for you. Did Trump win Ohio 2020?
Yes.
He did. Okay.
He certainly did, yes. So
Got
this
it.
is,
So
yeah.
53-45.
It's the GOAT Dave.
And so, guys, in about 10 minutes, there's going to be a lot of other polls closing. So we'll have a lot more data at that point.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you.
Got another poll closing in 10 minutes or more polls closing in 10 minutes.
Wherever you are, work your way up to the
Let's go ahead and skip forward a little bit. You see if we can get closer to Dave coming on the show.
He's right behind you, Pat.
Oh, there you go.
My man. Good seeing you, buddy. Very good to see you. So, Dave, we're coming right at you. If we can hand over a mic to Dave. Who loves Dave Smith, by the way?
Much
Anyone
love.
loves Dave Smith?
Much love.
I love it. So do we. Very smart. Dave, what's your position? Are you skeptical? Are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic? Where are you at?
I am very
much love,
confident
A-Pass.
that the
Thank you
winner
for
of
stopping
the
through.
2024 election will be Israel.
Dave Smith is tripping.
It's such a weird
Much love.
election.
Thank you for stopping through,
I bet you
A-Pass.
guys feel this way too, right? Everything that you can observe with your senses, everything you can see, touch, taste, feel, tells you Donald Trump is running away with this thing.
Right.
But we saw what happened in 2020, and who knows, Donald Trump's enemies are the most powerful entrenched interests in the history of the world, and they got tricks up their sleeves like none of us can imagine. So I wouldn't take anything for granted. It seems Pennsylvania is the big one, man. That's what it's going to come down to. If he can win Pennsylvania, I think he wins this thing.
Say that again.
And then it's crazy because he's saying like, they'll pull out any kind of tricks. But I just played a video where they're saying, yo, it don't matter if y'all vote for him anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Libertarians.
Crazy.
Majority of libertarians.
He said, I don't care if y'all vote for Trump. Right?
Trump.
We ain't letting him in.
You're a candidate that a lot of people want.
Can y'all imagine that, right? Like, imagine if Donald Trump said, "Hey, look, y'all, it don't matter. Like, let's go back to 2020, and let's say Donald Trump said, "Hey, y'all, it don't matter who y'all vote for. I'm not letting Biden take over the country." Can y'all imagine, bro?
Libertarian vote and gave it to Trump.
Okay, so broadly speaking, there are people who identify as libertarian, and then there are people who are members of the Libertarian Party. In terms of like libertarians in America, I think the overwhelming majority voted for Donald Trump.
Overwhelmingly.
And I would say amongst Libertarian Party members, even a huge chunk of them voted for Trump.
So, by the way, for you, like what area, if you were to say right now, between Kamala and Trump, you'll be critical with anybody and everybody, right? What area of Trump's campaign are you critical with where you're like, this is the area
He said you guys are going to make me watch Yu-Gi-Oh again.
Wait
till I get that drop for W. Mirror.
I'll answer the second one first. Yes, I did. I ended up voting for him. But listen, don't even clap for me. I had no choice. He's running against some hoe. What was I going to do?
Yo,
listen,
yo.
I'm sorry. I'm coming out of the
ludicrous news came out, but
listen. Kamala Harris.
I can't believe he just said
I'm not
that,
just
bro.
saying this because it's election night, and I know this will be like the crowd will like it, but she is the worst candidate I've ever seen run for major office in any party.
I agree. I agree.
It's insane. Like, if I just put it, forget even how you feel about it. If I just put it down on paper for you, and I was like, okay, listen, there's a candidate, and she's the nominee for the Democrats. And you'd go like, well, how did she win the primary? And I go, no, she didn't win a primary. She ran a presidential campaign 4 years ago and did so bad that she didn't make it to Iowa. She did worse than Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, you remember the 5-foot gay guy? She lost to him, okay? Not only did she... she's walked away from everything
Dave
she
Smith
was
is up there
running
cooking,
for
bro.
president in 2020. She's not running on any of that anymore. She's also not running on her legacy as vice president, and she has no reason for why. Her answer to everything is that she grew up in a middle-class family, which is not special. I grew up in a middle-class family. I shouldn't be fucking president because of that. Like, she is.
Hey, yo, that's crazy,
a vote
bro.
for Kamala Harris is just a vote for the machine. And Trump is
I agree.
not perfect.
That whole
He's got
machine
his
thing, I
flaws.
think this is
I've
the
got a lot of
biggest
criticism
example
of his first
of this that we've
administration. I got a lot
like
of criticisms
had,
of the campaign he's run
this
this
is
year.
the biggest one. It's
but
like
he does
he
exist.
says the
He is a real person.
goat.
And we will have a president if he's the president. And if she's the president, we have what we have right now, which is no president and the machine gets whatever it wants. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but the machine is the military industrial complex. That's what you're voting for.
Shout out to
if
the
you
good
vote for
Austin.
Kamala
Congrats
Harris.
on
And
1.4K,
so
big
fuck
dog.
that.
But you're also
Appreciate
voting
you, man.
for a machine that doesn't represent you, doesn't hear you. You know, you get the feeling under this administration that complaining. It's almost like when you call Avis or a huge company. You're not getting anybody on the phone.
Sinavik says if they want that civil war. World War III is currently rolling, and then humanity is about to learn they're not the only ones in town. What's wild is that
and he said, fight.
They just told you they want civil war.
Now, he is
Wait, hold up. I'm gonna play this video again one more time. Because he just told you.
At least when you say, I favor lowering regulations, that's coherent. That's an economic
right.
plan I can kind of follow.
Listen,
what can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, you know, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody and civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
Was the Mao dynasty. Guess what? He looked like them. The people that the
civil war conditions
and Chavez and Venezuela that ruined that country. Guess what? He looks like them. The one that ruined Cuba, guess what? He looks like them. Stop thinking that because somebody's a female and they're black, they represent you. If you've obviously never seen the history of the world. Everybody that looks like you, who killed Cain? Abel, his brother. Who sold Joseph? His 12 brothers. Like, do you not understand that? The people that are going to screw you over the fastest actually look like you? They don't look like other people? Like, what part of that are you missing? It's crazy to me to sit in front of a goddamn TV and think, oh, they're black, oh, they're Mexican, oh, they're female, oh, they're Hispanic. They must have my best interest. Dude, you are a goddamn... That's what you think.
Yo.
It's about you.
His mic going out. His mic couldn't handle all that smoke. You know what I mean?
You start voting for people that have your best interest.
His mic couldn't handle all that
share
smoke.
Your skin tonality.
Man.
By the way, Pat, who ruined Iran?
Who what?
Who ruined Iran? Iran. Who ruined Iran? Iran.
Who ruined Iran?
Yeah. Was he black? Was he Mexican or was he Iranian? The one that ruined Iran.
Maybe I can't hear what he's asking.
Civil War.
Who ruined Iran?
Who ruined Iran?
Yeah.
Who is it?
I don't know. Was it a Mexican guy, a black guy? Was it a white? Who was it?
No. We're not dealing with no Mexican or black guy. Who are you talking about?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
because he looked like you guys, so I'm assuming he had your best interest at heart.
I mean, listen. Kamala Harris is black.
PBD can't hear nothing.
If you're making a comment like that, you're offending a very big community in America. But I got a question for you, Dave. Here's a question for you.
You said I'm gonna make
and
a Zack Snyder day.
And anybody else wants to comment on this? You said military-industrial
Preach,
complex.
son.
You said military-industrial complex.
This is
Guys,
crazy.
the story came out. Very important to hear this story. From Russia, here's what the story is. Trump could be assassinated if he tries to end the war in Ukraine. This story came out today from Dmitry Medvedev, former president of Russia and Putin's ally, warned that if Trump really tries to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine, he could face a JFK assassination style. Medvedev
oh my God. Wait, so Russia is saying they might try to take him out?
3 months, and if Trump pursued peace, he could become the new JFK. Medvedev also said to Kamala Harris, calling her stupid, inexperienced, and controllable. How do you respond to the story?
I mean, I can't imagine anyone would actually try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, they already did.
Dave
But
Smith
I couldn't
is
imagine anybody who was involved in the Ukraine war effort would try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, that's exactly who did. By the way, do you know, guys,
Yo, Dave Smith is cooking right now, yo.
Assassination attempt, okay? Do you know that that guy was a convicted felon who was convicted for possession of weapons of mass destruction? You can't make this shit up. And he then went to join the Ukrainian war effort and
This
came
is
back
fact.
to America, and this raised no red flags. Like, dude, you can't have a goddamn parking ticket and get on an international flight without something going off. And by the way, the entire corporate media has had no interest in looking into any of these stories. Nobody is even asking, was he connected to intelligence? What was this guy's background? The first assassination attempt, the one that shot him in the ear, the official story is
Dave
that
Smith
they
is
couldn't
cooking
get
right
into
now.
any of his phones.
Yeah, they
and
said
he
they
had
couldn't
no
get into his
social
phone.
media footprint. Does anybody in this room believe that there would be a young person who was so politically radical?
Wait, I got a question, y'all. Y'all think they really couldn't get in that kid's phone? They said he just got this crazy level of encryption on his phone, and we can't get in. This is wild, Joe.
That they would try to assassinate a president and they weren't on social media. What are the odds of that? 0? So all I'm saying is that, yeah, like this is what Medvedev is saying is just obvious. Look, JFK was a threat to the military-industrial complex, and he took a limo ride through Dallas. Nixon was somewhat of a threat to the military-industrial complex, and he was totally set up and removed with Watergate.
Watergate.
Donald Trump represents the third great American coup. They framed him for treason for 4 years. The entire corporate media, they actually think you're so fucking stupid that you would believe that Donald Trump was a Russian spy. The most famous person in the world was working for Putin this whole time.
Hold on. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and go into this video where Joe and Elon kind of spoke about just that. Let's check this
They're
out.
doing all the things that they accuse Trump of doing.
Yeah. Openly.
Yeah. I mean, the sheer number of hoaxes that the Democratic Party is pushing over and over again. And it's like, look, I understand like politicians are going to, exaggerate. They're going to misspeak, and they'll tell occasional, untruths, whatever. That's how it is in politics. But when you have deliberate, concerted, repeated pushing of hoaxes, you're like, wait a second, like, come on, man, this is too far.
And you're supposed to be the good guys.
You're supposed to, and you claim to be the good guys? I'm like, exactly.
You're supposed to be the progressives.
Yes, the Dems are like, oh, we're the good guys. We're the honest people. No, hang on. You can't claim to be the good guys. You can't claim to be the honest people if you're deliberately pushing hoaxes that have been debunked thoroughly.
Yeah.
Well, we're like even Snopes, which is a liberal thing, says it's bogus.
Yeah.
Like the Fine People hoax.
Obama just said that on stage.
Obama just said that. I was like, what the flying fuck?
He doesn't give a fuck. They're just
That's a flat
going
out
for
goddamn
it.
fucking lie.
Flat out lie.
Flat out fucking
How
lie.
about the other one where Kamala's campaign used what Trump was saying about protecting women and from illegal immigrants?
Thank you.
You remember that? What he was saying is, if the women like it or not, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
When he was saying that, they were trying to say that he was taking away women's right to choose whether women like it or not. Like, that's not what he was saying.
Absolutely.
He was literally talking about protecting them from dangerous people that are sneaking in through the border.
Yes, exactly. They'll take like not even a full sentence, like a half a sentence from Trump, and then they'll push it on every ad, every speaking event, every
and it gets
media.
repeated on the news.
Yes.
This is what's crazy. They'll talk about it on these news shows, news shows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a recent one that came up, which had a lot of people, because a lot of people reached out to me. It was like, they're like, oh, Trump says he wants to execute Liz Cheney. I'm like, that is utter bullshit.
It's not what he said at all.
It's not what he said at all. He all he said was like, what he's saying is that, look, if Liz Cheney actually had to fight at the front lines, she'd think twice about going to war.
Exactly.
That, like, it's easy to go to war. It's easy to be a warmonger if you don't have to, risk dying at the front lines. Like, basically, it's fucked up if people are having like fancy dinners in Washington D.C. While people are being slaughtered in trenches. It's like you're not feeling the pain.
Exactly.
You're not taking the risk. It's someone else dying.
Exactly.
That's cruel and lacking in empathy. And all Trump was saying was that it's like Liz Cheney would be much less of a warmonger, because she's a huge warmonger, just like her dad, if she actually had to go to the front lines and fight herself.
And meanwhile, they're saying that he's saying she should be shot.
Yes, which is a total lie. But I had like tons of people call me this weekend saying, "Oh, Trump says he's going to put Liz Cheney in a firing squad." I'm like, that is an outrageous lie. And legacy media ran with that lie, big time.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just wild to see. And if it wasn't for Twitter or X now, I don't think we would know about all this stuff. I think it would be very difficult for you. I think YouTube throttled. They did something weird. They won't say what they did, but they did something weird with the Trump interview that I did.
Yeah,
where you couldn't find it.
It doesn't make sense.
It made no sense.
I mean, it was like the biggest interview on earth.
Yeah,
and you can't find it.
Yeah. Not only that, it wasn't like, trending.
Bullshit.
It wasn't trending.
It wasn't trending.
No, it wasn't trending.
You're like there's just no excuse for that.
YouTube throttling videos.
How stupid is that? And there's no evidence to back it up.
Right?
But so
I wouldn't know nothing about that,
saying, listen, they would frame the guy for treason, the sitting president of the United States. They would impeach him twice over nonsense. They tried to lock him up over all just bullshit. And they've already tried to assassinate him multiple times. So of course they would.
Man.
Their only calculation is whether it's worse for them to do it or not. And if they thought they could get away with it, they would have done it already by now.
If they thought they could get away with it, they would have done a long time ago. Brian,
these people are killers, Pat. They'll kill for money.
I totally agree. And I now know when you look at the resources that Russia has, the number one natural resources as a country in the world,
I'm gonna try to skip forward
unpredictable enough, and I think he's sly like a fox. He wants people like Putin and Kim Jong-un to think of him as a very unpredictable guy. I think Trump will. It's very possible.
Thoughts on this before we transition away from this story?
Well, look, I mean, if anybody has looked into the history of the Ukrainian-Russian conflict at all, I'll just say this: Vladimir Putin has wanted to make a deal the whole time. The whole time. What's his name? I always butcher his name. He's like Norwegian or something, but the head of NATO, Stoltenberg or something like that. He said, in his own words, he said that Vladimir Putin told NATO that if you just put it in writing that Ukraine will never join NATO, he won't invade. And he bragged about how he said, no.
Right?
We won't be bullied around by Vladimir Putin. So he said, screw you. We won't put it in writing. And then Vladimir Putin.
And then Kamala Harris.
What the entire
wait a minute.
Ukraine is
No. I think Dave Smith is actually a bit off. What actually happened is after that, Kamala Harris came out and publicly asked Ukraine to join NATO. You know what I'm saying? So, I think Dave Smith was a little bit off. Kamala Harris actually came out because I remember that video. She's like, yeah, we like to formally invite Ukraine to join NATO. And I'm just like, this guy just said, if you ask Ukraine to join NATO, I'm going to have to invade. And they came out on TV and did it like 3 days later. So, hey.
I think far too few people in America actually know this. What the entire war is about.
Right. They violated the Minsk Accords, which was they was never supposed to move any more east.
Ukraine cannot be a part of NATO. Now, I know
and
in
they
our
absolutely
American head, you might hear that and go, hey, what? they should never get to tell us what we're allowed to do or something like that. But all I'm saying is think about it like this. Can Mexico join China's military alliance? Fuck no, they can't. There's no way we'd allow that to happen. When the communists tried to put nuclear weapons in Cuba,
Cuba Missile Crisis,
blow up the world if they do that. Because sorry, that was our red line. We cannot have.
Hey, that's true. He said, bro, we'll blow up the world if they put their missiles in Cuba, bro. That was called the Cuban Missile Crisis, people. So all this stuff that he's saying is absolutely true. These are the analogies for what happened with the Russia-Ukraine thing. Like NATO, which is an anti-Russia kind of organization, you know what I'm saying? Like, kept expanding eastward. And then it's like, okay, if you're going to keep doing that, that would be like China putting a military in Mexico and Canada. Crazy, right?
Have your weaponry in Cuba a few miles off of our coast. We're taking that to preemptive nuclear attack. He meant it. And then he got on the phone and he made a deal, and we pulled our missiles back from Turkey, and they pulled their missiles back from Cuba, and we went on. This was Vladimir Putin's point. You can't have your military alliance in our biggest, most strategically important next door neighbor. Now, I'm sorry, but that is reasonable. That's a reasonable request. And that doesn't mean that you love Vladimir Putin or that you're sworn loyal to him. To just
let him know.
Hey, why the hell are we even expanding?
Dave Smith's going in. I'm trying to skip forward, but it's just more Dave Smith cooking, and I don't want to skip it.
Donald Trump, he always says that war never would have happened if I was president, and I would negotiate an end to this. And I got to say, I think he's right about that. I don't think the war would have happened if he was president. I think he will negotiate an end to it. I don't think he's right that Hamas wouldn't have attacked Israel if he was president. That seems kind of ridiculous to me. But he's right. If the Ukraine war could be over tomorrow if America wanted to negotiate a peace to it. Vladimir.
I think that what Trump means by they would have never attacked Israel, it was because of the fact that Trump had it to where Iran couldn't really fund terrorism like that throughout the world because of the sanctions and things that he had in place, and just what their state was like when he left office. And then when Biden and Harris got in, they kind of rolled a lot of those things back, which then allowed Iran to kind of start getting more fucking oil money. And then there you have it. Now they're able to kind of fund things around the world like they were once able to. So I think that's why Trump kind of says that.
Putin's been trying to the entire time.
So in other words, what you're saying is most likely Trump's going to be able to pull it off.
I think, well, the question there becomes, who does Donald Trump put around him? If Donald Trump puts Mike Pompeo, AKA Liz Cheney's pick for defense secretary, if he puts John Bolton, AKA Hillary Clinton's pick for national security advisor, then maybe not. Then maybe it doesn't happen. But if he listens to Tucker Carlson and Bobby Kennedy and Vivek Ramaswamy and all the smart people around him, then yes, he could.
Tulsi Gabbard, who's also was in the army too.
Ricky,
you know,
can we switch with Matt Sapala? I want to have a veteran who's a veteran here, who served in the military here. Make some noise. Thank you for your service.
Right.
This next gentleman,
that's why Putin went to war with Ukraine. He didn't want nuclear weapons on the border of Ukraine and Russia. Facts. That'll make you pro-Putin or pro-Russia. It's just what happened. You know what I mean?
All right. And if we can get Ricky's mic over to
All right, hold on. Let's go ahead and skip forward a little bit.
Brothers in the foxhole. But at the same time, is it really what we're fighting for to go over there in Ukraine? And by the way, I think what's going on in North Carolina right now, I've not seen these type of numbers, but I think what people are starting to realize that this is what the government's trying to treat survivors of a hurricane versus the priority of the finance to go to Ukraine and go into these
let's skip forward a little bit.
A clip of somebody Dave is a very, very big fan of.
We got a clip from The View coming up.
Rob, if you can play this clip by Liz Cheney, if you don't mind. I know Dave's a massive fan of Liz Cheney. If you have the audio is good, you can already see the reaction. Please play this clip from this incredible show called The View. Go ahead, Rob.
So I have a question. Are you also a lawyer?
Yeah. I am.
So you could conceivably be a great AG if this was.
Oh my God.
Because, and I say this because your moral core is magnificent. Wow.
Bruh, this is like
I know you probably don't want to.
the rewriting of history, bro.
I feel like I would feel a lot better with you leading the FBI, the CIA, the NBC.
Oh my God, bro. That shit. Hey, I ain't even gonna cap. I haven't seen this clip.
Please think about it.
And
I have not seen this clip, guys. I can't front. That shit made my stomach turn. To see somebody sitting here praising this lady who, first of all, had one of the most record-breaking losses in fucking political history. I think she lost by like 70 points or something. Right? Not only that, but to have this rewriting of history with the Cheneys and just what they've done is truly and utterly fucking insane. Like to sit here and hear Whoopi Goldberg say something like that when her and her father, like her father could very well, and for all intents and purposes, should probably be in jail right now for war crimes. What is an AG? The attorney general, the leading prosecutor in the entire country, right? Kind of like how Eric Holder was, right? Crazy.
Under the radar. We have to get Vice President Harris elected. Yes.
But you know, I'm just
Liz Cheney.
You're putting it out there in the universe.
Putting it in the universe because that's how we do things. Go ahead.
Pause.
That's
okay,
crazy.
So, Dave, big fan. Tell us why you like Liz Cheney as much as you do.
Well, okay, listen.
Dave Smith
that enough right
is
there
the VIP
your
of this
side deserves
stream.
to lose forever.
So far.
Just that. Listen, first of all, Whoopi Goldberg talking about your moral compass. Did any of you guys ever seen the clip when she defended Roman Polanski? And she literally says what he did wasn't rape. Roman Polanski raped a 13-year-old.
Let me see if I can find that video.
She publicly defended him on the air and said it wasn't rape. It was statutory rape.
She's 13. She was 13.
13.
Yeah.
Is considered not
Until it's
rape.
your daughter.
So that's Look, man, the Cheneys are your center of your moral compass. The people who are in the business of murdering babies. Like that's your and listen, the only thing, by the way, I know it's election day and everyone's just all in for their people, and I understand that. But I just hope if you guys keep this in mind, okay? You know how much you hate Whoopi Goldberg, who's praising Liz Cheney right now? Okay, Liz Cheney is Hillary Clinton, is Nikki Haley, is Mike Pompeo, is all of the neocon warhawks. They're exactly the same. And just so you understand, who the neoconservatives are the American vanguard of the Israeli lobby. That's who they are, okay? Now, you may know that or you may not know that, but I promise you, go read some books about it, and I'm right. Fuck all of these wars. America is not threatened by anyone, okay? We have
Let them know, Dave.
giant oceans around us, a gigantic nuclear arsenal, and the most badass military force in the history of the world.
Let them know, Dave.
Poses a threat to us. The idea that anyone can even convince you that Iran poses some threat to the United States of America, the country that doesn't have nuclear weapons or an air force capable of delivering them here if they were to develop them.
Let them know,
all
Dave.
These wars are bullshit. fuck the wars, support peace and free markets.
Let them know,
raise a fair
Dave.
Government and prosperity. That's the key to American success. It's why we're the greatest country in the world. And man, listen, even if Trump does win today, and I really hope he wins, I hope he wins within the next half hour so I can go get some sleep. But even if Trump wins, I hope you guys know that's just the beginning.
Facts.
That's the very
beginning
because of the fight to save
the
this
fight
country.
ain't over.
And the next
Not by a
step
long
is keeping
shot.
all of the war hawks out of Donald Trump's administration.
Absolutely.
Liz Cheney should be launched to the freaking moon and never allowed back in America.
There's a guy that could do that, by the way. His name is Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, right?
He could do that. There's a guy that could
I think
do
we might
it.
have another
His name is
update
Elon
coming
Musk.
soon.
And we
Hold on,
got a
let me-
rocket expert on our team now.
Let me.
All right.
Yeah, here we go.
You got it, Tom.
Hold
Okay.
on. Hold on.
Dave Smith said Iran is not a threat. Okay. And by the way, Tom, I know you got an update. I'm going to come to you. Matter of fact, before I come to you, Tom, do you have a couple updates for us with states? Mr. Ellsworth, I got to call his name 3 times. Tom has the system. Tom, do you have an update for us? Do you have a mic with you? Give us an update, Tom. Go for it.
All right. You got it, Tom.
Okay.
All right.
First of all, we have 4 calls. If you look at the VT News map, 4 calls in the upper Midwest.
Right.
Yes, guys, we have North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Nebraska. No surprises there, but still a victory for Trump.
All right. So 4 more states going to Trump. 194, 95 right now.
Coming. Georgia, North Carolina. These are battleground states. First, North Carolina. Our statistics are now up to 92% probability now.
North Carolina is a big one, y'all. North Carolina is a big one.
With just under a 2%. Remember, this was razor thin, and you can see these gray areas here. That's the hurricane area. That's the hurricane area. So
Tom,
this
does
is,
that say 92% probability?
we're up at 92% probability with 50% of the precincts reported.
North Carolina is a big one, y'all.
Really good.
We go to Georgia.
Georgia.
50% reported. Whoop, what's going on? There we go. There, that's more like it.
73%.
73%.
220 lead.
Georgia's another one.
20,000 lead.
But, Trump is doing better in the urban cities by about a point and a half than last time, and that's where it all adds up. Quick historical look at Georgia. And you can see he's basically 3.5 points better. And
Hey,
not
hold up. Let's go
surprisingly,
ahead.
she's
We got
exactly 3 points.
another
not
cool
better.
table member sliding
So
through.
those are
Let's
those
go
two
ahead and bring him
battlegrounds,
up
which is
here.
key.
We got Guy Fawkes
Next
in
coming
the
up
building.
at 10 o'clock. We'll
What's
have
going
the
on, Guy
rest
Fawkes?
of
Remember the 5th
the
of
mountain
November.
States, Montana, Idaho, Utah, and getting into
Yes. Can you hear me?
reporting in
Yes,
Wisconsin,
loud
which
and
is
clear,
critical.
bro.
Absolutely. Remember the 5th of November.
Very, very
Gunpowder treason and plot. I see no
Very
reason
early
why
here, but
gunpowder
that's a
treason should
promising
ever be
start.
forgot.
So
Yes.
we'll be back in
Remember,
probably 30
remember.
minutes with a lot of the mountain states and the all-important,
What's going on, bro? How are you feeling today on this election day?
because you can still see Pennsylvania.
Right.
This is
21%
what's
reporting,
going
but a lot
on
of the
with you,
rural
brother?
areas are not reported.
It's
Remember,
incredible,
there's gonna
man,
be
and
6 million
shout out
votes
to
come
you
out, so this is nothing.
keeping the fires lit on
If we can call
delivering the
those three, if we
truth
can call
to the masses,
North
because
Carolina, and Georgia, it's going to be an early
you know
night. So we're going to keep you guys
we know
updated
it's
as much as
easier to
we
just
can.
kind of lay
Let us
down
know.
and
And by the way,
accept
if
the
you're watching
popular
it, I just got
narrative,
an
but
update right now.
it takes a
Just so you
hard
guys
job to
know,
get out
we
here and
have
do the
almost
work
200,000
and show people the
concurrent
other
people
side of the
watching
coin,
us
you know.
right now. 196. If you're watching it, I think
Yeah,
we're
man.
ahead of ABC, NBC, a bunch of these guys that are watching us right now.
Yeah.
And if
PBD
you're
over here
out
talking
there
about how
looking at this, go to
they got more people
VTnews.ai
watching
to
them right
follow
now
this
than
closely.
CBS and all
Go to
that. That's pretty
VTnews.ai.
massive in and of
The
itself,
next two
bro.
people I want to bring up. These are
Well, that's
folks
another reason
that
why
made their money
this election is
in many different
very
models,
important,
and they
because
were mobsters, gangsters. One of them from the
independent
Colombo
media,
family, the other one from the Gambino
they took
family.
over, you know.
Are they in the room or no? Sam, do we have them in the room or no?
Yep.
Can you get
Hold on, let me go ahead and get caught up a little bit with this.
to Michael and Sammy? Again, folks, if I can, doing very well. If today,
these people in power today, because they're destroying our country.
They got a crime boss in the building.
Hypothetical Sammy.
Right.
And how would you do it?
All right, we are live. But
let me tell you,
yeah, bro.
Let me tell you.
How's you feeling about everything, bro?
One
Like,
of my guys,
what's the general sense in the atmosphere out there? How are y'all feeling about this day? And what's been going on in like the Florida zeitgeist, bro?
tell him to give you 12,500.
We're pretty chill out here. More chill than I think we would have been, you know. I had a really relaxed day at the job, working with clients. Everybody was pretty much giddy and chilling. And at first I was like, why are we all so kind of excited? And and then we all just started joking about the election. People just kind of said different things. And I remember one of the people who's very conspiratorial about things. And shout out to the chat. I see everybody. Thank you for the passion. Shout out to the Syndicate Network. Yeah, and so she was very quiet. It was really odd. And she's actually more of a Trumper than anybody in the whole entire building, including myself. Because she's just like she's just like man. So it was quite odd to see her like really quiet, but the rest of us were like killing and just having discussions, and made a couple of people uncomfortable because they've been brainwashed into thinking that we have to choose a side, and if that's the side you're chosen, it's a religion, and if you dare say something against, it's like, nah, man, we're all people. Vote for who you want to vote for. We're going to talk about it if you want to have a conversation. If you want to say this person bad, but orange man bad, you have to present some evidence beyond a couple of talking points, because I have a whole spreadsheet of talking points about the other side. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm also not gonna judge you at all. I'm just going to deem you a little misinformed and have a conversation after that. But generally speaking, that's how it kind of went today. It was just kind of having little quick conversations, everybody just having a good time. It was really busy on the streets, and it hasn't been this busy in a while. Even with after work traffic, you can usually tell how it is, but it was actually pretty busy. It wasn't crazy hectic. I think, and I'm not trying to sound strange, but the air in Florida, metaphorically speaking, it was so like, it felt relaxed and victorious at this, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I felt comfortable leaving the building at work. Now look, Josh, Leon always seemed laid back, but if someone needs it, then yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I am chill, Don't make me put the cowl on. But I don't know. I have an air of caution, same way that Dave Smith does, right? I just do. We saw this play out in 2020 similarly, where he was kicking ass all over the place. It looked like Bruce Lee, going through Enter the Dragon. It was incredible. And then all of a sudden, like, they did an edit of the film, and there was some weird boss that came out of nowhere and clocked him. That's what it felt like. And so, yeah, the air feels chill for some reason, like relaxed. You see what happened in Florida. We kicked ass. It's all good over here in the state. But yeah, it's just, I'm just waiting, me myself, because I know how this could play out. But as far as what I've seen in terms of Florida, everybody's chilling, oddly enough. You there, Sky?
Oh my God, I've been sitting there talking on mute. I don't know how long. Look, anyway, look, what I think is so funny is that I wasn't out here in 08, right? And I wasn't out here in 2012. I don't think I was. For the election, though, I think I had just kind of went to. No, I was in Vegas in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. Either in Vegas. Wait,
gotcha.
No, I was still in Kansas. Or had I moved back out here? I don't remember. I was either in Kansas. Yeah, I think I was in Kansas though. Still, but just the overall sentiment throughout the city, you could feel the passion, man. In 2016, right? I was out here. You could feel a lot more passion, even back then. It doesn't seem to
Tesla stock just went up, by the way.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be
why.
that same kind of deal this time. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that same kind of deal this time, right? Like even when I was at the polling place, the line wasn't very long. It was probably some. I mean, there seemed to be some Trump supporters in line, you know what I'm saying? Like where I was voting at. And just from what I've seen, man, they had a parade down my street the other day or on Saturday, right? I was driving down the street the other day and there was like people with Trump signs and everything all on what's that, Manhattan Beach Boulevard, just on like a random day, right? Wasn't no rally or nothing. They just out there. You know what I'm saying? Like there seems to be much more support, energy, vigor, and passion on the Donald Trump side of things juxtaposed to the Kamala Harris side. And yeah, man, I just I don't see how this kind of doesn't go the way that it's looking like it's about to go.
I think the reason I actually discussed this a bit earlier, I think the reason why there are so many people that have kind of come around to the idea of him coming back is because the issues that are mostly discussed on the Harris side of things, there are issues that aren't immediate, right? It's like the same two talking points that have been kind of shoved down everyone's throats. It's the one about the deletion of kiddos, right, in the womb. I know that word kind of messes with the algorithm. Word. There's that's been kind of, and there was another one, and I don't remember the other one, but that's been mostly the issue of deleting kiddos from the womb, right? And it's like, okay, that's not an immediate issue for everybody in the country, right? And even if we subtract the males, right, obviously, right, we don't carry. We're involved in the act, but we don't carry, right? You subtract them, that's not an immediate issue for most women in the country. The most immediate issue would be safety by and large, just on a daily, and the quality of life, meaning outside of like health, just your quality living in whatever state you're in, especially the closest to the border that you're in, right?
Affordability,
safety, all of it, right? So that is an immediate issue. And I think on Trump's side, those issues are constantly discussed, how to get the American people more money, how to get, how to keep your home safe. These things aren't like, I understand. I get it, man. I get it. I totally understand the issue of deletion of the kiddos. And I understand that. I get it. But again, when I'm having conversations with people, that's not the first thing, the second thing, the third or fourth thing we're discussing, period. Like I've had conversations with so many women about these things. None of them have come to me discussing that first. I have to bring it up, and then it becomes a dicey conversation, right? I have to bring it up. They don't bring it up. So it's not something that's on the forefront of people's minds. Now, the few people that I have had discussions about this with, right? And it's been like, oh, you know, the deletion topic. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is just my anecdotal experience. They've been hoes. 304s, excuse me. They've been the 304s, right? It's not like they've been well-to-do women who, you know, keep the quality of their box, you know, so to speak, under control. They have a consistent partner. No, it's these women who are out here and they're just doing their thing at random. And I'm not here to judge. I'm just saying the pattern shows. If you live a lifestyle that is somewhat more responsible, you don't really give a crap about that particular political talking point. If you live a lifestyle that is buck wild, a little more buck wild by comparison, yeah, that's going to be the immediate problem for you. You know what I mean? Especially with the more males that are crossing the border, you know? And in that case, you should vote for Trump because he's going to take care of that. The chick that's in there now is not doing anything. She's there now, guys. This isn't someone we're inserting here who's running for office. She's in office. She's in office.
Right now.
Just a reminder. Remember.
Not now, but right now.
Right now. Yeah, like, what are we doing here? Yeah, man.
Yo, real quick, I'm gonna play this video one more time just so everybody can get a sense if they haven't seen it. Yeah, I want to get your take on this because this was kind of the video that really just kind of tripped me out. So let's check this out and then we'll get Leon's take on it.
What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, you know, they want to kick it to Congress, so it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
Yeah, can you kind of talk about that, bro? Because I was the one that sent you that video, right? So let's just go ahead and clear that up for the people. But what was your sentiment and thoughts when you first saw that video, bro?
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Just making sure I had to switch my mic for just a moment. Yeah, I remember when we were having a conversation and I remember I was like, bro, I can't even click that right now because the way you gave a brief description and you were like, I want to get your reaction whenever you get a chance. When I finally watched that, I was like, man, good God. This is the thing that people are always saying is Donald Trump, right? He is the threat to democracy. Yet I have yet to hear anything come out of his mouth or any evidence produced that would show that he's a threat. But every time I turn around and look to my left, quote unquote, I see a guy sitting in a chair with a microphone in his hand discussing the destruction of democracy in order to get a man out of the way and insert another candidate. Again, look, I'm not even going to sit here and say I don't care who you vote for. I mean, at this point, I'm just like, no one has presented any evidence of him saying and doing anything to this level. You've taken things that he said and you've scrambled them to make it seem as though, like some word salad, to make it seem as though he's a threat. But here's a guy directly saying something that threatens democracy. Like, there's no translating. I don't need to manipulate this video. I don't need to edit anything. He's literally saying, if the guy wins, we will destroy democracy and insert who we want to insert. Put aside what you think about Donald Trump. Hell, put aside what you think about Kamala. Just think about this in general. They tell us all the time when we go to war in other countries, when this sort of thing happens, this is why we're here, to get rid of these dictators. We are supposed to be the heroes of the world, great America. Yet here we are hearing this guy say this. Like, what does the chat think of this? I'm wondering. I'm very curious. What does the world think about this? What does our little corner of the internet think about this? You know?
Yeah. I don't know, man. That shit was crazy. I'm sitting there like, how are we sitting here saying that this dude is a threat to democracy still? And we keep having all of these examples of democracy not only being threatened, but usurped. And first of all, we don't live in a democracy anyway. We live in a republic, for people that don't realize that. Like, it's not a true democracy. It's
Facts.
A republic. So we need to learn the difference of these things. But just be that as it may, because I get how the term is used nowadays, right? So, but even in that aspect, even in that connotation, the threat to democracy would be this type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And not actually just you not liking the way that somebody talks.
Right. Not the figurative Democrat,
and or like
the literal.
Yep. Yeah. Right. So yeah, it's like it's crazy, bro. It is a wild thing. Hold up. Let's get some sound back in here, just in case they start calling.
11-year-old son sold you anything yet? He's running the merch. Is he running around?
It's been
He just came here doing a deal. He's saying, I just signed a hat. This guy's gonna buy this.
That hey, he's gonna turn the military against his own citizens, and I'm like, the only person that's ever done that is Barack Obama, bro. Like, and I'm not making this stuff up, right, Leon? I mean, this is legit what happened, right?
Right.
Like,
correct.
Oh shit, Candace Owens is coming on. Hey,
knew she would come.
Shouts out to Candace, but right. Oh yeah, bruh. This is actually a dope lineup, bro. They got Chris Cuomo calling in, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, and you can't even talk noise because Chris Cuomo is one of y'all. Chris Cuomo, one of them. Right?
Vince, how you doing?
Right? Yeah, man.
How you doing, man?
Bro, Elon Musk
even
was
Chris
a Democrat.
Cuomo
Bro.
was like,
Joe Rogan was a Democrat. Hold up.
Bro, me too.
Matter of fact, yeah, I was too. Matter of fact, hold up. Let me pause that. Let's tap in with Joe and Elon and kind of see what they said, because this was kind of crazy too.
Well, I'll say it again, man. I think this was the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Chamath.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing, and they realize, like, I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
It's nuts, man. And
bruh. This is crazy, bro. But let's go ahead and tap back in and see what Kansas is about to say. Right. But yeah, man. We all were for Democrats, bro. You know. And there came a point where all of us was like, "Yo, man, we kind of should go in another way." You know.
We'll come back. Okay. Candace, how are you, Candace?
Absolutely, man.
Yes.
Appreciate you being here, Josh.
Vinny and I were just saying backstage, we're kind of scared to go to sleep. So he was like, does anybody have meth? Because we're fearful that we're doing the 2020 replay where we all feel good, the numbers look good, we're excited, and then if we go to sleep,
are you a little
very scared to sleep?
Yeah, because it happened in the middle of the night last time in 2020, right? It's like you just went to sleep, Trump was the president, and then you woke up and Biden was the president. It was like, what the hell happened?
I was legitimately having a conversation earlier on the way from my last client with this shorty from overseas, and she was like, "So how do you feel about the election? Da, 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 and this and that." Because there are people in other countries rooting against her, by the way.
Yeah.
Kamala, point blank.
I know a lot of people from other countries. Most of them want Trump to be president.
And these are women. I only talk to women overseas. When I'm speaking about international people, I don't talk to men. So these are the opinions of women. Anyway, so she was like,
let me just clarify that for you. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. So you guys know it's not like it's just a bunch of dudes. No. These are all women. Very attractive women, I might add. Anyway, so she was like, well,
pretty girl, bad habit.
Don't quote me. Facts. She's like, how you feeling about the election? And I was just like, hey, I'm just chilling. It feels kind of victory in the air for some weird reason. And she laughing and whatever. And I said, but, just like last time, I went to sleep. My ex was asleep on the couch before me. I'm on the floor in front of her chilling. I end up falling asleep a bit. I wake up. All of a sudden, the president is Joe Biden. What?
Right, bro.
I was like, what the fuck? What happened? Is this a parody? Because I was watching it from somebody's YouTube channel. And I was like, what? So, and then she started laughing. So, hey, you never know. You never know.
Like all the mail-in ballots came in and they were all for Biden. I was like, bro, come on, man. All the mail-in ballots, right? But nah,
right.
Candace is absolutely correct, yo. Candace is absolutely correct. Let's go ahead and wait. Actually, before we get into that, hold up. Let's talk about 2020 real quick, because that's actually a perfect segue. Let me actually play this video because JD Vance brought up a great point, and I think that this should be highlighted. Man, I'm getting better with these segues, bro. For sure.
Shout out to you.
This is where I always get pissed about the media conversation around what happened in 2020. Is what they'll do is they'll sort of find the craziest conspiracy theory about what happened in 2020. They'll debunk it and say, "Oh, look, this shows that nothing bad happened in 2020." There's a nonpartisan organization that actually looked at what would have happened to Americans' votes if they had just known the truth about the fact that Joe Biden fundamentally had traded his political influence for money. Like, that's what it was. It's an old-fashioned American corruption story. I will give you access to powerful people in exchange for money, right? That was the true scandal of the Hunter Biden laptop. Again, it wasn't Hunter Biden doing cocaine with a stripper.
That was the fun part.
You can say that. I have an election to win. So that was the real scandal.
The corruption.
It was the corruption. And
evidence of the corruption.
And direct evidence of the corruption. And a nonpartisan organization said that knowledge, which was suppressed by the entire American media and big tech scene, that would have changed millions upon millions of votes. And we know that the number in 4 swing states was 88,000 votes that were the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden winning the 2020 election. So set to the side all of the other arguments about fraud and all the other rule changes that happened in the midst of COVID. We know that big tech colluded with our own sort of, I would say colluded, the one thing I'll say about Zuckerberg is, and I don't know him super well. I've never had a problem with him, but I do wonder if it's a convenient excuse. I don't doubt that the FBI said, hey, this is Russian disinformation, but these companies still have to take some agency over this too, right? So I think it was both the corruption of the FBI and the intelligence services, but also the big technology companies themselves. Both of them are at blame. And I think fundamentally, if they had not done what they did, Donald Trump would have won another term as president of the United States. You're never going to be able to convince me that if millions upon millions of swing voters knew the evidence of Joe Biden's corruption and it was staring them in the face, that we would not have been able to pull that one out.
Sounds pretty fair to me, bro.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. That's why the
election interference.
That's why the mainstream media suffocated that. They suffocated it big time. We heard more about Trump paying a corn, I'll say that for the algorithm, CORN star, right? Adult entertainment, if you will, off on some nonsense like who gives a
lady
crap.
of the night.
Right. And that is such what a stupid ass thing to try to like hold over somebody's head who's trying to be like, so the same people who are twerking for deletion of the kiddos in the womb are feeling some type of way because the guy paid off a coin. Are you kidding me? Word? Anyway. They want to talk about morals when it's convenient, right? Anyway. It's ridiculous.
I love when Lehigh he's like,
it just makes no sense. Like, anyway, I digress. Yeah, that is a great point, and the mainstream media made sure to suffocate the hell out of that information. James O'Keefe, my God, that man was trying to get that information out there hardcore. He was like one of the first ones, man, because actually they came to him. He was among the first to get the information. I think he actually had the laptop in his possession. Ain't that some shit?
Crazy.
Yeah. So
right?
it's
But
nuts.
Hey, that sounds like good old election interference to me. But that's what I'm saying, bro. It's always orange man bad, man. But let's check in with Candace because I want to see what she got to say. I've been waiting on her to get on this panel for quite some time. She's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to watch this. So let's see what Candace had to say.
Used to count the votes that night, election night, and now they're trying to normalize it, taking tons of days, mail-in ballots. I'm just, I don't want to be too confident because I was clearly overconfident in 2020.
So let me ask you this. You're somebody that watches these things very closely. What's different about 24 versus 2020?
Well, Kamala's the Manchurian candidate, so there's that.
Facts.
So,
did you know that her mom was in the MK Ultra stuff, bro?
That there hasn't also
I'm not surprised. I believe I have heard stuff like that.
Party as well. I think we're seeing a different
Crazy.
Trump. This is the first time that we've
Wild.
had a candidate that survived 2 assassination attempts, right? And I think a lot of people are awake.
Father
to
confirmed to have
somebody that they're trying
Irish
to
and
assassinate
Hindu kind of background.
I think Joe Biden, if you want
Mm-hmm.
to
slave owners and communists all throughout her family.
If there's anything optimistic,
Which explains why she wouldn't know how to.
I would say
Which explains why she wouldn't know how to cook collard greens.
That the president
Exactly.
is not in charge, right?
Right. Yeah.
He's essentially been brain dead.
Just to let everybody know, we, the black community, do not bathe our food in the bathtub. That's
so I think
fucking disgusting.
If anybody found out that you was doing that shit, they ain't coming to come eat at your house, yo.
Nah, you just excommunicado from the whole community.
I ain't touching them greens.
Yeah, hell no.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of change.
My mother would beat my ass.
I'm cautiously,
and I'm a grown man.
Let me ask you a question though. When you think about, and by the way, I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people are there as well. But that whole phrase, whoever came up with the phrase "too big to rig," right? The idea where you're playing another team, let's say all these different deflate gates.
Yeah,
You know, who
there
was the team that
is a
used to
certain
record?
thing as
What was
too
the team
big to
that they said in
rig.
the NFL
I
used to
do
record?
believe that. Like, it's the same way in
Always the
sports.
Patriots.
No, but
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you
Houston
go out
Astros
there and you
in
really put it to
baseball,
them,
Houston Astros were
the
doing
refs
that
ain't gonna be able to
trash
save
thing.
them.
That was a different story.
I don't give a damn
You
what
gotta,
the
you gotta
situation
kind of
is.
find a way to beat them if the
I
sport
feel you.
is
Like
much
the
bigger where
refs
you
would have
can't
such
cheat.
a lopsided like
Even-
amount of fouls
even
or
with the
techs or
idea
whatever,
of a
and
Yes.
basically
then they
you're
still get the W
concerned
because
that they
there's too
could
much
find a way to-
talent, too much
still find a way. And
ability,
if they did,
too
how
much
would you
drive
do
to
it?
win.
Mail-in ballots.
I've been
you
in that
know,
situation.
no
I've
one-
literally been in that
people got very
situation, bro. It's like,
shy
yo,
and
but nah.
scared after January 6th.
You know what I'm
to
saying?
say
Nah,
what
nah.
I think most Americans know, which is that the 2020 election was stolen. I'm one of those people that I've said that since it happened. They radically transformed the way that we voted, and they did this in the name of COVID. And nothing made sense that night. We've never seen anything like that happen.
Preach, Candace.
And so I think for a lot of people, myself included, we've lost faith in our election process. I think you tweeted yesterday or the day before, you know, do you trust the election process?
Shout out to Bishop.
Legitimate.
For
And I think
real.
the fact that we can no longer count votes at night and they tell us that it takes days doesn't make us feel good about the election process.
Bruh.
Vince,
I don't
are
give
you
a
at the
damn if
same
they
place
bleach
Candace
that
is
damn
at, or you
bathtub, bro. You
thinking
could
it's gonna
tell
be a
me you went through that
landslide
shit with
victory
a
tonight? Who are you at?
forensic team.
This is what I know.
I'm
I know
not
the
touching
Democratic
them
Party is
greens,
the evilest
bro.
organization in the history
I
of
ain't
the world.
touching none of the
Ever.
food.
I know they've been
I might
Because
not
now,
ever
in
even.
my mind,
I might not ever talk to you
it's
ever
all
again.
contaminated.
1865.
Fact. And I might not
Jim
ever
Crow
talk to you ever again. I might think you're a serial
65 to
killer.
1965. And now
That
they're
shit
the part
serial
of
killers do.
Marxism, communism, transgenderism, abortion up to the 9th month, castrating little boys, calling them little girls. They are evil institutions. They'll do anything to win. Anything. We have to know that and understand that. The whole civil rights movement was necessitated because the Democratic Party has been stealing elections for 100 years. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. They were for 100 years. They were doing all types of literacy tests.
Hey,
Intimidation.
you got black people up here. You got a woman up here. Believe all women.
Masters at it.
Love all black people. Black Lives Matter, right? But they don't want to listen to us when we ain't talking, when we ain't tap dancing for their ass, huh? They don't want to listen to us.
Bruh. If they be swearing up and down, they be like, yo, it's because Kamala's a black woman. I'd be like, okay, cool. Let's say it was Candace Owens versus Joe Biden. Joe Biden in 2020. Who y'all voting for? Then it would be all kind of, but you know, she ain't marry a black dude, you know. Is she really one of us? Right? I think it would be a whole lot of that, bro. What do you think? Which is literally the same thing that Kamala Harris did. And it's crazy because nobody brings that shit up. Like, y'all kill Candace Owens for not marrying a black dude. And then you turn around
and give whatever chick name is a pass. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Nah, and you're right, man. That would be an interesting like scenario too, man. You know, a Biden versus a Candace Owens. Very interesting. You know what would be even more interesting than that? Tulsi Gabbard with RFK as her VP.
I think she's from New York, Mama Bear. Right?
Yeah.
What were you saying?
No, I said what would be even more interesting is if we had like a Tulsi Gabbard and an RFK as the VP, or flipped RFK and Tulsi.
They wouldn't have voted for her, bro.
Yo, Tulsi mollywopped Kamala a couple of times, bro.
Facts, bro.
Them videos went viral, and everybody was on Tulsi's side. Literally everybody.
I believe Kamala Harris dropped out in 2019 from the 2020 election, which shows
from
you
getting her ass whooped by Tulsi. Tulsi was beating her ass. That shit was crazy. Right. I was like, that was kind of like, that wasn't my introduction, but that was when I was like, all right, I have to start paying attention to this woman more now.
Yeah, Tulsi's dope. Tulsi's
just bad all around. She's a badass. She looked fine, and she's smart as shit.
Broku said Kamala can marry a white dude, and that's no problem. But if a black man votes for a white man, then that's the big problem. No, bro, they be sitting there They be, bro. I didn't heard people say y'all just looking at him like he y'all new daddy. Y'all want him to be y'all new daddy. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about?
Black people and black men specifically, we get some of the weirdest ad hominems thrown at us, bro. It's so weird, bro. Like,
because it's okay to talk about it.
Yeah, I seen a chick say, y'all just so scared of a strong black woman or a strong woman, and I'm like, bro, my mother is one of the strongest people in general I've ever met in my life. She's able to balance being hyper feminine and very business oriented. And you'll never catch my mother in an argument with a man going back and forth, slobbering at the mouth. She handles people with grace and holiness. That's one of the greatest women ever, which is why meeting a woman is very hard because the standards are too damn high. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking at my mom, cook, clean, take care of several children, have a husband's back forever and a day with all his faults before he passed away. You already know my business. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, yeah, nah, I'm not scared of a strong woman. I was raised by one.
Yeah.
And she had a strong man next to her. So,
yeah,
I mean, you know.
Yeah. Dude, when I was in basic training, one of my drill sergeants was a female. We was dope. She was dope.
Same.
We got along dope. That's what I was trying to say. We got along great. I listened to her. Wasn't no like, I ain't about to listen to this chick. She don't know what she talking about, bro. Like, let me see. And that's the wonderful thing about being in the military is that I've actually met very, very strong women. I've met very goal-oriented and detailed women. I've met dope women that really, really put forth maximum effort and have really tried their best to maximize their full potential each and every single day.
Bro, same, man. It's so weird. I don't remember what we called the people who used to whoop our ass in boot camp. So I'm gonna just call them drill sergeants, but it wasn't that. It was something else.
Mm-hmm.
Their rank was petty officer. So we just called them petty officer, but I know they had a different name. I know it wasn't just instructor either.
Which I always thought was funny. I always thought that was a funny name, like petty officer. Like,
right. Like, I thought, bro, I'm telling you. So side note, I thought that was like a fake designation in boot camp. Because it sounds weird. No, of course. I was in the military. I'm just saying, like, in the military, when I got in, I was like, it sounds fake. And then when we get through boot camp, we get to the real. And I was like, wait a second, hold on. I'm studying this book here. That's the damn name? That sounds so weird. A petty officer? But it makes sense because it's basically like an enlisted low-level quote unquote officer, even though they're not an officer at all. Anyway, though, that's a whole military side note.
Yeah.
But she was amazing, incredibly fit. This woman stayed looking fine. Every time she came up in there, perfumed out, looking good, slimmed up, nice curved black woman, and she was always
a black chick. Bro.
Yeah,
mine was a black chick too. And yes, when we used to do a battle, she will whoop your ass, bro.
Whoop our ass. And I used to get into it. They'd be like, have you had enough recruits? She calls recruits. And I said, no, petty officer. And they was like, shut up. They used to be like, shut up. She used to kick our ass some more and then look at me and smile. I used to love that shit, man. But anyway, yeah, strong women all over, man. Get out of here. Ain't nobody scared of no strong woman.
Yeah, facts, bro.
If she's right for the job.
Facts. Hold up. Let's get some more of these two black people up here cooking on this PBD podcast.
Facts. Shout out to us.
Even right now, they do metal harvesting. Souls to the polls. Baller looking at a pork chop sandwich. Street money. Whatever it takes to win, they will try it. But that's not going because we're ready.
He said pork chops.
They're going to try it, but it's not going to happen. We're watching. We're ready.
We are watching.
They're going to try it, but the
and so here's the thing too, right? Is that
they're gonna have to sit down and they're gonna have to give up on it.
The only way that they're gonna be able to pull like January 6th, 2025 shit is if we just all kind of go along with it. Like if we don't go for it, and if we don't take the cheese, then nah, man.
His brother is the CEO.
It just don't have to go down like
the
this.
last 6 years.
Brother, that's why I pulled up with the Guy Fox. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not about to go down like that, dog.
Nobody showed up.
It's just not. Nah, not this time.
Right.
So I'll give him a call for you. Yes, sir.
When I was speaking,
how much did that video that I fucking sent you? Hey, how much did that video that I fucking sent you have to do with the Guy Fawkes thing?
I would say 80 to 90%.
I'm at the dinner table with your mom and dad.
Damn,
I ain't even gonna hold
fucking
you.
knew it, bro.
I ain't even gonna hold you.
That
Like 80 to
video was
90%.
different, right, bro?
It hit way
That
different.
shit was different, bro.
The thing that took it over the top was the one I sent you with the James O'Keefe joint. That was like, all right, I'm done. I'm done.
Only thing that kept me from getting at the bottom of everything.
I was like, ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way.
Yeah, right.
My father
Oh,
aspired.
oh yeah, because he sent me that video.
He believed in America. And all of our lives, he told
I told
us
Scott, I said, hey, man, I said, you got to watch this video. Because we had just got off the phone. I said, you got to watch this video immediately. Now. Now. Please, please, now. And I was like, all right, I'll holler. And
I was sitting there eating, and yo, we had just got on the phone because I was about to eat dinner. And then he called me back like a few minutes later and was like, yo, watch this shit right now.
Jesus Christ
You know what I'm
has
saying?
ordained something for you.
Facts.
No man can stop it. No racist can stop it. No black man, no white man. He's ordained it. So he said, don't march, don't complain, don't fight, don't blame other people for what's going on in your life, because that's what cowards do. And I'm not a coward.
Talk to him.
Wow.
That's how we live our life. That's how the American people live their lives every day. They want to make us a nation of cowards, begging and crawling and marching, instead of saying, no, I'm going to earn what I get.
Wait. He just said that they want to make us a nation of cowards. I want y'all to watch this because I keep referencing this clip. I want y'all to see this because this shit messed me up, man. Like, I was like, yo, this is actually pretty wild. Watch this, guys.
Shocked at what American high school gym class looked like in the 1960s. This footage is from one of the 4,000 U.S. high schools that followed La Sierra's physical education program that was pushed to be the standard model by JFK. According to the La Sierra physical education standards that were outlined in their 1966 handbook, the minimum push-ups that a student should be able to do is 16, and they should have at least a 7.5-minute mile run. Considering most modern Americans struggle to even complete 5 push-ups, this 16 minimum is quite shocking. The top group that was outlined in the handbook is Blue Team, and to be a part of this you had to be able to perform 12 handstand push-ups and at least 14 pull-ups, which are crazily impressive standards. Considering 1 in 6 modern American children have obesity, it is a shocking sight to see how seriously fitness and health were being taken in the 1960s, and how even the president was helping push forward this higher standard of physical education in school. Many people wonder if America as a country will ever return to a place even close to this. But
Ooh-wee! Y'all see?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Before you say something, bro. Hey, shout out to Skywalker the Jedi, bro. Where you be coming up with these videos, dog? Hey, man, y'all better send in them super chats, man. I ain't even playing, bro. Send in something, bro. Yo, send in something to your boy, man. This brother here. I'm over here preparing my food like, yo, what is going on here? This is good stuff, man. Shout out to my dog, man. I just had to say that, bro. Hey, do your thing, man. I just had to say that real quick.
Hey, appreciate it, bro. We try to make sure that we're very thorough with these type of streams over here because we know that the ramifications of getting something wrong are way grander than what we're usually talking about. You know?
Facts. Shout out to you, man. You just put a big smile on my face. I was like, yeah, his brother here is cooking, bro, on this stream. You cooking, bro.
Yo, but look, how does that hit you, bro? Like, y'all see how them kids looked versus how kids look nowadays? He just said that they want to turn us into cowards and make us weak. And who was that? JFK. They popped his top, bro. That's wild, bro. It's wild, man. Just saying. Just saying, bro. Let's go ahead and get back to the.
You can hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
All right, cool. I had to switch my mic back. Yeah, no. I was gonna say too. I'm glad you pulled it up because, real quick, JFK is, man. He wanted so many things for the American people, man. He really got in the way of the
Hold
military
on,
industrial
Leon.
complex. Oh yeah, I saw.
Hold on, Leon.
I'm gonna let you do your thing now. I just want to say that about JFK real quick.
No. I got it, bro. This dude Leon put out a call, and Bishop answered, bro.
Bishop answered, yo. Shout out to you, brother.
Man, shout out to the homie, bro. Bishop saying shout out to the cool table. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me give you a drop, bro, and then we'll be
shout
back
out to the cool table
with Leon's thoughts.
Good evening. We, the unwilling, led by the unknowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful. We have done so much for so long with so little. We are now qualified to do anything with nothing.
Man, shout out to you, bro. And it shouts out to Leon for that drop too, because that was from him. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, bro. What were you saying about the high school physical kind of qualifications with JFK?
Not just that, like JFK in general was trying to install a lot of amazing things for the American people as president, man, that were going to change. It was going to change America forever and keep us steered towards being one of the most evolved, physically fit, basically the benchmarks and hallmarks of what makes a country strong and stable. Strong men, strong male leadership, protecting the women and the children, especially strong families, money being circulated throughout the American people, industries being created by Americans and for Americans. You know what I mean? That was JFK. And he created a sector of the military, if I'm not mistaken. Did he create the Green Beret or he cultivated the Green Beret? One of the two.
I think he might have called to the hold up.
His mission statement, nonetheless, was to have the Green Beret be the protectors of the people in case, you know, the Gov got out of hand and out of line. That was their secret mission statement. That's what they were designed for. And there was a few years back to back where the Green Beret were suddenly going crazy. Like retired Green Beret were suddenly going crazy and taking each other out.
He told them to wear the Green Berets, and he kind of designated them as the team that would be dealing with a lot of this stuff kind of internationally, right? So yeah.
And he was trying to get rid of one of the biggest government acronyms. You know, he was trying to get rid of them. And
the one that's been rumored to have been connected with his assassination.
Yep.
Allegedly. Right. But let's go ahead and get back to what this brother was saying, because he was cooking.
I'm not going to ask the government for my freedom. I'm going to find them to come try to take it from me. I'm not going to walk around asking them to give me something. I respect the thief more than I respect the beggar. We're Americans. We earn it. And my father taught me to go out every day and earn it. That's the lesson. Believe in God. Bring good people to you. Press bad people away. And he said this to me. He said, they talk about white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy, white privilege. He talked about, you know, there's a privilege being white. I said, but also a privilege to be black.
Facts.
There's also a privilege to be Hispanic.
Facts.
It's a privilege to be Jewish. It's a privilege to be an American.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Yes. Bang.
So this is the night that we live as Americans.
No teleprompters, bro.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Anytime. It's by the way.
What I'm really rocking with
something
too is
anybody
like
can pick up
how
from your
much
parents for raising the
that
the kids that they've raised. Candace,
they
I
got
was
some
looking
all
at
stars
data.
up here,
So
man.
for me, I'm always looking to see case study. What is difference between 2024 and 2020?
Oh yeah,
One of the
this is
things
like
that we talked about on the podcast a few weeks
the
ago,
Avengers,
that it showed in
or better yet, the Justice
2016,
League.
Trump got 6% of the African American vote.
I had saw this
and then it
ad.
went to 8%.
That was
and I
pretty much saying
like 18% right
that
now.
you almost getting
Why do you
like
think
6
that is,
presidents
I've been
because
so
it's like
excited about this.
Donald
I've
Trump,
said black men have been my
RFK,
pride and joy
Tulsi
this election.
Gabbard,
We've come a very
Vivek,
long way, me and
JD
Black America,
Vance.
because
You know what I'm
we
saying?
were
And
just
Elon.
really fighting the BLM
Like it's like all these
rhetoric,
people
and,
kind of coming through
the world
together.
was gonna
Like,
be
yo,
over because of George Floyd, and they've completely flipped on this. I mean, women as well. Black women are shifting as well, slower, but black men have done a complete 180, and I've been talking about it on my show. And I think it's just, you just can't keep running the same play before people start to look up and go, wait a second, my life was just better under Trump, right? First and foremost, I don't think black men were convinced by Kamala whatsoever.
You know what's crazy?
Her being a woman.
The culture hates on Candace, but she's literally like a beautiful black woman who's super intelligent.
And for people
has
trying to use the
her own
excuse of,
mind.
oh, well,
right?
She's just the VP. Tell that to Dick Cheney.
And she's still super feminine.
I don't want to hear.
I think of course, her also being the border bar.
90% of them that I see like bitches like Sexy Red.
Came down to
Cardi B. So I don't want to hear nothing from them.
Yo, Leon getting hot, bro.
Wasn't that bad. Here's the other thing about running.
I don't want to hear nothing from them. Oh, Candace Owens. There was a she got her clothes on. She looks feminine. She looks proper.
He said, if you rock with Ice Spice, if you was rocking,
put you back in slave chains,
think you the
you're gonna
shit,
be back in the South,
you ain't even a fart.
And he was an unknown.
He
So
said,
it
I
was
don't want to
maybe
hear what you got
everybody's
to
saying it because
say.
they were so aggressive. We actually have never seen the media line up in a way against, I don't think, in my lifetime at least, any candidate the way that
Oh
they
my
came
God,
out
this
Trump
is
when he was running
hilarious,
against,
bro.
Hillary Clinton. I've never seen them use that intense of rhetoric, like really making people think we were going to be back in slave chains. It was that ridiculous. And then he gets in office and that doesn't happen. Actually, like, the gas prices come down, they're living okay.
You know what was funny about that time too? Because I distinctly remember right after Trump became president, and like after some of these things started happening, I was kind of confused because I was even on the Bernie train back then, and I was convinced that he was going to ruin the country. And like when the gas prices was coming down, I even remember back then being like,
say just the average
this is weird. Like it was kind of like a thought in the back of my head, almost like some cognitive dissonance. Like I was even still
the election is in November
in the Matrix back then.
So we just went
you know what I'm
through the
saying?
year of lockdowns.
So like
that's why I appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, it was
craziness, and that comes after the 3 years that preceded it of all
it was just a bit of a crazy situation because I'm from once again, like I was saying earlier, I'm from California. These things aren't just talking points, right? Like I grew up under the thumb of this stuff and have been influenced by it. And it's like now I'm like, nah, man, this shit's not cool, bro. Like this is not what it needs to be.
Attractive sales pitch to a lot of people.
You know what I'm saying?
Who were just by the end of 2020 tired of all of it. But the problem is, in addition to what Candace was saying, which is absolutely right, then Joe Biden got in. And guess what? We didn't go back to normal.
If I'm not mistaken.
We went to something even crazier than the 4 Trump years were. And then that revealed that the problem wasn't Trump.
People really don't like celebrity endorsements anymore.
Oh yeah. I'm over it, bro.
Like I think the worst.
It's laughable.
Wait, are they calling Pennsylvania?
No. Tom, are you guys calling? You're not calling Pennsylvania yet. That's
Wait.
just 42% reporting.
Yeah.
42%. They just threw everybody off. Hang on one second. But do you have an update for us?
It's very, very, very quick. Very, very quick. He is just.
Tom, we can't hear you, buddy.
Hold
Mike,
up, I'll give him
closer
my
to
mic.
you. Hang on. Guys, if Tom uses the mic, Tom talks dirty to his wife very softly. We have to raise the audio with Tom. Tom's method of talking dirty is soft. Please know it by now. Respect his game. I'm
PBD
sorry, Tom,
is
on
so
behalf of our
corny.
crew here.
PBD, let him talk, bro.
Bailey,
I was about to say,
I am so
just let him talk, bro.
That's his 2 daughters. Shout out to Bailey going to Rice, but go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, what a weird
As
thing
you
to
can
say.
see,
With
it's only
his daughters.
42% reporting, but as you can see, as the vote comes in Pennsylvania, he is now half a point up, and in Georgia,
Let's go.
and in Georgia,
Let's go.
79% is reported.
Let's go.
But,
Yeah, they over here talking about, oh my God, this might be.
There's a lot of votes coming in from Atlanta, and so he's got just under a 6-point lead right now with a lot coming in Atlanta.
They over here talking about like, yo, this might take days, it might take a week. Even Barack was out there saying that. And it's like, bro, we could end up calling this shit early, bro. That might happen.
All right, okay. But by the way, while we're doing this, I want to go
because if he
back
win
to
a
Candace.
few more of
Can
these
you do me a
states, it's a
favor?
wrap, bro.
Can you go on
Ain't no
YouTube?
like, ain't
Watch
no
this,
way that
folks.
she got to
Let me show
pass
you
the
what's
victory.
going on and what you're part of right now.
Right.
This is YouTube. First, show how many people we have right now live concurrent, so we can compare ourselves to everybody else. How many do we have? 191,000 people. Already a few million people have watched tonight's live broadcast. But why don't you go back, Rob, and show everybody else on the homepage, comparing us to everybody else. Go all the way to the top. Zoom in a little bit so we can see it. If you can zoom in. So let's see. No, I can't see the one on the left.
I don't really care
NBC got
about
it.
how
They're
much,
at the
how
top.
many views.
What else do you see if you go a
I
little
want to
on
Facts.
Twitter?
This PBD being
Everybody is watching to
PBD.
see what the hell is going on tonight. With that being said,
And
Candace
this is
Owens,
why he's a
please continue. You
useful,
were saying
I almost said
Well, I
idiot.
was also going to say that the
I
celebrity
don't want to say
endorsements,
he's
I
an
think, are now
idiot like
hurting.
he's just got no
I have to
knowledge. The
say, this
man's
was the
a
first
You
year
said
where I
they're
was
not
like,
working.
millionaire
They're not
they're
working.
not
with a
working, they're
successful
hurting
network,
now.
so he's
And
not
you
an
saw
idiot,
this
but
because towards the end, they just ran
colloquially
out every,
speaking, he's a
it was
useful
like
idiot.
every celebrity got the call in the last 4 days. But it was really interesting to just be in the comment section of LeBron James, you know, and when he
Talk
was
about it.
basically supposed to be the king and black men are supposed
I
to just listen to
unfollow
whatever
LeBron
he says.
as soon
I
as
mean, I am
he,
telling
yo,
you, the
'cause
comments under his post were 80% negative.
Sky is
let me say this,
slowly
right?
waking
Because
up.
I don't care about how normal everyday individuals vote. I don't care. You guys can endorse whoever. Celebrities, I think it's like a little bit of a different situation. And when
It's almost like tampering in a way. On any side, to be honest. But it goes on so much, it's just a tradition now. But it just feels like, just shut the fuck up. Don't tell us what to think. But go ahead.
Yeah. But I want to kind of play this video because as soon as I saw that LeBron thing, I unfollowed him. And I want to play this video because I think it kind of goes into why these fucking celebrity endorsements aren't working. But it's part of that Elon Musk and Joe Rogan conversation.
I'm sure if you go to Diddy's house, it probably feels real weird.
You
Probably feels
know-
weird walking around that house. Probably like, what the fuck happened here?
Yeah.
I bet there's some memories in that house. You know?
Sounds rough, man.
Well, it's just amazing how many people on the Diddy party list that are supporting Kamala. Too.
Yeah, seriously. It's like insane.
Publicly, openly, like all in.
Yes. It's like J-Lo like was like his ex-girlfriend. and it's like now deciding she's like warning people against Trump. I'm like, well, wait a second. So how many people did she warn against Diddy?
Right.
Oh, 0. Okay.
Right.
Well, maybe we shouldn't trust her opinion.
Did you see the Babylon Bees take on it? Did you see the Babylon Bees?
Babylon Bees awesome, but
oh my God, they're so on fire because the left can't say anything.
Well,
the Onion has been crippled.
Well, the problem is that like the
Find that post.
The woke ideology makes like humor illegal.
Yes.
So when like there's so many humor no-fly zones,
right?
You can't make fun of anything.
Yeah. The Babylon Bee had a thing about Kamala Harris. Diddy's ex-girlfriend urges Americans to trust her judgment. Yeah. By the way, you get to see how bad an actress she is too. That speech was terrible.
Like if she's going to be warning people, why did she never warn anyone about Diddy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so strange to watch play out. It seems like the Diddy thing was like an Epstein type compromise deal where he had, whether he was doing it himself, conceivably, people want to think that he's attached to some intelligence agency or something like that. I think he's a gangster who made $1 billion and knew how to control people by compromising them. That's what I think. Whether or not he had help, I don't know. Whether or not he shared some of that information with people so they knew they had compromising stuff on people, I don't know. But clearly he was doing it for his own jollies too. There was something sick about it.
Yeah. I mean, but the thing is that people in the music and entertainment industry had to know that Diddy was like abusing, kids basically. And yet they still fed him kids. And like, where's the accountability?
There had to be rumors. There had to be. They
had to know.
Yeah,
they had to know.
Cat Williams is talking about it on
exactly.
Yeah, on that podcast.
But like who's feeding him the kids?
Right.
Yeah, man. Like when he said, it's crazy how many people that are on these. I mean, if they've been going to these Diddy parties that are endorsing Kamala Harris, it seems kind of weird. I got upset when Eminem did it as well, because it's like, hey, this goes against everything that you've been talking about, bro. Like your whole career, bro. You've been going in on Bush and Cheney, and then you're turning around and standing lockstep in arm with Cheney's warhawk daughter and trying to tell me that I should vote for Kamala Harris. Like, it's just things that have been just too weird, right? And to answer this question, no, I'm still not on that, Mama Bear. But at the same time, I can't rock with somebody that kind of does something, in my opinion. Look, I don't think that this is any different, and this is just in my honest opinion, because people get mad, especially Black people. They're upset, understandably, about the history of slavery in this country. But I've always said, hey, it's not like they went over there and kidnapped us, right? Like we were sold into slavery from where we were, right? So obviously we have the potential to be able to sell our own people out, if that is what was happening for hundreds of years, right? So I don't think that what we see now is any different from what was going on back then. I just think it's a more modern version of what was going on back then. So let's go ahead and get back to what Candace was saying, and we'll try to get caught up with this stream.
I'm back, bro.
I think there's something about it that feels very patronizing. That they're obviously rolling out these LeBron James.
Even Cardi B was the worst one, though.
Obama,
she over there,
think him coming out and
I'm not gonna
and talking to the
endorse any more candidates, and then she comes out and, hey guys, I'm on stage for Kamala Harris. It's like, bro, it's weird.
Secondly, when have you ever been a brother? When have you
Affleck
ever
knew
been
better.
in any sort
That's
of
why Affleck left,
that
bro.
would make you relate to Black Americans. You grew up in Singapore and Hawaii, and you went to wealthy schools your entire life. It's an act. His name is Barry Soetoro, and watching.
I want to say this real quick about
people watching him suddenly patronize Black men and pretend like he's been a part of some struggle. I genuinely think they got pissed off. I think they really went, okay, it's just too obvious right now.
Candace, are you trying to say that Cardi B's endorsement of Kamala did nothing to sway your vote? I know you and Cardi.
Or
Megan Thee Stallion. I mean, come on.
I gotta say, when Sexy Red came out and put her butt cheeks in the air, I was almost compelled. I was
First of all, that is not hyperbole. She literally posted a picture endorsing Kamala Harris with her ass in the air. But what were you gonna say, Leon?
Are you serious, bro?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh Lord. Wow. Oh, okay. No. I wouldn't even compare her to Cosby. Like, listen, pre slip things in your drink Cosby was the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Like he was like the picture of, you know, family man, etc. You know, post knowing you just can't eat all the yellow pudding from the Cosby. You know, things changed. Anyway, though, Jennifer Lopez is not beloved or liked at all in Florida.
At all.
Especially South Florida. They hate her. Every time she's in South Florida, people cringe because every time she's there, she makes people feel like slaves to her. She'll shut down entire areas just so she can do her hair or buy something. And then she treats the people that are serving her like absolute garbage. So yeah, Jennifer Lopez is like,
which I've heard over here in LA too.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I've heard very similar things in LA, and from other people in the entertainment industry. Tommy Davidson kind of spoke about it. How she kind of didn't talk to them after she kind of made it, and literally like walking by people, and you know, it's crazy, man.
They put her on, and the crazy part is this is stuff coming from like her community, the Boricuas, Puerto Rican community. This isn't like, you know, white establishments or like obviously them too, but like this is like the Hispanic community, the Latin community, the specifically Puerto Rican community in Florida who are like F her, basically.
You mean Jenny don't get no love from the block? I thought she was Jenny. I'm just Jenny from the block.
Yeah. That one pulled me. That one pulled me.
By the way, here we go. Can you not realize today? You know what? Who are really pissed off? I want to know where, because
we are well behind.
So she stopped running on that by the end of the campaign. Very scary.
Candace, you do got to give her a little bit of credit. I mean, as former comedians, current comedian, to be able to do accents wherever you go. Incredible. She's doing an Indian accent and a hey girl accent, like.
Hold on. The stage. What's the latest?
Yo, who is that again? I forgot, man. He's so lame.
Come on, Jill Stein's making a comeback. Let's go, Jill.
All right.
Hey. Shout out to Jill Stein.
We have
y'all leave Jill alone, man. She dope.
We have no surprise here, but the mountain states.
Yes, we have Idaho, Montana, and Utah all called for Trump.
Let's go.
3 more states for Trump.
So it's 270 to win, but if you look at that scoreboard above Pat, we're at 230, and it's 270 to win, and we've got, so you can see the VT News.
Too close for me, Tom.
Yep. So now 52% have reported in Pennsylvania, and he is at 2 full points. With a
so his lead is just getting bigger.
Like that 3-point win in Pennsylvania, but there's a lot left. Then
should we mention North Carolina?
Then Georgia, we're at 83% reported now, and it's
Georgia was another one that if he get Georgia, man, bro.
83% in, 190,000 lead, 68% probability of winning.
And he's 159,000 votes away from being more votes than he got last year. I mean, last in 2020.
Wow.
So that's feeling very good. And we mentioned it, but we'll show you North Carolina officially says swing state is done.
Hey.
This is
Tom, North Carolina's done.
Call.
North Carolina's done.
Let's go, baby.
Call.
North Carolina.
Yes.
It's done. Wow.
Are you joking?
Yep. We called it about 30 minutes before the other broadcast networks. So those of you who've been watching, welcome.
See? Hey, I told you, PBD was supposed to have some good numbers, bro.
52% in. Now remember, Arizona took all that heat for all the trouble they had last time, and so they've got their systems in place. And look, they've only been closed an hour, and like Florida, they had 52% reported, and you can see she has a slight lead. However, right here in Phoenix, underperforming versus last time. We'll take it to you. So she's underperforming a little bit there in Maricopa County. And when you add the whole thing up, it says...
Tom, you just all of a sudden, like, You stopped. You stuttered 5 times. Did something make you nervous, or what was that?
No. Basically, she's underperforming what the Democrat Joe Biden did in
Maricopa County.
In Maricopa, in
Can
Phoenix.
you go to 2020? Can we see 2020 Trump at Maricopa or no?
I don't know if it's going to swing, but it's tight. And so right
They
now
can't hear
we've
one
got
another.
a 57% chance, because if you look at the
Yeah, because I
stuff
think
that
he's
hasn't
asking if they
reported,
can change that image to
we know where
2020.
that is, and it's yeah, correct.
I got it.
So we've got about 34 minutes before more polls close and we get to the West Coast. But we have one other quick update.
Jill Stein is closing in. I'm just telling you guys right now. Jill Stein is making a comeback.
Oh, Trump smashing in
You look
Wisconsin.
at Wisconsin. There's
But
a lot of city left in
it's
Wisconsin.
still, it's still a lot of.
But
let's go, baby.
Yeah.
50-50. Tom, are you able to go back to the overall presidential odds? Overall presidential odds, it was the last screen, you were just there?
Right there.
Not on the state? No, it was the previous slide. Yeah,
we're at
so
71%.
PBD, here, can I give you what
I'm
I'm
about to
saying
go to
here?
one of these.
Shout out to
states.
W. Mir.
Tonight, Vegas, before we started announcing
Oh, go ahead. What happened?
had
With the
Trump
$5 super.
60% chance, Kamala 40.
I
As you can
said,
see here, it's
shout out to
now
W. Mir with the
increased
$5 super chat saying,
to
I just
71-29. So Tom,
remembered
can you
Will I
confirm
Am
Tom Kornacki
with
that things
Thugnificent
are
from the
dramatically
Boondocks
trending
endorsing
towards Trump's direction,
Obama.
if not a landslide?
Well, right.
If you know, you
We'll know when we get there.
Right?
Washington, D.C.
Bro.
went for Kamala Harris.
He
Candace
said Thugnificent.
we went to the Secretary of Elections in
Thugnificent,
Washington,
bro.
D.C.
That's-
We weren't able to talk to him because he was being mugged at the time. So
Hold on, let me find a drop for the homie.
Georgia?
What, Thomas?
So, by the way, we just went over 88%, and we're calling Georgia. Georgia.
Oh shit, Georgia's
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Cornell West. Cornell.
We are at 246.
Let's go, baby. That's it. USA. USA. USA.
Hey.
USA. USA.
Well, God bless you. We'll see you in about 25 minutes.
You let me know whatever the next update is. That is wild. By the way, one of my favorite guests I've had on the podcast all year long.
Let me give you a
Him
drop,
and I
bro.
have established a relationship that I just love something. Some of you, if you saw the podcast, this guy got a total of 25 million views on our podcast with all the clips combined. He's brilliant. He's sharp. He's a fighter. He's tough. I like him a lot. He's from Poland. He's one of the parliaments in Poland. Give it up to Dominik Tarczynski. Come on up, Dominic. Let me see. How you doing, man?
Right?
Good seeing you, brother.
Yeah, if he's got Pennsylvania and Georgia, it's done. Right?
Go right ahead.
All right, let's see if we
One
can
more
get
time for
caught up a
Dominic.
little bit.
Dominic, let me do this.
Because there is no illegal migration.
Right?
Change the world twice.
Man,
As a member
how
of the
are you
Polish
feeling
Parliament
now that
twice for the European
North Carolina
Parliament?
and
At the
Georgia
moment,
have been
I am
called, bro?
a congressman for the Europe.
Man,
75 days left.
to answer yours and Josh's question,
Insurrection Act or something.
as for myself, I think if this goes the way it looks like it's going to go, I think I might have to fly out to one of
He
these
won the election
anti-delete
They ramped up
the kiddo in the womb
and then
states. Go knock up me a beautiful cooperative white woman.
with these
And
all the people
let me stop.
who doubled
Bro, this is dope.
Donald Trump
This is
that
incredible.
he put in says this supporters
incredible.
and critics alike. He's
Celebration's
very
about to be nothing but champagne.
subject to flattery. Donald Trump is an egomaniac, and if
So
you
what does
tell him how
Batman and
great
Superman
he
have
is,
planned to
he
celebrate?
loves
Hey,
you. And so what
I'm
you're gonna
about
see
to,
is a
I'm
bunch
about
of
to
never
crack
Trumpers
me a
attacking
bottle
Donald Trump, and then you're going to see a
or
bunch of
something.
people
You know what I'm saying?
Mike Pompeo
Bro, Dave Smith.
Cheney's pitch for defense secretary.
Dave Smith is not letting this Mike
Going up and
Pompeo shit go,
bragging
bro.
about how loyal he is to Donald Trump and
Wait,
telling
wait.
Donald Trump how awesome he is. So everybody who's a Trump supporter, it's our job from now, assuming he wins till January 20th, to make it clear that we do not support Donald Trump putting any neocon warhawks in his cabinet at all.
Nah.
None of them.
I get that.
Zero.
Hey, that's why Dave is the GOAT, bro.
1000% agree. I think they already have their option B ready to go, which is an infiltration of the Trump campaign, this populist movement. I have been genuinely shocked to see how accepting he has been of the never Trumpers. And this idea is that it's unity. No, they weren't with you in 2016. They weren't with you in 2020. They weren't with you in 2024. They were with DeSantis. And then at the very end, they're like, oh, never mind, we're with you. And he's suddenly making time for these like warhawk neocons.
Such as who?
And I think it is an insult, genuinely. It is an insult.
Who are you talking about? Like specific?
I mean, like, I could name a ton of people, but I'll let Dave do that.
Mike Pompeo, David Friedman, those are two to start with right there.
And so when you see that, you're going, is that all it takes? It's just a little bit of flattery? Like they've been against you from these people were willing to have Hillary Clinton be the president of the United States rather than take a chance on you. And they never changed, not one bit. Not when you were president, they kept attacking you. And suddenly when they realize you are the option, they go,
Josh said, I already lit up myself. Hey, right?
And you see Trump, he's so trusting and accepting. He's like, oh, I'm bringing people together.
You better pay
I don't trust that.
attention to
I just
electoral
do not trust
college.
that. And
That's
so
what counts. Yep.
My concern is that
that's why it's the race to 270, bro.
The tombstone
Trump might end up winning a popular vote too. How this thing is going right now.
Because it's clearly bought them
He said
back into
Biden
the
is
circle.
laughing. You know what I'm saying?
Giving him advice. Put this person in
What's
the cabinet. Put this
going
person
on?
in the
Hold
cabinet.
up.
What you're gonna have is essentially.
Hey, I ain't even
Bruce
see.
Cheney's
We got
new
Alan Belk in the
cabinet.
house.
So
What's
that's
going on,
here.
Alan Belk?
The
How you
guard
feeling,
against
bro?
That is we get him over the finish line, and then we hold his feet to the fire, and we say we won't accept it, just like Dave Smith said. So
you know what
I'm still optimistic. We just have to be vocal that we're not going to accept neocons and never Trumpers running the Trump show.
Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say when I watch, like, for example, in sports they say, matchups makes or breaks whatever the fight's going to be. Like, who am I matching up with? If I play against a certain team, I'm going to use a different strategy than another team, then another team, then another team. The same strategy may not work in 3 different elections. I think the one thing that I like about what he did with this one here,
Biden saying, that's why Biden came out and was like, hey, Trump supporters are garbage.
Last year and a half, a big part of Israel,
what's going on? He
Hamas, Muslims. Oh my God!
Yeah,
Israel owns him.
I think
Muslims
that he might, bro.
Him. This person's this. He's a Muslim. He's a this.
I like that. I like that thought process.
Glad to have you here, bro.
Clap them cheeks on both.
We all know what we're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? The popular vote and the electoral college. Well, what's up with the electoral college right now? I thought we were doing great on that.
You got 2 people on how to handle a situation like
that. Right?
Are
we not? We're doing great on that right now, right?
Oh, yeah. He had like 246, I think it said, right?
Went and told Jews another thing. So embarrassing that CNN had to show. Have you guys seen this clip that CNN had to show the fact that have you seen this clip that CNN showed both? Oh my God, Rob, Candace hasn't seen it. We have to show this clip. How many guys have not seen this clip with the 2? How many guys? Oh, you got to see this clip. This is so embarrassing.
PBD being PBD again.
Show this clip. CNN eventually
He's so
coming up
corny,
and saying, wait
bro.
a minute, why are you showing one ad?
Shout out to him though, because he provides a platform with massive amounts of information of entrepreneurship.
In the same city.
Yeah, man.
One group.
Bro,
this is a dope panel that he got too, man.
I got through 2020, bro.
I can't even front.
With some of his tips, dog. In 2020, people didn't nobody know about this dude like that. I was on his shit. I was like, oh man, I was allocating money and putting money there and there. But I was getting paid, bro, during 2020.
Vastly different messages on Gaza and Israel. This ad is running in Michigan, which has the largest Arab population.
CNN calling Kamala out for being a chameleon.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
All right, well, it's a very different story for an ad in Pennsylvania targeting Jewish voters.
Let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend
Hey, if
itself.
you gotta go do your show, bro, we ain't tripping, man. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get that recorded.
We understand, brother.
Called Hamas
Much
Put it in
love,
that
bro.
work, bro.
We understand.
Different message, Andrew.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, very much chameleon-like messaging from Kamala Harris.
Tell me more about what you found.
Yeah, that's right. And look,
The
this
Syndicate said
illustrates
PBD is
that sort of
auditioning,
fine
bro.
line that the Harris campaign is trying to walk
Right.
here in the closing weeks,
Yeah,
closing
I
days.
guess.
I think that's pretty clear.
On the issue of Israel here,
Right.
two entirely different constituencies, and they are getting two entirely different messages. There are often times these constituencies have very opposing views on this.
Yeah.
If you are a
What's
Jewish
going
person
on,
in
Curly
Pennsylvania,
Ray?
you saw that ad that you're getting.
Hey, I'm about to go back to
Oh,
work.
snap.
Petty.
We got Mr. Nobody in the building. What's going on, bro? Right? But yo,
What's up, Mr. Nobody?
Why you gonna be petty, bro?
Talking about how she won't be
Bro.
silent on the issue of Gaza. Now, what's
These
really
two beautiful
interesting here
sisters,
is that
man.
ad that we just played.
I'm about to mess with them so heavy, bro.
In
Watch.
Pennsylvania. Now, it sort of sounds like those two clips of her talking.
Hey,
about
one up.
Israel,
You know what?
are
I'm
together,
gonna
but
say
they
that one
actually
for
cut
backstage
part of
when
it
we
out. Take a
done
listen to what
the
they cut.
thing I'm about to say. But I'll just say this. Yeah, I'm about to be petty,
over
bro.
the past 10 months is devastating. President Biden and I are working
What up,
to end
Qatar?
this war such that
Like W.
Israel
Mirren
is
says, "Oh my
secure,
God,
the
the Young
hostages
Turks are
released, the
selling get
suffering
rid
in
of
Gaza
Electoral
ends,
College
and the Palestinian
merchandise
people
on their
can
lives."
realize their
Yo,
right to
and you know what's
dignity,
funny
security,
is that
freedom,
that's actually, bro, part of this whole like
You've seen too that she
scam, bro, of
the way
like
they
bringing all
obviously
these
cut out
illegals
that
into the
portion of the ad
country,
where they
bro.
talked about Gaza
Because
from,
like
her
I
GOP
actually
speech. Those two
understand
courts
why we
were,
may need the
together. They
Electoral
selectively
College
cut that
A for
part out.
something, bro.
Now, look,
Because
she's also getting
California
hammered a lot
and New
from
York
by
would just
Republicans. We
decide
talked just a
every
couple days ago
election.
about how those
You can pause
robocalls
this
were
right now, Rob.
Yep.
You watch this. By the way, the point I'm trying to make
You know?
is there are certain sensitive
Definitely.
topics that you have to be careful on how to maneuver. Because you can lose a
He
community.
said, "I ain't
And all
going
it takes is 1%,
nowhere."
you're 1% here.
What y'all thought?
Later on, if you
Hey,
ever run
I
for
got you,
office,
bro.
you're going to be doing that yourself as well.
Hey, Bishop. Hey, he a real rider, man. Shout out to Bishop for real.
He's sitting here. He knows.
What's going on, Mr. Nobody, with the $2 super chat saying, "Yo, love that shirt." Hey, we out here, big Trump Coachella. You know what I mean?
I understand
Hold
what
up,
your
matter of fact, let me
positions
put me
may
on
be
the
for
big
him.
screen real
be able
quick.
to
You know what I
do
mean?
that
Trump
and
Coachella,
to get
bro.
Muslims in Detroit to get up on stage
You know what I'm
and say,
saying?
"This is the president we're voting
Big
for."
MAGA energy over here, bro.
Rob, do you have the clip about Muslims in
Right?
Detroit getting up there and
Big
saying, "Here's
MAGA.
who we're voting for, and this is why"? This
Hold on, let me
isn't
go ahead and get y'all a drop, bro.
8 years ago.
What are they doing here?
They're selling, Mortimer.
Well, that's ridiculous. Unless that crop report... God help us! I told you we shouldn't have committed everything, you asshole!
I gotta get Wilson and tell him to sell.
Wilson, where are you going?
Idiot! Get back in there at once and sell!
But
Donald Trump because he promised to end war in the Middle East and Ukraine.
One could say,
The bloodshed
Rob, you can pause it, Rob. In 2016, you're going up against Hillary. Dave, I'll come to you with this one. 2020
Sell, baby.
was a little bit mishandled because he was bitter, he was upset. It's unfair.
Bishop said,
Everything's
"Wait
his
a
fault.
minute, did I
COVID.
just see
How do you
CNN
handle
Internal
this
come out?"
one? This time around, you're dealing with
Nah, they
these
still
issues.
very
I
much
thought he
twerk
did a
for her.
phenomenal
They
job
just
handling
every
these
once
two
in a while
issues.
they'll throw a
And he can
bone
later
here
on
and
handle when he
there.
becomes a
Every once in a
president.
blue moon.
How's your position with this situation here?
Right?
specifically with
Yo, W. Mayor with the $5 super
Trump,
chat saying CNN now mad that Kamala was playing a Toon World deck now. That's
some people
rich.
are such anti-Israel, and the others are saying Muslim,
Bruh.
Israel.
I love the
Toon World
Yu-Gi-Oh
deck.
references, bro. What y'all know about, bruh?
Yeah, it's
Come
interesting.
on, man.
So like Kamala Harris, and you know, a lot of people
Hold
like
up.
call her stupid.
Let me play this,
and
man.
To be honest, I don't know if she's stupid or not. I know that the answers she gives when she's asked questions are stupid, but the vibe that I get from Kamala Harris is that she is Palestine question is she's going, I'm on all sides. I don't know. I mean, hey, you know, young leftist who's protesting the war, I'm with you. But hey, Jewish Israeli supporter, I'm also with you. I want all of your votes. She's not able to pull it off. Donald Trump somehow is able to pull off people
Why do you
projecting.
think? Why do you think though?
Because okay, if you're look, his
Man,
track record
a whole lot of
is-
red on that
Keep
map,
it
bro.
down, please. The audience can't hear it. If you guys are speaking, the audience can. You can whisper. They want to be able to hear it. I can hear them, but I want to make sure audience can hear it as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I'm trying to spit hot fire up here. So Donald Trump's track record.
Who's been the MVP of?
Bending over backwards for Israel and
who's been the MVP,
that
bro?
they want. And he promises
David Smith.
he's going to continue doing that. It is the worst part of Donald Trump's legacy, if you ask me. And hopefully he does a better job on that.
Because he keeps it real.
But at
He's
the
not out
same
here
time,
twerking.
Donald Trump still represents such a departure from the war machine, from the track that Washington, D.C. has been on for generations, that it's still enough for these Muslims.
Man, we
who
3
just
hours
want
in. Y'all
peace
make sure to smash that like button for the YouTube algorithm. Share the content out. Hit that subscribe button and that notification bell so you know when I'm going live. You dig?
Whereas we all know that Kamala Harris is just going to be a continuation of the status quo, which means blindly, unconditionally supporting Israel, no matter how horrific.
Go ahead and speak on your admiration or whatever for Dave Smith. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
He is the leader.
Oh, that's all I got, bro.
That is why when he says he's gonna end the war, Russian-Ukrainian war,
hit the chat a little bit here and there, but now, like Dave,
he said,
he has a talent to do.
That's all I got.
If he's able to take Jews,
but now, like Dave, the reason I follow Dave Smith is
I'll be right back, bro.
I mentioned,
oh, for sure.
gay, not stupid.
And you guys should check out Dave Smith. Look him up on YouTube. His channel is like a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the the war machine and the war industrial complex. And you know, just the history of America, the true history of America, and the modern day.
Very straight about it.
The modern day bullshit that goes on, essentially. Dave's great at it, and he kind of, I don't want to say last minute endorsed Trump, but he gradually started to slowly come to terms with the notion, in his opinion, that you know, this country needs a Donald Trump by comparison to a Kamala Harris, who is still very much planted and inserted inside of the military-industrial complex, point blank. And they like to mask that by surrounding her with all these different talking points and all these different issues that aren't immediate trouble for the country. So I appreciate Dave Smith because he's very, very highly critical of everyone, and he's highly critical of Trump and his flaws. But he says, yes, there is a lesser of two evils. And he doesn't even think Trump is evil. He just says that Trump, there's shit that he does that needs ironing out. There's people that need to be away from him. But according to Dave Smith, Kamala Harris is definitely evil. And again, he's highly critical of Trump. He's not some MAGA dude at all. You know what I mean? As the left would say, he's not some MAGA hat wearing, blah, blah, blah. Like Dave Smith is just a highly educated, highly informed libertarian
There's a guy that wants to say hello to
who
everybody.
probably would vote for like a Jill Stein or no, he would vote for an RFK. You know, and that's part of the reason what swayed him right there was when RFK came on board. Once RFK came through, it was a wrap.
We have him on.
Like that sends a huge message. If RFK rocks with you, you have some merit.
Just show his face. The moment
You know what I mean?
there he is.
If anybody's familiar with RFK. Chad, are you familiar with RFK? Let me know.
Alex, you're the man. Poland loves you.
Alex, how you doing? What's happening? How
Oh,
you feeling
Lord.
about
They got Alex Jones.
I'm watching the second American Revolution take place peacefully.
Oh,
Even if
man.
they steal this, there's no reversing it. It's explosive on the street. It's everywhere.
Yo, what's up with
All the liberals that are
PBD
good
not being
people
able
are
to hear
joining us.
anybody,
There's
but
a
we can all
global
hear
realignment,
everybody that
populist,
PBD.
anti-globalists being elected everywhere. Every
Everyone just
broadcast that's been fighting tyranny for so long, like yours, is just exploding. The
Let
corporate
Dave
old
Smith run
media
it.
has been dead for a while. Now they're just recognizing it. And we've got you and Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk and all of the cool.
Oh yeah, Alex
smart,
Jones.
hardworking,
He was ahead of all
beautiful
people.
people of every race,
The
color,
thing I was
and
talking about
creed.
this
And
with
this is a
Sky the other
magic
day.
moment,
I was
despite
saying like
all
Alex
the fraud
Jones.
and illegal
The thing,
voting,
his problem
all
is
the
he
vote
came
flipping,
out
all
too
the
early
scams,
with shit that's
all
too
the king's
deep.
horses, all the king's men
Like he's like,
couldn't steal
they're
the
reptilians,
That's
the
what it looks like.
reptilians,
I'm very
and they're
optimistic right
shapeshifters,
now.
and
Regardless, the
they're the
global elite
bloodline.
is
And it's like,
unstoppable.
bro,
Without
you
them,
can't
it
lead
only
with
makes
that.
you stronger. So no matter
You
what
can't lead
happens
with talking
tonight,
about reptiles and
America
aliens.
is back, baby. Let's
Like
go.
you have to give them the surface level shit. Let them digest that
Alex,
in intricate
anything
doses.
that you're concerned about, is there
And
anything
then
though
start
that's going on that you're
pulling
a little
them
bit paranoid
deeper
or
into the
nervous
rabbit
about,
hole. You
or
can't lead with
you're
the
pretty
fucking
steady
rabbit hole. Like, come
optimistic?
on, bro. Like, bro, I'm not jumping in
Look,
there.
I'm
You see how
always
deep that shit
optimistic.
is?
Humanity's waking up, but the globalists
You
are
gonna tell them that
overreacting
it's
to
like
war with Russia. They are
miles
totally trying to
deep
expand wars in the Middle East.
before you
They're
tell them to
flooding our
jump?
borders.
Or are you
They're
gonna say,
trying
hey
to
man, it's
consolidate
cool.
power
Don't worry
control
about
through
it.
the Great
We're gonna
Reset.
be all right. We're
And
gonna
so,
get
yeah,
you
we've
down
got a
there.
lot of opposition, a
Feet
lot
by
of
feet.
problems, a lot of powerful forces. But before
This motherfucker
America
just
was asleep,
push them
now
in.
America has woken up. The sleeping giants rubbed the sleep out of its eyes, and it's focused,
Like
and
that
it's
thing
learning
with the
fast,
Sandy Hook.
and it's very, very
I
angry.
mean,
And they've already
all
tried
I'm
to
gonna
kill
say is
Trump
this.
twice.
Some of what he said, do some research. Because there was, in fact,
Is he on or no?
in things that
Was he
happened that were
frozen or
like
no?
Sandy Hook, there were people
Okay,
who
I'm
were
here,
like
Patrick. We got another
actors
show
that kept
down there,
showing
another
up
show
and
this
showing up
wicked.
to
We'll
different
reconnect.
events and
A
doing
lot
press
going
conferences
on
and
here.
shit like that.
I
You know what
love
I'm
it.
saying?
Yeah, General Flynn breaking
So
earlier.
Well, go do your thing, Alex. Great to have you on.
yeah.
Take care, buddy.
We love you, brother.
Remember, Alex, Poland loves you. We love you in Poland, man.
He is funny. Candace, you were going to say something to Dominic about Trump. We were talking about Trump, how he
Now he sends Alex off early because
talent to go through what happened right now.
he can't hear him. Basically, that's how I look at
I was
that.
just going to add, I think when you're looking at what people are voting on right now, Israel's just not the number one issue. You've got Kamala versus him, and really, I don't think I think that even for Republicans like me, who are, I think, starting to really ask the question about why we're allowed to say, like when I first came on your show, I said, F Ukraine. I don't want to send money to Afghanistan. I don't want to send money to Ukraine. Like I'm like a Thomas Massey fan on this. But then they're like, okay, but that's totally fine, but you can't say it about Israel. So that question is, and that conversation, we're at the beginning of that conversation, I think. I think before it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. October 7th hadn't happened. The media wasn't insisting on the conversation, just like nobody was thinking about Ukraine until the media started insisting upon the conversation regarding Ukraine.
See, Sin Havoc, you doing the Alex Jones thing.
Between the two of them, between the two parties, I do think that one thing that we believe Trump on is that he doesn't want to go to World War III, right? That's the reality. And
You
so
leading them with the bottom of the rabbit hole.
as he is, like you are correct about,
You got to ease people in, brother.
Israel, we know that his support is not going to
This
be,
dude said
yes, I
Mars,
agree, let's go to
the
World
fuck?
War III. I really do believe that. I think Trump would say no to World War III. He's always kind of got the same military idea.
I ain't even saying you're wrong or right. I'm just saying like you gotta ease people
military
in.
procedure, and you're done with it. So people have faith because he's been in, the president for 4 years.
Alex Sin Havoc is Alex Jones
out of
confirmed.
everywhere, wanted the troops back home. And when he
I knew
did
it.
anything militarily, it was like Soleimani, one thing, and then it was over. So we still have faith in Trump for that. I think down the line, 2028, it's going to be a way bigger question, and we'll see what happens. But I think that we do still have faith in Trump not going to drag us into World War III. So that for me,
Yeah, no, that's,
I think that's how I felt.
come
at
on,
least.
a guy like
That's a good point.
Donald Trump wanting to go to World War III. That's the crazy part. Like these shouldn't even be questions, right? Like, are we seriously questioning whether or not a guy like Donald Trump wants to go to war?
Hello.
Can I ask him a
Hello,
question?
USA.
A fat, and I don't mean that offensively. A fat billionaire.
Old enough to vote.
He's fat
Who
because
would
he's
you
on
vote
some
for
king
and
shit.
why?
Like, you know,
Donald
he's
Trump
just he's
because
old,
of, like, the data and what
heavy
he
now.
actually did.
He's chilling.
The economy was
That guy wants. He don't want to
and
go to
stuff
war, bro.
like that, you know.
For what? For what?
He said
He
Donald
has
Trump
all the
just 'cause
money
you
in the
guys didn't hear
world.
him in the back.
He has nothing to
He's my
gain from
boy
it.
right there.
From bloodshed.
Good man. I'm not gonna steal. You'll be asleep, but I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Good night, buddy.
Good job.
By the way, he's the
I'm
most
not even
conservative
saying
guy
his
in our
hands are
family.
completely clean.
If you guys talk to this guy in a car, 2-hour drive, he says, "Turn off the radio. Let's talk politics." I'm like, "Guy, let's talk." No, I want to tell you. One time, I'm showing him the debate about him and Hillary, Trump and
here you go,
Hillary in the
PVD.
car. He's like, "Why would she say that? Does she not realize?" And my other son is selling shirts and hats right now. Two different personalities. By the way, Tom Ellsworth has an update for us.
Tommy
what's
boy.
the latest? Tell us
What is
what's
it?
going on. Give it to us.
Tom just
Tom.
saved us from another PVD rant. Thank God.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for holding it down, bro.
We have 3 calls. The
Hey, yo,
polls
no
just
problem, no
closed
problem.
in California, Oregon,
We just confirmed that Alex
and-
Jones is actually Sin Havoc
To the Senate
in the
race,
chat.
we
Has
can
been
see that
Sin
Vivek
Havoc all along.
Ramaswamy was able to provide a lot of help, and we can see that the incumbent Sherrod Brown has actually been defeated. By
Who is this
Bernie.
woman in the red?
Ohio.
Yeah, this
she's
is
actually
a pickup in the Senate. So that's a
part
pickup
of
in the Senate.
Valuetainment.
And
They've
on
been
the
doing
West Coast,
the
On the West
poll
Coast, we can
stuff
see that we have
over
California,
on the
which
channel.
was called. We have
Her
Oregon,
and Tom.
which was called. And then we have.
Sounds like she has a
what was that
slight,
one up top, Tom?
almost like an Australian accent or something.
get back here.
And Washington was called. So those are all for Harris. The West Coast, this is no surprise, guys. This is exactly what we anticipated. But things are
Or
looking
European.
progressively better and better.
Okay, so now let's check on Pennsylvania. We're up to 67% reported, and we are still 2 points. So a little over 2 points in Pennsylvania at 67%. So that's feeling pretty good. And then
Hey, facts, Austin.
Arizona, Trump
Facts.
has just pulled into the lead.
Oh, snap.
Voting for her.
Wow.
And by the way,
Arizona, Trump just pulled ahead.
it's very red right here. So it's very, very close.
Yeah, New
And
Zealand.
one
For
other
sure. Yeah, definitely New Zealand.
that we're looking at is take a look at this. Wisconsin, 61% in, and it's a 2-point lead right now.
Facts, Austin.
So the math on this becomes pretty favorable, even if you can't call.
Let me find out she
Pennsylvania.
wearing flats and
But
not
we'll take
heels
one quick look at one other state.
with that thing. Let me stop. Go, Trump.
Damn right.
And this is Nevada, and they have a, I thought they had pulled in. Sorry about that. But that's what we got.
You know how them
Pat. So
heels make that
Pennsylvania,
thing, you know.
Wisconsin, 2-point leads.
Please stop.
Arizona, it does not. The Maricopa County, a lot is reported in there, and the lead is not as large as it would need to be for a typical Democrat victory.
Chad know what I'm talking about. That's why y'all
We'll know
laughing.
more in about 30 minutes.
Wait, what did you say? The lead is not big enough for us to be able to do what?
Our numbers, and we're all looking at it here. Hey, give it up for the war room here. Look
Give
at
it up,
this.
everybody.
What is
The lead in Maricopa County is not as large as you would mathematically need it to be to overwhelm the Republican votes in the rest of the state. So that's what's going on in Arizona. So you can see, take a look at Maricopa County. See, that's only 2 points. And so the rest of the state is
24,000.
Yep.
Yeah, it says 24,000. However, it says 54% estimated reporting, and the probability rate is still for Trump 57%.
Bitches
there's
said,
a
really,
ways to go
Leon?
here, but
Yes,
there's an
yes.
awful lot of red country out there.
Got it. Got it.
So that's where we are. So we're sitting at 246. And so in 30 minutes, we'll also
I
have
love
an
me a
update on
professional
Senate
woman.
because it's looking to be a nice evening in the Senate.
Anything you're concerned about or no? Like, are you guys watching what the market is saying right
That's
now?
close.
is people, what, Rob, are you guys seeing how
Did I say 0.5 and 0.7
right now? Is anybody panicking yet?
No, there's no panicking, but there's actually a strengthening dollar overnight in Hong Kong already, right now.
I saw a clip that says, unfortunately, Kamala didn't have enough time to present herself to America. I don't know if you guys saw that clip or not.
She had 4 years.
Dana Bash.
It's not.
Oh my God, I've been sitting here talking on mute. Y'all just been letting me sit here talk on mute and ain't say nothing. Ain't nobody hold me down.
I didn't even see your
hey,
screen
yo, Scott, your
move.
mouth's moving, but ain't no
Looked like you
sound
was
coming out.
frozen.
What kind of?
Well, also, look, even in her very
Yeah, it looked like you were
time
frozen.
being a candidate, she was
Yeah.
doing her best at first.
Because I couldn't even
and she came in. That's when she.
Man, I don't even know, bro.
Unless I'm tripping.
I don't even know what I've been saying.
The less we liked what we had.
Oh, bro.
It's,
I guess Sid Havoc and them saw you.
She was so proud of
On my screen, like you were just
I
chilling.
ain't even about to try. No, he just heard me say
and
it, bro.
obviously, she was from middle class.
Oh, probably.
That
Yeah,
was her argument, her offer to Americans. You know.
So who's this dude? I know he's from Poland. They said.
And all this. What kind of future is? I mean, most of the countries
I
in
forgot
middle
who he
class
said he
or
was. He
aspiration is to
said
be a middle class. What kind of argument?
he was like
is
a
that?
former. He was like some part of their government. If
I
I'm
couldn't
not
believe that every
mistaken.
single interview when she was asked about
Oh
the
yeah,
economy
Poland
and her
loves
plans,
Trump.
she was talking, as you
I know
coming
this
from the middle class.
very much for a fact.
It's
Because
ridiculous.
of my
For us,
international
everyone is laughing at her in Europe.
communication.
I'm serious.
I'll
I
just
mean,
say that.
even liberals,
Shout out
like
to
Democrats,
them.
they obviously do not
Talk
say
about
so
cooperative
on the
and
television.
fine.
When I talk to them on
Good
the plane,
Lord.
because we travel, they're like,
Shout out to the
God,
Polish. I'll leave it at
they are
that.
embarrassed.
Former diplomat. Yeah.
And that is the problem for
Mm,
America,
okay.
for the free world. If we really see America as a leader for the free world, it is an embarrassment for all of us. That is the problem.
Listen, let me tell you guys what my phone is right now blowing up. My iPad is blowing up right now. Did you guys see what Bitcoin just hit? Bitcoin, can you pull up Bitcoin? Bitcoin just hit $74,000.
Yeah.
All-time high ever. So what they're saying is the market is saying they're leaning towards thinking Trump's winning tonight. So everyone's buying crypto. Everyone's buying Bitcoin.
I took the
Who
walk.
knows? Candace is not convinced.
Poland.
Candace is buying gold tonight, not crypto, not Bitcoin. She's a little nervous.
Hey,
Candace
and I'm with her too.
I'm just scared to sleep. As long as we all stay awake, we'll be
Who's
okay.
more scared, you or George? Who is it? More him or you?
I think we're probably equally scared to sleep. Yeah.
He messaged me.
I mean, I gotta say, guys, I do, and I don't mean to be the bummer here, but like this is not over yet. And I'm just saying, as I'm sitting here looking at the map, Pennsylvania is what this is all coming down to. Like we've been saying all night long. Now Trump could still win without Pennsylvania, right? He would need a combination of maybe Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. It's very unlikely that he pulls off Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. It's much more likely if he gets it, it goes through Pennsylvania. And I'm just saying, Pennsylvania, it's as of right now, what has he got? A couple 100,000 vote lead?
70,000.
So we got 59% to 41%. That's what we're at right now in terms of the election. Now, I'm not saying that looks good for Trump, but that's far from spike the football
Trump is
territory.
51.1, Harris 47.9, 70% of the ballots. So it's not that bad.
But all that matters is the Electoral College. And
But look, I'm going to tell you something, going back to Ms. Harris. Their biggest problem was that they really live in a bubble. And they are around a bunch of stupid liberals all the time. And they really think that the American people are stupid. And so she believed coming out saying what you were saying, I'm from the middle class, would be enough. She believed that people were stupid enough to believe that she actually had the talent to be president of the United States of America and that Barack Obama.
I'm just seeing this
coming out
clip, Sky. I don't know if you've seen this.
his little skinny finger in black people's faces telling us, you better vote for boy. We're going to be enough to get it done because it always has been before. But they don't know it's a new day in America. And you don't tell us what to do any longer. So it's going to be a rude awakening for all of them tomorrow.
Wait, what was your question, bro?
And we're going
Nah, I just sent you a clip on Ticket DMs.
Brian, you stepped away for a few minutes. They told me You were crying in the corner, then you were happy. Which story should I believe? The one crying or the one laughing happy?
I'm in a wait and see moment, but the air just got sucked out of this room. I don't know why. You guys are all low energy. And but I understand because it's not over. It's not over. So that's one thing. That's one of the beautiful things about this whole republic.
Well, let me show you this. I think you guys may enjoy this. Anybody knows who Joy Reid is? Yep. You guys know Joy Reid?
Yeah. Unfortunately,
she had Donald Trump's haircut. Rob, if you can show this clip of Joy Reid.
Is this video from right now?
This just happened right now.
By the way, if I wasn't here, I would be home watching MSNBC. It's the only time I ever loved to watch them.
By the way, if you're interested, Comcast is selling MSNBC as of yesterday. Ooh. If you're interested in buying MSNBC, Rob, play this clip of Joy Reid just to make Dave Smith happy, please.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place? It's a pure.
Hey, bitch, keep my state name out your fucking mouth.
They're not creative. She's not creative. They're just so uncreative. They just keep repeating the same.
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming for probably about another hour or so at least.
It's like there's a
I'm gonna try to see how. Like, I don't really have a time limit. I'm just going for as long as I can go.
To anybody, right?
Hey man, if you want to know the contempt the left
For
has
sure.
for Black Americans, you turn on MSNBC and look at Joy Reid and Al Sharpton.
Oh,
They are the worst people in the world, and they have made them the spokesman for Black America. That shows you the contempt they have for us, that we will listen to such terrible people. They are nothing but race baiters. They're contemptuous. They're terrible. And as soon as we get them off TV, the best. They're going broke anyway. Let's just break them.
And Dave, if I may, the worst thing is that they think that most of Americans are waking up in the morning and they're thinking about abortion. Let's have an abortion. That's their main concern every single time. So because they use this argument as a weapon during this campaign. They don't know that the most of Americans are thinking about the inflation, the bills to pay. They think in their brains that the most important subject which will give them a victory is abortion, killing of babies. This is what they think. And this is the most scary part of it because they are out of control. They think that killing of babies is the most important thing for the Americans. And let's win the election with a killing, a baby. This is scary for America.
Yes.
This has to be stopped.
Yeah, it's not even, it's worse
Thank
than
you.
scary. It's quite demonic. I mean, they ran the
It is, yeah.
election on the murder of babies. Like that is just, and I want to be very clear. I'm always the person that tries to be much more understanding of the pro-choice side because I just remember vividly learning in health class that a baby was just a clump of cells. So I'm actually very compassionate towards these young women that support abortion because I'm going, no, they're actively learning in school that the responsible thing to do, like the science that they're learning is that it's a clump of cells. They don't just want to murder babies. But then when you see them now become so radical, they've even lost their own side on this because most of those girls are not thinking like, wow, well, I wouldn't stake my entire life and like, I must be able to abort my child. Like there's something about that is very scary, especially when it's a woman that's running, right? She's got no kids. She's got no kids of her own. And she's staking her election chances on just being able to sell to women that if you don't elect me, you won't have the right to murder your kids. I mean, that is just the reality of what she ran on. I would say that was her number one issue.
How do you feel about that?
What
Being like the
tonight,
number
but
one
especially
issue
if
for
Donald
Kamala
Trump
Harris
wins,
in this
they
election
will not run the same game again
campaign.
because they went
Which one? Talking about the deletion of kiddos in the womb?
effing cats, right?
Yeah.
Posting on Instagram.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Like, that's all they got.
J-Lo. I mean, they went.
I'm tired of hearing
LeBron
about it.
James. They ran every
And I'm gonna
celebrity
say it
that they
again.
had
It's all the
in order to convince
304s.
the public that they had to vote against
It's the
Trump.
most
And what's happening
crucial
right
thing.
now,
My
they've
body,
already
my
lost
choice.
this
Man,
election.
just go talk to your
It's gonna be
local
interesting to see how they
senator
win
and
it, no matter
governor,
what. But I think we
mayor
have now
to go fix it in your own state if it's bothering you that
the way
much.
that we have proven that
Because
people
the
are
only
fundamentally
thing that
changing
I
how they vote,
advocate for when it comes to
especially
that would
black
be
men.
if
That has
there's
been
a
so
sexual
shot
assault
the Democratic Party.
or if there is a
LeBron
complication
James doesn't
during
work. If
pregnancy. You know
Beyonce
what I
doesn't
mean?
work.
Like if
If
there's a
Taylor
serious medical
Swift and her
complication
cat doesn't work.
for the
And as Safi
kid
posts
and
about,
for the mother,
childless
then
women with
you
cats,
have a medical expert come through, they handle business, do their thing, right? Other than that, if you the highest statistics on the topic state that they're using it as contraception. They're using it like it's a condom. They're using it like it's a Plan B pill. You know what I mean? And it's women that are collegiate.
Like, that is really incredible.
It's women that are collegiate.
Most reliable.
And I want you to rewind that in a second. I'm just saying this one more time. It's women who are collegiate, women who are a part of university, women who are lettered, women who are licensed, who are overly utilizing the deletion of kiddos in the womb
And you know,
like it's a sexual contraception.
They're running on destruction.
So this isn't like
This for a second.
some major issue
As far as they're
because
concerned,
people are getting assaulted left and right. No, it's
and our
women are using it like, I just had a great time and I have a career. I don't want to have this kid.
and all these things.
Time to
The
snip,
only
snip.
way to equalize the playing field
It's crazy.
is not to change them or work with anybody. It's to tear them down, which is why they don't want to debate, which is why they don't want to talk.
Let me
That's what they
play this
want,
video
and that's destroy
that
and we'll
Leon sent over.
The U.S. Supreme Court just got involved in making sure the election is fair. Along straight ideological lines, the High Court has just cleared the way for Virginia to remove non-citizens from its voting rolls, basically upholding Virginia's election laws.
The state of Virginia was adamant these were individual non-citizens. And remember, it's illegal for a non-citizen to register and say they're a citizen. It's also illegal for a non-citizen to vote. And they should expect, if they do vote illegally, they will be prosecuted.
Tell you basically we got to tear things down to make things more equal. No, not so. The rest of us don't
Crazy that had to be actually addressed.
Soon we're going to give you guys another update.
Yeah, because they tried. You know,
Rob, play this clip.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It goes back to what James O'Keefe had revealed.
About what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout.
Very slowly coming in.
the warning signs, huh? Yeah. Nah, bro. They're gonna try to make this shit as drawn out as possible.
Do you have an update, Tom? If you do,
yes, I do.
It's 11:19.
Uh-oh.
What is the latest, Mr. Ellsworth?
Let's hear from Tom.
So let's go take a look in the Senate. We already know that we had one Senate flip.
Tom.
Three key races here. And Candace, I know you're a student of this stuff. So we know what happened in Ohio. Let's go see how the other Democrat incumbents are doing in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, there we go. With 62% in, it's a tight race, but Eric Hobday is ahead of incumbent Tammy Baldwin. That would be a flip if it holds up. In Pennsylvania, so David McCormick is 80,000 votes ahead of Bob Casey with 72%. That would be a flip. So that's the Senate, and that's pretty big because the president needs a majority in the Senate. That's the executive branch, and it's the Senate. So we have that. It is getting, let me go back to president here. We're up to 75% reported, and it is now a 3-point lead in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Nice.
If he wins Pennsylvania, does he win the election?
That's it.
Is that
That's
it?
it.
That's it.
If he wins, he wins.
Really?
Well, what do you got him at? He's at 246. Pennsylvania's 20. So that would put, or Pennsylvania's 19 rather. So that would put him to 265.
He would be 5 short.
4 points within 4 points.
265. He's 5 away, and he's gonna pick up 5 others. If he wins Pennsylvania, he wins.
So where we're at with Pennsylvania, and there's one more district in Nebraska that has gone. So he's sitting on 247 right now. With Pennsylvania, he would need 3 for 270.
But Patrick can buy him those votes.
And may I, but may I call your attention to Alaska?
What's going on
That's
in
it.
Oh yeah.
Alaska?
Pennsylvania plus Alaska, and this election is concluded.
So, in other words, to make it simple, stupid for everybody, if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has to win everything else in order for her to win. The only scenario where Trump loses if he wins Pennsylvania is if he has to lose Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Maine, Nevada,
Not gonna
Arizona,
happen.
and Alaska. I mean, that's
The alleged whitest, the alleged most racist places on the United States. Right? If we're going by the blue hair playbook, right? Right? Yeah.
All the celebrities that are going to leave U.S. What airlines are they going to use?
Yes.
That's true.
What did he say?
I'm going to text Tom Hanks. How are you, man? What airline you picking?
Oh, wow.
I don't know. Something about texting Tom Hanks.
Tom
Many
Hanks.
of them against democracy, they call themselves Democrats.
Go ahead.
But only when they're winning. If they're losing, there's no democracy.
They call themselves Democrats when they're winning.
This guy's funny.
If they're losing, it's no.
Republicans, conservatives in
Did he
Poland
bring-
called fascists. Then they call us communists. They didn't know how to deal with us. They lost 7 times in a row in Poland. 7 times nation says no. We don't want you. So obviously, then they said there is no rule of law under your government, under your administration. So it's always the same thing. They are fighting for democracy. They called it. They're fighting for the rule of law. I'm not sure if you're waking up every morning and you have this, words of rule of law, democracy, all this on your plate. They are using it as an excuse. They think that democracy is only when they're winning. This is this is madness. If you lose, it's a part of democracy as well. They don't accept it. Exactly.
That's facts, though. If you lose, that's democracy. You don't say, hey, we're going to go out and say Donald Trump is disqualified on January 6, 2025.
Realize that when they say democracy,
right?
what they mean is
Say it
their
again.
rule over us.
That's right.
That's all it's ever meant.
Right.
They said when they were backing the coup in 2014 in Ukraine, which by the way is a big part of the reason why there's the war there now. The
Talk to
National
him, Dave.
Endowment for Democracy poured in millions of dollars to support a coup to overthrow a democratically elected president. Because democracy means DC ruling the entire world. That's all it's ever meant. It's not a real thing. Democracy is fake.
You know, we talked about the black male vote.
The goat.
This isn't happening
Black male vote.
by happenstance.
Yes.
Candace
thank you.
Owens and I have been working on this for years.
Mm.
We've been doing podcasts. They're black podcasters. David has given us platforms, and other people have also. Tucker Carlson, a lot of people have, to tell the truth about the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Barack Obama. And it's been working. We've been chipping away at it. April Chapman with her Standard of Proof podcast. There have been black podcasters out there.
Yo, what's this
working
guy's
behind the
name,
scenes for years to turn the black
You know
male vote
PBD
in the
don't be
black
doing
community
right,
against the
man.
Democratic Party. And finally,
I'm
after
surprised he
years
ain't
and
call
years
him
of
bro
work,
100
we
times.
finally struck oil.
Every time there's a black person up,
It's gonna be great for
no
me
matter
to
how
see
much,
that the Democrats are losing
how
tonight,
intelligent
and
they
they're
are,
gonna lose because the
how
black
much wealth
vote
they
finally
have,
turned against them.
it's bro.
Bravo. Big mistake. Rob, you got a clip? Is there a latest updates? I see a lot of Justins. Justin.
Uh-oh.
Do you have that one, Rob?
Tom has an update.
Oh, Tom has an update.
Tom got an
We
update.
like when Tom's got an
He
update.
said we like when
Okay,
Tom got.
Tom,
Yeah,
only if it's
I
a
like
good
when Tom got an
update.
update too.
It is a good update.
Let's see what you got, Tom.
Bring it.
Okay. The update we have is Maine Congressional District 1, which is a small Republican fort in the middle of Maine, has been called. So now it is 248.
Okay. Here we go.
19
Oh,
is
wow.
267.
And
19 is 267.
no, and add 19 to 248.
No. I'm counting Pennsylvania. What's Pennsylvania?
19.
So that would put it at 267 is what I'm saying.
That's correct. And Alaska is?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Too big to rig.
Woo. Tom, if you get this thing right tonight, everyone's buying you a drink tonight.
He called him Jim Crow Joe.
I like Blue Moon, by the way. If you like Blue Moon, Tom's a Blue Moon guy.
You know what? I think all of
That's
America
hilarious.
should find somebody that
Jim
disagrees
Crow
with
Joe.
them and offer to
Oh, I just saw it. Facts, right?
He's like Jim Crow Joe.
Facts.
You're amazing.
Hey, that was a good one,
You're
Sid.
amazing. Rob, go to the
Facts.
clip you got, folks. Turn your attentions to this video. Go for it.
Shout out to the PBD podcast
It is
for doing this
Democrats'
too,
nature
because
to
they've been
be
holding this
anxious,
down, and
we
this
are
is a dope
certainly at
panel.
peak
I gotta
anxiousness. I think the
find
conversation
out
that you were
that black dude's
having in the
name.
last panel about the Latino vote is really
Nah, PBD
interesting.
gotta
Some
tell
of
us.
these numbers are a little
Dropping
bit
the ball
jaw-dropping, looking at potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states, and that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say though that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off, and as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in, and Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today, and the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
And by the way, she's not a Trump supporter. She can't stand Trump. So just so you guys know, the person I just talked, what did you just get? You just got it saying Kamala Harris's camp is not responding?
Yeah, apparently Kamala Harris's headquarters is no longer responding to the news and giving statements right now. So they are feeling a bit glum over
very glum.
so.
Chuck Schumer looking very glum.
Can you imagine, like, right now,
Yo,
sitting there on the other side.
Jake Hager. Jake Hager, he's a professional wrestler. He used to work for WWE, and now he works for AEW.
Wait. What was his name before Jake Hager? Don't tell me.
Guys, you realize
it was.
Right now we're at 257,000 people live watching this podcast.
I only just remembered just now.
Nice.
Hear me out when I say this.
Huh?
For those that are watching,
what was his name?
We thank
I give you a
for
hint.
Wait,
Nick Jagger.
Why are you watching us? Why are you here? None of us are from Columbia. We didn't go to Yale. We didn't go to Harvard. We don't have a journalistic. I don't know if you do, Dave.
What was
I think
it?
you do. None of us have a journalistic
Jack Swagger.
degree that we're doing. Why is America
Jack Swagger.
flipping to
Yes, bro. Okay.
this?
Because
And like he couldn't be furthest from the fucking name, right? Jack Swagger. No swag.
Right.
He endorsed Trump, and then I guess people kind of actually people were backing him up, and then he said something weird just now 26 minutes ago. He said, "Do you want proof that Tony Khan, he tagged Tony Khan, is a communist and threatened me to be silent or else?"
Nobody can just the Democrats, or let's just call it the radical
That's crazy.
authoritarian left, has given us no background to more into. None.
Crazy.
I don't even know.
So then this chick who
what he stands for.
I'll tell you in a second. This chick named Anna, she runs this she's a part of this wrestling journalist crew. She said calling a literal billionaire a communist. Oh, you're stupid. That's a funny comment, right? Because like that's exactly what they called,
you know, that this guy was
Trump.
in the Olympics.
Anyway,
to be a woman and hitting and knocking that almost really, like, he could have ruined that career. She spends her whole life.
That's interesting. I don't know what to think, because like
that's a dude.
I could see Tony Khan saying something, but at the same time, he kind of lets people just be kind of say what they want to say. He doesn't seem like the type of person that's like vote this way, vote that. Like literally one of the people that
2024,
works.
bro.
Right, that's true. I don't know, man.
People are
Very interesting.
fed up with fake
I would
news
think Tony
media.
Khan would be smart enough to stay away
This
from the
man
political shit.
took a bullet
Like let his people talk
his
about whatever
country.
they want to talk about because that's
What did
on
they
them.
say?
But he himself, I would think
That
he'd
was
stay clear away from it
They are
because
mental.
a lot of
No,
his fan
was
base,
not
he
a
has to
mistake this
understand
moment.
like
That was
wrestling
safe
culture
of
is not
any
some
leader
like
from taking his
liberal.
life.
Come on.
And people are
Like
fed up with fake
this
news
comes from
media. The nice
redneck
picture
circus
white
culture.
teeth
Like, come
is
on,
not
man.
enough.
It's becoming
People
more
want
and more
honesty.
evolved where
Right.
they're
That
accepting
is
of
why
different cultures and
you
they're
go
straying away from the
damage people
WWE
with
stereotypical
a
bullshit
huge
that's kind of
audience
perpetuates racist
are
rhetoric and
hating
racist
this country because people are
nonsense.
fed up with
Their
fake
last champion
news
before
media.
Daniel
Thank
or
God for
Brian
your
Danielson
job.
was
Like, a
Swerve
4 million people
Strickland,
watching this. I mean, I feel like
one
no
of
one
the
has had
only
more
brothers in the history of
tumultuous
professional
year than
wrestling
me,
period
right? And what this year has
to be a
taught me
black
is that at the end
world
of the day,
champion.
the American people
So,
literally do not give a
but
single shit what the mainstream
yeah, I
media
don't know.
says. They just
Would love.
want
I'll be following
authenticity,
this to
right?
see what
And
comes
one of the
next
things
of
about
this.
what
This is
you
really
have
interesting.
done, and I have thrown this credit to you publicly 1,000 times, is that you actually host all viewpoints. You're not in the business of selling propaganda. I mean, I was speaking backstage with
Crazy,
Adam.
bro.
Adam and I had disagreements about various things.
Yeah,
We
for
both
real.
agree that all opinions should be represented because we want to empower people to think.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell
Yo,
you what to do. I want you to actually hear
with
a
them touching on
perspective that you haven't
censorship,
heard
I think that
before.
this is
And
a
we believe, we
great
don't
topic
look
too, man,
at the audiences and go, we're
because
so
I
much
think
smarter
that's
than you.
something
You know,
that
we
we
know
gotta
what you should
really
be
talk
thinking and
about
listen
as
to
well,
us. We don't
man. Like,
ordain ourselves kings
I've been
and
feeling
queens.
like
The
certain
media has
things
lost
are
that. They completely
not
lost that.
okay
They've
to
lost
talk
faith in the
about
American people,
anymore,
and the
and that's
American
not
people have
really
lost
how
faith in
we're
them.
supposed to
And
be
so I
operating
think
over
this
here,
is,
bro.
like I said, the game has changed.
Wouldn't you agree?
And the pivotal moment this year, I was really stunned by it. He did something. It took a lot
Candace
of
was kind
humility. I don't think it will
of
make a
throwing me
difference.
off,
Was Jeff Bezos
like
writing that
intertwining
op-ed
with
in the
what you were
Washington
saying. What'd you
Post and
say?
saying what we've all felt? Who are you writing this to anymore? You're
Mm.
writing these pieces to yourselves.
You heard
You
me?
will
I was
live
saying,
in the
how do you feel
Hamptons. You have
about censorship and
your
like
little meetings. You
where
have to
that
go on stage
conversation has kind of been going
fake
lately?
news and how you're going to address the epidemic of fake
Oh,
news.
I think it's
Nobody
as
cares
far as
what
the
you
people
say.
fighting back against it, I love it. Like people are fed up with it. You can't say shit anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's so weird the way I saw something the other day. Somebody, I can't remember. I have to go through my bookmarks, man. But somebody said something, and I knew. I was like, oh, this shit ain't gonna go well. Even though what they said wasn't that big of a deal, and sure as shit, it wasn't getting ratioed, but it was just interesting to see people kind of blow a gasket. And it was just like, you can't say anything, man. Like the one guy, the one comedian the other day when he was on the Trump campaign, he was like, oh, this Trump rally.
Oh, yeah, the floating pile of garbage, which he was joking about all cultures, by the way.
Yes.
Like everybody got it.
Everybody got it. White
Everybody got
people,
it.
black people, Hispanics, Jews, everybody got it. There was no one who didn't catch a stray. You know what I mean? Like but that's comedy though. I'm tired of comedy being so ugh. But I am glad that what I'm tired of is the establishment media trying to tell us that, you know, we're bigots or we're dangerous, you know, if we don't say their talking points or toe the line and stay within the narrative. My thing, I'm gonna say this too. We need to bring back shaming. I don't know how that ties into censorship, but we need to bring back shaming. We need to bring back, like, you know, calling somebody out on their bullshit. I think I was talking about this with somebody the other day about man, it was this chick. She was talking about her homegirl is overweight and she's like been trying to go to the gym with her. It was just like a quick conversation. It wasn't even the crux of the conversation. And I was like, just tell her ass. And she's like, well, you know how it is. And I was like, is it because it's like the female girl code, or is it just like you don't want to fat shame her? And she was like, well, kind of both. And I was like, fuck all that, man. Just tell her. Keep it a buck. We need to bring that back. Don't censor yourself. If you want your homie to improve, find a way to nicely tell them to get off their ass and go do a thing. You know, I don't know how that ties into censorship, but that just kind of popped in my head, man. I'm kind of over censorship, man. Y'all see me online,
I
man,
agree,
when I'm
bro.
on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I try to say some off the cuff shit sometimes. And I'm pretty tame. But every once in a while, I like to be like, you know, look at that chick in the red dress. I like to just express myself because this whole walking on eggshells, oh, you just don't know what to do or say. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to say whatever. And 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be that bad. You got to live a little, man.
Got to live a little indeed. Let's go ahead and tap back in with what they were saying. I don't want to get too far back.
By the way, watch this. I was saying Lex's tweet. Rob, can you go back to Lex's tweet? So few things we're learning. Case study for 2028. Lex says, looks like Trump is going to win potential landslide, leading in every swing state. We don't know that yet. However, let that sink in. P.S. Long form podcast. I hope to see politicians from both sides do 2 to 3 hour genuine human conversations moving forward. The one he did with Lex was actually one of my favorite ones because they talked about it was only 45 minutes, but I thought it was great. Watch this. Do you know what magazine is for sale effective yesterday? Time Magazine. Do you know who owns Time Magazine? Mark Benioff. Do you know who Mark Benioff is? He owns what company?
PBD being
Salesforce.
PBD again.
Do you know what his net worth is? $10.7 billion. You know who turned down an interview to Time Magazine just a month ago? Kamala Harris. You know what he bought Time Magazine for? $190 million. Do you know how many subscribers Time Magazine had when he bought them? 4 million. Do you know how many subscribers Time Magazine has today? 1.6 million. Wow. Do you know WAPO? When Bezos came out and says, I don't give a shit if I lose subscribers, 2.5 million subscribers.
Yo, I actually liked what
overnight loses 200,000 subscribers.
what
LA Times loses
what Jeff Bezos said about the Washington Post.
Today,
Did you see that?
Endorsed the left,
no.
Said we're not doing it. Comcast came out.
Oh
like,
man, no, he wrote a long op-ed.
Roku,
hold on,
performing. All these other guys are performing. Does anybody want to buy MSNBC?
He actually wrote a pretty long op-ed in the Washington Post, and he spoke about why he decided to end endorsing a presidential candidate. And pretty much, bro, he just went on in no uncertain details, bro, like in very meticulous fashion about why the modern media has lost faith with the American people and how we need to get back to something where these journalists are able to be believed again. And he's like, them endorsing a presidential candidate doesn't do anything positive. It just kind of creates this like more of a sense of people not trusting these outlets, right? And I think it was a very honest thing for him to do, bro. Like I don't think he had much of a choice, right? I think a lot of these people are kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place because the public and their base might want blood in certain senses, but at the same time, with Trump probably being the incumbent president, the incoming president, they don't want to get on his bad side too much and start like, really kind of going all out, right? Some of these people have some limits because they're trying, because which you should have limits as to what you're willing to do to try to make it to where somebody can't be the president, right? But how do you feel about him pretty much saying that, hey, he would like for the Washington Post to be able to get back to some kind of level of credibility, and that them just endorsing candidates just seems to create more divisiveness and mistrust in these outlets?
I think that sounds awesome. I think it's ideal, but I think that's a fucking fairy tale at this point, man. They've gotten a taste of what it looks like when sensationalism gets them clicks, right? And I think they're continuously hungry for it. I don't think that they figured out a way to give information to the people properly to where it'll entice them to click on the truth or for the truth, because social media has taken over and there's so many people out here who get research like your platform, right? Why would I need to go and subscribe to any of this shit if I can go to Sky's channel and just get all the information that I need, and then I can go to another channel and another, and now I got all the news that I'll ever need from all these different channels who've done the research and sifted through the bullshit to get to the truth, right? So I think what they'll have to do first is, and it's just like a side note of what they should do, is try to rebuild their reputation as being pastors of the truth, right? Once you've done that, then the people can go back and say, okay, now I can buy your newspaper. I can subscribe to your stream, whatever it is, your channel, your whatever it is, your magazine. I can tap in. Because people want to hear the truth. There's still a large community of of senior citizens. How many people have grandmothers and grandfathers who still read the newspaper, right? Like,
absolutely.
I know people who do that all the time. They don't just scroll through their phone. They still read the newspaper. And even if they do scroll through their phone, there's still people who read the news and watch the news, right? And now, instead of these people clicking on mainstream media, I literally see old people watching YouTube channels. Yep. So I love what he said. I think if this election goes the way it looks like it's going to go, I think it'll be a call to arms for the mainstream media to start sounding more like professional journalists instead of sounding like Twitter talking heads. That's just me being optimistic, though.
Yeah, and it's kind of a similar situation as to what I think that America is facing now, right? As the rest of the world kind of makes these moves, to try to push us out and do things like that. With us having so much of a head start and all these advantages, I think that if we focused on what we were doing, and what we could do and utilize our strengths in certain ways, we could actually be just fine without having to try to have everybody else trying to be under our thumb, so to speak, right? And I think the situation is where a place like WAPO kind of finds their place in. I think that if they use their resources and their reach, right? Because it isn't just like, their audience may be shrinking, but at the same time, they have resources that I don't have. They have a lot of resources that other people don't have, even certain connections, right? So I think if they focused on that and utilizing that rather than trying to sensationalize everything and try to cover everything like it's like they're covering these elections like it's sports and it's like their favorite, like, nah, man, you can't do
that sports team atmosphere bullshit. It's so disingenuous. I hate it. Because with that comes emotional garbage and emotional baggage that's unnecessary. You have to actually start talking about, like, when we talk about, if I talk about like LeBron versus Michael Jordan, there's going to be some shit slinging back and forth instead of like before we get to the facts. So we're going to have to, our audiences are going to hear our passion and our emotion, as opposed to just if we were talking about them on just a political level. As a true journalist, we just be talking about literally what they do, statistically, physically, instead of being all emotional about it. But that's not how sports works. There's going to be emotion and passion with sports. Oh, you're stupid because, blah, 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 6-0. Oh, you're stupid. He went to he let her. With journalism, it should never really be that damn emotional when it comes to certain topics. It should just be, there was a bombing here. And then automatically, if you are a sane person, you're going to feel a way about it. You don't have to sensationalize it. You don't have to sell the audience on how they're supposed to feel or should feel, you know?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, CNN and MSNBC celebrity people that get up there and thinking you're very important, your salary's been declining because they're no longer making money. And the reason why you're seeing these CNN people bashing Kamala, showing a clip, that one page is her doing what John Kerry did in 2004, I believe, the flip-flop and stuff. Why are they doing it? If you don't, you're out of business. If you're out of business, no one's paying you. These people that are watching, they're just saying, who can I trust? No wonder Rogan's the #1 podcast in the world in 94 countries because people trust the guy. Tucker is 2-3. Theo Vaughn may be one of the best podcasters out there. Funny as hell.
Not allowed to support
All right,
this
PPD.
guy, and he's about to be reelected for a second.
Okay.
Why is it? And this is the really interesting question here now, right? Because obviously you have look, Donald Trump, the entire corporate media told you for 8 years that this guy was a Nazi and a Russian spy and a whole bunch of other lies that all basically meant you are not allowed to support this guy. And he's about to be reelected for a second term, it looks like. So that is obviously a huge rejection of this media apparatus. Of course, he did all the big podcasts. Trump did. Kamala Harris didn't want to do them. That's going to be a big part of the story here.
He did that Call Her
Just
Daddy
one step further,
podcast,
right? Why is
a
it
sex
that
podcast.
this happened? Why? Think about the advantage
She did or he
that the
did?
corporate media had
Kamala.
on people like us.
Right.
They were years ahead of us.
I just
and
like
they
to talk
had
about that
billions of
media
dollars
run
of
whenever
budget.
we get a chance to.
Listen, like Pat, obviously you got a few bucks that you made all this happen. This is pretty cool. But you don't have the budget that CNN has or the New York Times has. You have a fraction of the budget of those giant players. So why is it that the ratings for this show are crushing all those guys right now? And this is it. It's what I told Chris Cuomo when we debated.
Nah,
If you guys happen to see that.
The PBD put together a master panel, yo.
That's our value.
Facts.
And the corporate
I can't even front.
has lied about
This is
everything.
pretty.
And when I say
It's
everything,
pretty
I
impressive.
mean literally everything. In the 21st century alone, what did they lie about?
Absolutely.
9/11, the wars, the financial crisis, Russiagate, COVID, Hunter Biden. Dude, just this week, they tried
Thank
to
you, Mama
convince
Bear.
us that Donald
Vincent
Trump
Everett
said
Ellison.
Liz
I'm gonna have to look him
Cheney
up.
should be executed by a firing squad. I almost voted for him twice. Turns out that was a lie. He didn't say that. We're really still hoping he says that at some point. But I'm just saying they lie about everything.
Because they think they're smarter than the average American, and that's
they
the
don't have it anymore.
But that's the liability. The liability is
By the
when-
way, but before they react, they're reacting for a reason. This is New York Times. This is not us.
Wait, hold on.
This is New York Times. Likely Trump winning.
What's the New York
99 to 239.
Wow.
This is New York Times.
Wow.
Who can't stand Trump? By the way,
He got prosecuted in New
This
York.
reminds me of 2016. You and I are on the phone at 3:30 in the morning. You're like, look at New York Times. Can you remind me of that story?
Man, hold up, bro.
Can you stand up so we can
Look at my
see
boo in the
just
red with the
only,
hat on.
I didn't want to say the word because I want to offend.
Let's
People
go.
can see you. Stand up so they can see you, Tom.
I usually answer the question with, I am standing, but
Go ahead.
we were watching the New York Times and we saw the New York Times meter in about 20 minutes just move back as the blue wall was not a blue wall. Remember? That
Yeah,
didn't
bro.
come true. And I said, Pat, go
Gotta
here.
put my
and
MAGA
watch.
hat
And we're
on, man.
watching
This
it,
hat
it
give
says,
you powers,
all of a
Leon.
sudden it says
You got to get one,
75%
bro.
Trump. How is this possible? And then
Might
the
have to pull up,
Wisconsin
man.
votes and the Michigan votes and the Pennsylvania votes
Bruh, this
came in
hat,
and
bro.
We were like, oh my word. And that's where it came in. And that's where you've got
Look.
right now.
You
got
know,
the New York Times that now is
how
saying an
when you be
89%
out
chance.
They don't
and you see,
begging to save their
wait,
jobs. Some of these
can y'all
guys
hear me?
internally, they're sitting this. They want to vote for
Y'all
Kamala,
stuttering a little bit.
but
You
they
and
don't want to lose their $5 million
PBD podcast.
salary. And if Kamala's president, their salary drops. If Trump is president, they got somebody
Am
to
I
talk
back
shit
yet?
to for 4 years.
You good? You might want to drop out and come back in.
Down inside, these
All right, hold up.
Remember the 5th of November.
Yo.
Perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, hold up. Let me get this back. Nah, what I was saying was, you ever be like out and you see another black dude in public and y'all just give each other that like little nod, right? And it's like a little unspoken thing.
Yeah.
Right, bruh. The power of this hat is I be getting that with like white dudes now, bro. Bruh, that's the only way that I can like fucking explain it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's hilarious.
And it should have, like, I'm like, yeah.
They're like, well, that guy's white adjacent.
White adjacent. But let's get back to what people keep saying, man.
When it comes on to their bank account, they just don't want to say it in front of their friends. Some of these guys are sitting there saying, hey, man, I don't want to lose that 25% salary that I'm getting right now. Don't drop it. I think you want to say something.
Yeah, and by the way,
watershed moment.
Even if Arizona takes
said,
a long
my
time
brother
to
has that
look
hat,
at
Sky.
what's going on in Wisconsin. 72% have counted now. It's a 78% chance.
Let's go.
Wow. Look how red it is outside the cities.
Let's go.
Brian, go ahead. You were saying.
Too early to call my ass.
This is what happens when you have these two economies, when you have journalists and a bunch of people that are controlling the narrative that they come from expensive zip codes, they go to very expensive colleges, they all go to the same kind of colleges, and then they step right into a newsroom. And the fact
Shout
of
out
the
to
matter
y'all.
is,
Make sure
most
y'all
of the
smash
people
that
giving
like
us our
button for the
news, like
YouTube
the legacy media,
algorithms.
probably have never
Share the
really
content
met
out.
a lot of
Hit
people
that
that
subscribe
work with their
button and
hands,
smash
served
that
in the
notification
military,
bell.
smoke, know how to change a tire, who have built a business. They're just not around those people, and that's a major liability. So what happens is they figure they are smarter, and to them they may not be even lying. In their mind, they're just trying to make the world a better place, and they're talking to people they've never met, that they've never been around, and they think, and that's what happens. That's what happens when you don't know people who come from a different background, who come from a different socioeconomic background, when you don't have to actually work with them or sell to them or give them what they want or come up with something they want. You start to think, well, they're not as smart.
How you feel about Brian Callen, bro?
They don't have my education. Because let me tell you the big difference between what I think is the left and the right at this point now. The big difference
The dude
is
speaking?
I think most of the people
Yeah.
on the left that control the narrative.
I never knew his name.
Whether in Hollywood,
I've seen him a lot
whether
though.
in academia.
I dig him. He's dope. He goes in like the same circles of like Dave Smith.
They haven't done life.
I think he's a comedian, if I'm not
You
mistaken.
guys have done life. That's what it means when you want to build a business. You got to come into contact with objective reality, fail, readjust your approach.
Yeah,
come up with a
he was
better
like
way
an
to do it.
actor, if
And
I'm not
that's
mistaken,
how
right?
you learn about life. You cannot just read about life and hear
I
about
don't know.
life.
I think so. I think for some reason comedian comes to mind, but I've seen him on like Rogan a few times.
No, I can't. No, I forgot my heart.
I think he is an actor.
I was ready for it, Brian.
Okay, I know, but
I was ready for it.
I haven't done my vocal warm-up.
PVD is so corny.
I wouldn't be surprised if you know how to sing. Vince, I think you wanted to say something.
You know, Patrick, one of the reasons why
He probably was Mama Bear.
including you and Tucker and Rogan and all of them, is that when you turn on your shows, you see alpha males. I see you and your guys debating up here, man.
Alpha males.
You're men. And that's missing in mainstream media now. Got a bunch of wimpy, sorry,
Actor and
crying,
comedian. Yeah.
beta males.
Right. I'm about to say he looks familiar because he's probably been in like bit roles all over the place.
Talking to one another. You turn on Tucker, he's got men. You turn on Rogan, you got men.
Let him know, bro. Yeah, it's the damn
female. She's going, you know.
It's the liberal outlet saying that this shit too early. Bro,
look at you, alpha male.
Yep.
You see Valuetainment getting this shit before
Stay away from my children.
CNN calling it.
So
You know what I'm saying? So hey,
and we see drag queens shaking their asses in the face of our children in grammar school. And we say, what's going on here?
I think I heard Tom say that they hire like over like 20 AI engineers or like fucking something
we're saying, how did this happen?
just for this.
They're allowing grown men to
That's so
participate in
smart,
sports
bro.
as our daughters. And we're saying, how did this happen?
Yeah, that was actually
And we say,
a
this stops
very,
now.
very smart thing.
And so you talked about
And now
it.
here we are. You know what I'm saying?
Tucker talks about it. Rogan talks about it. We talk about
Say
it.
it's
And
on-
everybody hears it. And they still
on
say this stops now.
Rogan a lot. Yeah,
This is
he's
what
definitely
this
been on
is.
Rogan
It's
a whole bunch.
realignment. Like you say, it's culture and tradition coming back. We decide our culture. They do not. And we decided that we're Americans.
Let them know, Vincent. We are Americans. Yes. I love that shit, bro.
Dominic, go ahead.
When they ask me how we did it, or how our government achieved what we achieved, I mean, the safest country in European Union without any terror attack.
Talk to him.
I said, radical, be radical. How to stop it? Just stop it.
Facts.
Don't talk about it. Do it. We need
Facts.
a man who is not afraid to stop this madness, Hollywood madness, to stop this fake news media. You have to just do it. You have to sign
Yeah,
the
bro,
document and
it's
stop it.
dude. He is so
Because America is at the moment when
look, he is so right. Like, there's so much stuff that goes on that we just let this shit slide, yo. And it has been ruined. It's been slowly ruining everything that we love. It's in all of our video games. It's in all of our movies. It's in all of our entertainment. It's in our culture. It's in our lives. And
Absolutely,
the
man.
only way that this goes is the only way that this goes through. And I just said this earlier to somebody. I was like, yo, the only way that this happens is if a whole bunch of good people just don't say anything.
Yep.
That's how this happens. If everybody that doesn't rock with this shit and is not cool with it, and if all the good people sit on the sideline and just watch these things continue to happen, that's how you get these situations. Because people were too worried about other stuff to be bothered.
When good people do
Not me,
nothing,
bro.
man. When good people do nothing, yeah. Can't let it happen, man. And that's the thing. When we started allowing mainstream media and bots and plants and blue-haired people on social media, when we allowed them to take away conversation, that's when we effed up. Everybody should have been louder, more fiery, and more aggressive about rhetoric. About all of it. You can throw pronouns in the conversation, all of it. I'm not even saying that you can't respect these things, but we're going to have a fucking conversation about it. The fact that they'll tell you that you're racist, sexist, whatever, ism, or phobic, they'll call you these things because they don't even want you to have the conversation. The mere
Ain't even talking about it.
Right. The mere act of starting a conversation means that you are the villain. That's bullshit. And when we allowed them to do that, that's the biggest problem. Because everything else you can control from there. Because we can't even talk about these things, you know? Now it's flipped back. Everybody's pushing back. And a person like me, I've just been slowly but surely being more and more, you know, egregious or provocative on purpose with, like, let's say how I tweet or how I act on stream. It's not an act per se, it's still who I am, but the filter comes and goes. It comes and goes. So I'm like, nah, y'all gonna hear me. If I see a pretty chick in a red dress, I'm gonna talk about that ass. And what you gonna do about it? Oh, call me a misogynist? Nah, kiss my ass. Because if she met me and saw me in a
the
suit,
woman in the
you'd be
red
right.
dress. Right.
All right. Wake up, Neil.
Yeah,
You
man. Look, let me play this video because I think that this kind of speaks to the whole standing up aspect too.
I've had these debates, especially with people in LA, because they're like, want to take everyone's guns away. And I'm like, yo, can you guarantee me that the government, that we will never have a tyrannical government in the United States? Can you make that guarantee? But like, well, nobody can make that guarantee. I'm like, then we need to keep our guns, because that's what's going to stop it.
That sounds crazy for people to hear, because they think about gun violence and gun problems and gun this and gun that. But that's the reality of the world that we live in, is that tyranny is possible.
Tyranny is possible, and it takes people standing up against tyranny to stop it. So
people are goofy. You take away guns from good people and good citizens with no criminal records, then the people with criminal records are going to find the guns and shoot the people that don't have the fucking guns. It's just that simple. Before we even get into like the possibility of the government taking over, right? It's just that simple fact, right? And let's say you take away the guns from the good citizens who obey the laws, right? And then you take away the guns from the people who disobey the laws. The people who disobey the laws are still going to do the crimes that they want to commit just without the guns. They're going to go saw off a leg of a chair or someone's actual leg and beat you to death with it.
Yeah, facts, bro.
Like it's real simple shit. Crime doesn't just stop; it just becomes in another form. So then, what, you're gonna ban furniture? Yeah. So then, let's say you somehow
in the UK they have a heavy problem with stabbings. Are you gonna ban knives?
Precisely. There's people who, again, I converse with people overseas, and I remember we talked about that over the years, like stabbings. Oh my God, stabbings! This one stabs, and crime doesn't stop.
Doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop. I think it might increase crime exponentially if you get rid of guns. Because how easy is it to sneak a knife around, just stab a motherfucker real quick and just walk away?
That's what happened. That's what happened.
Oh, I already know. In several countries that happened. I think in Venezuela that happened.
He said the Dems let those blue-haired weirdos run their party. This is what happens.
Facts. Right. And then that's before you get to the part where if you somehow manage to quell all the things that I just said, then what if the government just decides to wake up one day and say, you know what, you guys aren't doing what we want. You don't have any guns. We could just walk into your house and snatch you out because you're not following, I'll call it C-19 protocols. Just ask Australia.
Yep. Hey, that's what I'm saying, bro. I would think that we would have some current examples of this stuff that we could lean on, right?
We do.
Hey, said you saw what happened to Archie Fleck, right? Yo, W Mir, wait, hold up. Yeah, hey, if I was Kamala's camp, I would have stopped taking questions too, because you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, it ain't, hey, I don't think it's much joy on their side right now.
Imagine,
that
very advantageous.
It's not present. So
but this dude
you
cooking.
have to change the way of thinking.
Hold up, we might have another update. Let's get a little.
Watch this. This just came in from Ben. This is all the. If you can zoom in a little bit, all the main lives on YouTube right now.
Oh my God, I don't care about your numbers, bro.
For those of you that are worried about lightning striking, raise your hand. How many guys are like, honestly, I'm kind of thinking about my pillow right now. Raise your hand. Respect. Check this out. There's this 78-year-old man that finished up his rallies yesterday. I think even New York Times and all these guys shivering, wondering if this is going to become a reality. Brandon just sent me something. What is this thing that Brandon just sent me? Is that something we want to show with Jersey and Illinois? Brandon, what is it you just sent me?
Wait, what's
Can
going
you show
on?
what you just posted? Sick. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
We got JRR token
crazy.
in the building. What's going on?
I'm good, man. I got some stuff here. I'll take it, bro. I'll take it.
All right,
Rob, do you have that? What he's showing? Thank you, Adam.
What is he trying to show?
Bring it up to today. He already has the same amount of votes by 100,000 as
and 86% of the votes in.
That is, and this is Illinois you're talking about. Wow.
Wait, what happened?
Can we see Jersey? Do you have Jersey to show us?
Yep.
Dave, this is your country here, Jersey.
Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry about Jersey, guys.
He said, sorry about Jersey.
Brandon, do you have it or no?
I got it.
It makes you feel
We have
any
New
better.
Jersey.
I live in
We
the
found
red
the
part.
historical pads right up.
Tom, if you can show us Jersey and Illinois.
Yeah. Let Tom take
Jersey
over.
up right here. It was.
I've been said that. Turn his mic off. Let Tom take over.
15.9%. And this year, it's 5.
4.9.
Yep.
Tom, can you go to New York? Can we look at New York and California? Of course, they're not. But I just want to know, he spent a lot of time in New York. What does it look like comparable to 2020?
Look at that.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. 90% in, 850 left, and he already has more votes this year than 2020. 7% more votes than 2020 in New York.
Yeah. That's correct. And the New York Times is reporting, as of 10 minutes ago, a 90% probability that he will win the popular vote by 1 point, even when the avalanche of votes is counted from California.
Wow.
Who said that?
New York Times. New York Times said that.
He gonna win the popular vote?
That's crazy. He's going to win the popular vote by 1 point.
Someone is going to lose job.
What are we talking about?
He wins the popular vote because all of the states. So Kamala still wins New York, but you can see how narrow it is this time versus last time.
Wow.
So when you count everything up on a national basis, New York Times is saying there's a 90% probability right now he will win the popular vote by a little more than 1%.
Bruh, if he turn around and win the popular vote, guy.
So let me ask you, Tom. It's 11:55 right now, Eastern Standard Time. 8:55 Pacific Standard Time. What's left for a decision to be made tonight?
So there is still significant votes coming in Wisconsin, but he's extending his lead there. Votes are coming in Michigan over the next hour. Before I think does Alaska close in exact 1 a.m. our time? So in an hour and 5 minutes, Alaska will close. I think we will have a full call at that point.
But do you think? Do we have the folks at Rasmussen available?
Yes, if you like. Yeah, we can.
I'd love to. If you can put him in, you're saying, is it the
I can
Mitchell?
get
I would like to have him come in. She's only got 190,000 vote lead. Versus in 2020 was a big victory.
That's crazy,
Look at that, guys. By the way, this may not just be a 2024 thing. The shift may be taking place in a lot of different states. By the way, relatively a heavily left community, no, Tom?
Absolutely. But interestingly, Washington State, it's stable.
Wow.
15 million illegals to come over. They're going to tell America that Kamala has lost because she was black, which is a lie, and because she's a woman. That's the lie they're going to tell. But y'all tell the truth. We're going to tell people that we voted against Kamala Harris because she was crazy as hell. And we didn't want her.
And she's leftist.
Yeah.
Rob has another Joy Reid clip, folks.
More Joy Reid, people.
For Christian people in the room here, please drop a prayer for
How you feel about Joy Reid, Leon?
We don't want her to lose her mind. Please go ahead and play this clip. Go for it.
She better keep my state out her fucking mouth.
A state where you've got a 6-week abortion or 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them.
Bro, that's all
but that message
reproduction.
to get enough white women to vote for
goodness gracious. That's all they got, bro.
Fellow woman, this will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, you know, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, you know, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what to do.
Think about how she talks. Listen to how binary. So in her mind, there are oppressors, oppressed. It's all about that.
Make sure y'all smash that like button for the YouTube algorithms. Share the content out. Subscribe and hit that notification bell, please.
In which she sees the entire world. And just the rest of us know that the world is not that reductive. She's so reductive in her outlook. And it's so condescending because nobody could believe that the world at the level of detail is that reductive.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know if these people will be believing that they're evil either.
Rock, can you pull up the clip?
This is actually a great little segue. Let me go ahead and play this clip, and then I'll get Leon's take, and then we'll try to get a little caught up with the stream.
Tend to think that people aren't expressly financially motivated. I think they're much better at rationalizing their financial motivation as somehow good. So I don't think Liz Cheney, to be fair, even though I can't stand her, wakes up and says, oh, I want to get rich, so I'm going to support the Ukraine war so that Raytheon can continue making all these missiles. I think what's going on is they have convinced themselves that the post-World War II American consensus, this entire idea that we're going to remake the entire world in America's image, they think that that is the most important, the most valuable project, and they don't care. They're going to do it as much as they can, even though I think it's run its course. I think we should have learned in Iraq we can't turn everybody into the United States of America, nor should we want to, but these guys can't quite give up on it. It's just a powerful psychological motivation. If you go back to when the Soviet Union fell, right, when the Berlin Wall fell in the late 80s, early 90s, there was this sense among American leaders, right? Bill Clinton takes over in 1992, that we had reached what was called at the time the end of history, that Western liberal democracy was going to triumph. Everybody was going to be like us. There was going to be no more ethnic conflict, no more religious conflict, no more regional conflict. And I think these guys bought the idea so profoundly that they can't really wake up and recognize that for the past 40 years, we've tried their theories and their theories haven't worked.
Man, JD Vance be cooking, boy. But what'd you think about what he just said right there?
He was cooking from the standpoint of if the cabal didn't exist and globalists didn't exist. I think a lot of what he said, if I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, I want to say cute, and I don't mean to be condescending, but it was cute because, the mission ain't, oh, let's go around the world and make every country like America. That's the disguise that they use. They go in with the guise of that. If I want to go into every country and, you know, reshape it into this democratic and everything has to be America. And, you know, the talking points are, why don't we just leave these countries alone and let them be themselves? That's the cute story. When the real shit is, I want to snatch out everybody who's going to oppose our actual agenda. Right? We come in, we're heroes. And you guys are oppressing everybody in the country. And a lot of the people on these countries, they're fine with what's going on. What they're not fine with is having America come in and basically radicalize and arm terrorists who then go back and forth with America. It's the same cycle. We go into these countries, we train these people to fight these other people, those people fight those people, and then the people that fought the people that we wanted them to fight then become the fucking terrorists, and then we start fighting them too. And so now we're making these countries all war-torn. And then we come in with the excuse of, oh, well, we have to save them. We have to just keep saving them. When really it's, we got rid of the one guy. I'm not going to say. I'll just say his name rhymes with Padam Ruthane. I don't know. We got rid of that dude because literally he was, I'm not saying he was a good person. And I'm not saying what he did wasn't morally wrong. but what he was doing was the shit that he was following the rules and laws of the day of his country. And the only reason we really wanted to step in was to fight the war that somebody's daddy started, number one. And number two, we wanted to snatch him out because he wasn't playing ball with the globalist agenda. Right? Which is why we used what happened with 9/11 and Afghanistan and all that as an excuse to go to him first. Because he ain't had shit to do with 9/11. This is all plots and ploys.
Not a damn thing.
Not a damn thing. He didn't want anything to do with it. So it's all a bunch of plots and ploys to snatch up the people that aren't going with the globalist agenda in the guise of what JD Vance is trying to say, which is the cute thing. We got to stop going to different countries and blah, 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 and trying to, you know, shout out to him, though, because he pointed out somebody who's a warmonger, the Cheney family, who endorsed your girl Kamala, by the way. See, I'm just here to give the fact. I'm gonna be Dave Smith for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, it's all good. Let me hear this clip though, because I want to hear what Rachel Maddow had to say
with that high top.
They fear Musk as much as they do Dave.
Hold on.
Well, look, some of you guys are speaking, guys in this room. If you want a network, go outside. To do with it. Watch this clip of what Maddow think needs to happen to Elon Musk. Go ahead, Rob.
Even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms. Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
Wait, so he got to lose his company? Man.
Why do you think they fear Musk?
But Trump's a threat to democracy, right?
With Elon Musk,
what's democratic about taking someone's corporation because they endorse someone?
Last month blatantly said if we don't have
hey.
online, we lose our control of
the Brogu's saying that it's gonna be our fault, bro.
That long ago. Like, I'm not saying in my grandpa's day. I'm saying in my life.
They're saying that it's gonna be our fault.
I'm fine. That's I date
let it
multifaceted, so it's all good. Also, I'm the king of whatever castle that I claim, so no one's gonna come after me. I'm good.
What they did to deal with that was
shouts out to W Mir for the $2 super chat saying Joy Reid is short of harpies ladies.
I don't know what that means, but it just sounds funny.
Right. Hold up. Matter of fact, where's that video? Yeah, I'm about to play that. I'm about to play that Whoopi video as a drop for W Mir. Here is what Whoopi had to say with that Roman Polanski thing. I actually found that.
Pat, I think you're absolutely right.
I know it wasn't rape.
Yeah,
there is a
statutory.
Child molest, maybe. I'm not sure. It was something. It was something else, but I don't believe it was rape. And when we get all the information, somebody will tell me in my ear. All I'm trying to get you to understand is when we're talking about what someone did and what they were charged with, we have to say what it actually was, not what we think it was.
What he said he did. He gave her Quaaludes. He gave her champagne. She was drugged. She was 13 years old. He asked her, here's a transcript. But that's what I'm saying. You're 13 years old. She was still a child. He asked her.
Excuse me. Initially, he was charged with rape. Go ahead. And then he pled guilty to having sex with a minor. Okay? And he went to jail. And when they let him out.
45 days.
And when they let him out, he said, you know what? This guy's going to give me 100 years in jail. I'm not staying. And that's why he left. So that's why I wanted to be really clear, because I wanted to know exactly what we were talking about.
Choosing to do all the stuff that he's doing. And now,
crazy.
What the hell? What?
If Musk doesn't mind,
who is he talking about?
Alex Jones is not on the live today.
Roman Polanski.
Because he would be
the Holly weirdos protect their own, bro.
If Musk doesn't buy X, maybe all the other platforms don't let him back on. If Musk doesn't buy
Sheesh,
maybe
man.
Mark Zuckerberg
But that's
doesn't
the
write
chick that we should be
letter to
listening to.
Honorable
Right.
Jim Jordan. If Musk, he is in the
Crazy, man.
in a big way because Google can't do what they were usually doing.
Well, let's see if we can get a little caught up with this video.
Very noble to say YouTube didn't make a mistake.
Musk, he watched the Church of Woke, the demonic Church of Woke, the impact that it had on his child. You know, he openly spoke about his child and transgenderism, and I think he had a personal investment in wanting to watch that church, or I shouldn't even call it a church, burn to the ground.
They turned his kid against him.
Yeah, they turned his child against him, and that makes it.
I honestly do think that probably is what ended up leading to Elon being on this path that he's on, bro.
Well, listen, look. Here's what I've learned in life.
What happened?
I don't know why God's given me a.
I was saying that I think that had a great deal with why Elon is on this path.
I missed that part.
The situation with his kid.
The lack of respect or any of that stuff, it just stays.
Oh, his kid turned against him. Is that what he said?
Problem. It's like the scene where Trump is sitting there and Obama's making fun of him at that one dinner. You know which one I'm talking about? And he's like,
I'm not like a big proponent of Elon.
Wait, because
I'm cautioning on.
You know what happened with his kid, right?
And Trump said whatever he said.
Yeah, Optimus Prime, the Autobots, and all that.
President drops the mic. And
Trump's
like, no. I don't forget it. There are certain people in life you do not screw.
Roll out.
Because they got a memory they will never forget. They're going to come after you. This was one of those guys. Rob, do we have Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen?
That's what I'm going to start saying from now on, bro.
Oh, my God.
Can we put him on so everybody can see it? Is he on? Everybody make some noise. Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen Polls. So, Mark, thank you for joining us. How you doing out there? How's everything?
Who's this guy? Mark Mitchell. I have no idea.
I'm doing great. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Man, we are having a good
clue
now.
Oh, from Rasmussen.
This is your game. This is the world you're in. Like if somebody's watching baseball, you watch all the stats, all the trades. Is Juan Soto going to go to the Mets? Is he going to stay at the Yankees? Why did he do the post-game interview saying he wants to sit with everybody? Does he want to go to the Dodgers? That's the world of people that follow baseball. You follow polls. What are you noticing that's a weird pattern for 2024 that's different than 2020?
The weird pattern is, once again, all the mainstream media pollsters lied and shilled for Democrats. If we weren't out there putting out our daily numbers all the way going back to the beginning of Kamala Harris's candidacy, listen, week after week, we showed that Trump was winning the national popular vote by 2 points. Everybody else went massively left. Like Reuters Ipsos had Trump winning and went all the way out to Harris +6. And then they came all the way back to us. So it looks like in every single one of these states, we really nailed it. And Trump's sweeping the battlegrounds. That's like really where we're at right now. And nobody in the media could bring themselves to say them. It's like their managing editors forced them to say that this race was just too close to call.
He said that Elon's on a path to Mars.
So when you're watching, are you sensing where there is, because what I'm noticing, and maybe I'm wrong with this,
he got a relic beside his monitor.
where they're kind of trying to downplay the credibility of Rasmussen.
What's going on, Super Bro?
That favors them, and
how you doing? We on here chilling.
What up, Corey?
Don't look at them. No. Rasmussen, no. They're not even coming to you guys anymore. Is it at a point right now that they can?
And if at any point, if any of the homies want a link to hop on, just let me know. You know what I mean? And I'll
for ideological reasons. They didn't like that we talked to Steve Bannon or that we polled on issues
like chilling.
Vaccines or election integrity. We're really the only ones that do it. Those are vital issues that people have really big concerns about. So they couldn't get rid of us, and it was really unfortunate that we were showing that the race was basically locked in because people know who Trump is. He's been campaigning for this for like 10 years now.
They definitely have had a whole lot of polls showing that they were going to be
just an extension of the Biden administration
winning.
That really hurt people.
You know. And I've never been polled. I don't know anybody that's ever been polled. Have you ever been polled, Leon?
It's going. Trump's going to win 299.
So what now?
Where do you have it?
I said, have you ever been polled? Or like, have you ever known anybody that's been polled?
Because that's what my poll said. And I think we're looking at 312 right now, to be honest with you. And I honestly think she should look around and say,
bro, he said Trump might get 312, bro.
87% of Pennsylvanians.
312 what?
Wisconsin. I don't think
electoral
get herself out
for
of that.
college
So
votes, bro.
Dang.
You have any questions for him on the poll side? Vince, Dominic, any questions for him?
He said, yo, much love, Curly Ray. We
Dominic, you got a question for him?
Appreciate you coming through, man.
Sure.
No, the question is, how would you react on, because
Later,
I
buddy.
just checked the Twitter, and there is I think, very important tweet. Let me quote it. This is from Cardi B. And she tweeted, we need a Hail Mary. That's her tweet. What's your comment?
We need a Hail Mary?
Yes.
I responded to
I
her.
wouldn't
This fool Dominic, bro.
I didn't know she's
I
Catholic.
can't believe he just
I
did
didn't
that.
know she's Catholic, but I think they know.
Candace said, I just responded to her.
And then we've got another
Stop
one.
it. I gotta check this out.
Has anyone checked on Stephen King? He hasn't posted in 7 hours.
Oh, Stephen King?
What we know from internet, people are leaving their meeting.
What'd you say, Leon?
There's no comment, and then
She said she responded to Cardi B. I'm gonna go look.
Not gonna comment.
Yeah.
The question
bro,
would be,
why did Dominic
what is
quote
going to
Cardi
happen
B,
if
bro?
Harris would take Pennsylvania?
He said,
What would
very,
happen if
very
she would take
important tweet.
Pennsylvania now?
It's from
That would be good.
Cardi
Question.
B.
What would happen, even if Harris would take Pennsylvania?
Yo, Tour Golf said you need a teleprompter.
I mean, to simplify, Trump's swept the Sun Belt.
Tour
I think he's
Golf.
gonna win Arizona and Nevada pretty clearly.
That's
But she has to
crazy.
sweep the Rust Belt. Listen, if this did just come down to Pennsylvania,
The Hobbs
it'd be a
twins
different
said y'all
situation.
MFers are done and
They could
cooked.
drag their feet. and
This is all the
take
Cardi
down
B.
the overseas ballots, or do a little bit of extra counting in Philadelphia or whatever. But
Oh, bro, I thought it was a real
Pennsylvania
RFK said
goes to
something.
Harris, then Trump's still doing really great in
I was
Wisconsin.
about to read it, but it
Michigan.
ain't worth it as a parody.
You just can't
Hold
get there.
on. Where
She
Candace
just
Owens?
can't get there. Mark, did you just say she just can't get there?
I think that's what the odds show. These states are pouring in votes. The statistical calculations, the New York Times decisions that have, they show that Trump is the favorite right now. There's just not enough urban votes.
So let me ask you, I'm on your Twitter account right now. At what point do you feel comfortable calling the night? When? What needs to happen for you to tweet out, it's over, Trump won?
I think I would treat that now. I think the betting market determined that a half an hour ago. And listen, the betting market.
yo, he like, bro, this shit over with. He like, I don't know what y'all up here talking about. Everybody was sitting here talking about this gonna be a close fight, and he yo dog walking her right now, bro.
All determined that Donald Trump is winning this. She's got to come to that realization soon.
Do you think we'll have a? What do you think? Most of the
He said
people
she
that
got to
are
come to
still
that
on
realization
this,
too.
they'll
That's
go to
crazy.
sleep tonight, knowing who the winner is. Where we will see Trump celebrating at Palm Beach Convention Center, or is this going to happen till tomorrow?
Bro, what's going on inside the Trump
That's a
war
tough
room right
question.
now?
They have options right now, and one of them
Twerking.
is essentially forcing Trump to say that. In my opinion, the country's really divided. We have the highest
Nick
risk
Rice
of
said,
the Civil
"Can we
War
stop
that we've
running
ever had
women
in our
against
politics.
Trump?"
People
He's
think
a
there's gonna
hell
be
of
a
a.
violent
I said
reaction
it.
to this election,
Hey,
regardless
bro.
of who wins. If they wanted to do the right
Nah,
thing,
man.
de-escalate
Bruh, I don't,
to
dude. I
back
think
to
Biden lost too, bro. They had to
escalation
do
is
some
mindset.
shenanigans, bro. We were just
They
talking about
should
that
make the call
earlier.
because I just don't think they're going to get there without magic.
They need
with
shenanigans,
hundreds
bro.
of thousands of them.
They definitely need some shenanigans
Give us a
going on.
split, like 80-20 we'll know tonight, 60-40 we'll know tonight, 50-50.
I think this is probably the
Where are you at?
longest
You're
stream
in
I've
the
ever
percentage
done.
business. Can you give us a percentage?
Hands down now. So
I think
shouts
I
out to
already
that.
know.
What was that?
I think I already know. I think
Candace Owens
Trump
funny.
won.
Okay. Is there?
Yeah.
Buddy's like, this shit over.
I think that's what the numbers say.
Wait,
We need a
Mark,
miracle.
Mark, did you just say Trump won?
I believe so. Yeah.
He's like, bro,
And you are the
what you want me to
first
say?
one, Patrick, to announce it. I mean, statistically, we love statistics from now on.
Now let me ask you this.
From
For
now
some
on,
people
we've
that
been
are
loving.
skeptical. In
Men lie,
2020,
women lie, numbers
how did you
don't.
report who won at a time like this? Did you say Biden
Bro,
won?
if he
Where
get
were
the
you at in
312
2020 at this
electoral
time?
college, that's crazy, bro.
In 2020, the average of our national popular vote polling showed that Biden was up roughly 6 points. Our final call was Biden +1, but in every single one of the swing states, we had Biden winning big. To be honest, it was quite a fluke that Trump got as close as he did in all the swing states. And then the issue is that we all saw what happened. Trump miraculously outperformed the polling because there was a massive left-wing polling miss, even in our own polling, and yet Donald Trump lost by 0.03% of the battleground votes.
Mark, thank you for joining us. We
All right,
appreciate you for your effort.
so much.
Philip, what he just said.
You know, it's funny as you talk to him. The thing that I'm thinking
here go Dave
is
Smith.
that look, and obviously it's looking very good for Donald Trump right now. If he's right, and Donald Trump cracks 300, then he's got more than what did he say? He said 312 or something like that electoral votes. I mean, then the other thing we got to look at here is how bad all the polls were again. They got this thing completely wrong.
Right.
I mean, look, I think all of us have probably felt this way for about the last month. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Pat, Candace, I'm sure you guys agree with me on this, when I say everything you could tangibly measure this election by, like everything you see and feel and observe.
I might be starting to get in like wind down mode within like the next like 30, 45 minutes.
Toward him, all the big events, all the big rallies,
Because I'm not really seeing how old girl gonna be able to come back from this show.
I don't know if I'm going to sleep, bro. Not yet.
All of them said, and if he does crack, I mean, if he's
I said I ain't doing it, bro.
I don't know.
12:30 yet.
I don't know.
And they're saying he could crack 300
Bro, this is crazy.
electoral votes. Then this is a blowout, man. This was not a close election at all. This was exactly what it felt like, a Trump blowout.
And the Polish TV, Republika TV.
You know what? Fuck it, man. Hey.
They just tweeted that Trump
Do it
will
live.
be a victory speech within
Facts.
an hour.
By the way,
Polish TV, Republika TV.
We just had a friend that drove up from Mar-a-Lago to come and give us an update and then head back up there again. Is Emily Austin here? Sam, do we have Emily Austin here? Make some noise. Can we get Emily Austin up on the stage, please? Where are you? All right, so this is now Emily. How you doing, Emily?
How are you?
If you don't mind giving Emily, how are things looking at Mar-a-Lago? You just came from there. What's the energy like?
Yes, I'm going to head back shortly.
What's the word at Mar-a-Lago?
Everyone there doesn't seem to be nervous. I got there and I'm like biting my nails.
Emily.
Like, all right, guys, keep it real. You know, there's no reason to lie in this room. I'm not working tonight. And they're like, oh, honey, we got this. And I was like, thank God.
Oh, is she Jewish?
Oh, it was such a good feeling to be the most nervous one in that room. It was good.
So really,
Lying.
Panicking, nervous,
They're
nothing.
partying. They're literally like
And who's there?
partying.
Is it everybody that's there? I saw Elon is there with his kid on his shoulder.
Elon, I think, left. Dana White's there. I think Vivek just got there.
So the whole team is there.
The squad.
By the way, watch this.
He
Rob,
said,
can
when you
pull
don't
up
have a
the clip?
primary and then you magically appoint
What they're doing right now,
someone
Kamala's
in, this is
after
what you
party,
get.
like they're waiting for the party.
Right?
This is what the energy is like. Rob, I put a thumbs up on the video if you can show that.
It would have been crazy if Biden was there.
Thumbs up on the video you guys sent.
With his MAGA hat on, right?
Oh, God.
Hold up. Let's go.
I'll give you a question. I'll give you exclamation. I'll give you a ha-ha.
And let's see what this video is looking like.
This is what's going on with Kamala's camp right now, folks. Please be
Well,
nice.
the crowd here is still large is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic, not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic.
How the hell is
Have
nauseously
you ever heard
optimistic?
anybody use the phrase nauseously optimistic?
That would be the first time I've ever heard that phrase.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm nauseously
That's a hell of a
optimistic.
phrase, bro.
I mean, what? Absolutely not. Subdued, but nauseously
That sounds like
optimistic.
some.
I don't think that is reality.
That sounds like some
I'm
fake shit. Like
disgustingly
you're
optimistic
trying to.
with Trump. I'm disgustingly optimistic with Trump. Disgusted.
Do you know how amazing it is to be alive during this time? I remember watching Gone with the Wind when they burned Atlanta and Rhett Butler told Scarlett, "Remember this night? This is the night that the Old South died." We're watching the death of a evil institution in real time. And it's because the American people stood up and said, no more of this. They took it too far, like
Facts.
they always do.
Facts, man.
They finally took it too far. And
Hey, this dude's cooking, bro.
Stop to it.
Yeah, yeah.
And to say that we were a part of it, to say that we were part of that group that stood up and said, no more, and that all of us were part of it. It is a beautiful thing.
Hold it
And
down,
I'm
bro.
glad to be here
I'll be
with
right
my
back.
friends.
For
Good
sure.
to be here.
Grab me something to munch on.
Yeah,
real
like
quick.
it's cool that Trump's gonna win, but it is so awesome that she's gonna lose. I mean, it's just so great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like the listen. It's always it's reminded me of 2016 again, and the best part of Donald Trump is just watching all of the worst people in this country lose, man. And I know some people will say, like, hey, that's not a good reason to support someone just because you hate the other side. And actually, yes, it fucking is a great reason to support somebody. Because have you seen the other side? They're the worst human beings in the world. And
No,
goddamn,
yeah.
do they deserve it.
Dave Smith is the
Clip
GOAT.
ever. I promise you, I airplayed it to my TV the last 48 hours. Is that liberal in 2016 with the beanie and the yellow jacket screaming? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah. No. We need that again. We need that one more time. It just feels too good.
Let me ask you a question, though. Let me ask all of you guys a question. 2016 was very different.
Yeah.
It was, you bet $800 to win $100 with Hillary Clinton 24 hours prior to that. I mean, they were convinced she's going to be a president. Do you remember, by the way,
Yep.
Twitter has probably a history of
I wasn't
top
convinced.
10 worst tweets of all time. Do you guys know what could compete for the #1 worst tweet of all time? Tell us, Dave.
Happy birthday to this future president.
Do you guys know what this is? Hillary Clinton tweets a picture of her as a kid saying happy birthday to the future president.
Yeah, it's an astounding level of arrogance.
Astounding
It's
level
astounding.
of arrogance.
Yeah.
But by the way,
Nauseously optimistic.
nauseously optimistic. By the way, don't get it twisted, folks. Don't get it twisted. Many of us thought Hillary was going to win. And by the way, I'm not saying
I did
everybody,
not
I'm saying
either.
many, right? And even
Nah, I'm with Shorty in the red.
But when
In
Trump
more ways
walked
than
up
one.
on stage after they won, do you remember Trump's face when he looked at his family? He's like, shit, I guess we're freaking presidents. I can only imagine when he's looking at Melania saying, babe, I think you're the first lady. Seriously? I think we won. I don't think 2024 is 2016.
Wait. There's just so much happening here. Can we just focus on this for a second? First and foremost, just wishing yourself a happy birthday in general is amazing.
Why would you do that?
And then but this was the general attitude that they have. Like, I remember also the night before, rather than going out and meeting voters, she threw a Beyonce and Jay-Z concert, Chance the Rapper. I mean, they brought everybody out. And I remember Jay-Z introducing her. He said, I would like to introduce to you the next president of the United. I mean, they were just so convinced that she had
Damn,
won
I forgot
in the most
about
incredible
that,
way. But
yo.
you rarely see this level of arrogance to tweet to yourself happy birthday and just basically saying like you're going to be the president. And that's why I
So
do think she
it's
did
funny
suffer
because
some form of
I
iconic
expected him
break
to
after the
win, but he
election,
didn't
and
expect
she
him to
hasn't come
win.
back from it.
He didn't
She really
expect himself to
hasn't,
win.
because
I promise you, bro. You
they
can ask my
convinced her,
dog, Wolf
never
Reacts
convinced herself.
TV.
She had accepted the results.
We was having a
She had won
conversation.
before people even went to the polls.
I'll leave it at that.
Find out that she didn't to Donald Trump. I really don't think
Candace,
she's ever.
that is tough.
It's really tough.
That is very tough. And by the way, you know this Al Smith dinner, which you have to love the dinner because it's comedy. The shots they take, where he says, you know, Hillary bumped into me earlier. She said, "Pardon me," and he says, "What? I'll think about it after I become the president." Right? I mean, these. By the way, this next one, the one he says to Eric Adams, he says, "You know, Eric Adams, I'm being told he's a vegetarian. I don't know why he likes turkey so much." Did you understand when he helped Turkey build that building, $10 million? These are such great moments. But this one, I actually don't think you're going to see the same level of crying that we saw in 2016. I think this one, deep down inside, they know something's going on. They have a terrible candidate. They've been trying to fake it. They'll cry a little bit, but you're not going to see the greatest highlight reel of all time from 2016. My opinion, you could say I'm wrong, but I just think it's going to be a different highlight reel. Dominic?
It is true. That
Bro, it's over.
The,
I'm the president
Clintons, because I see them as a couple or as a clan with Kamala Harris. You cannot compare them in any way. She was terrible. Like even Democrats were so unhappy. Biden said after they get rid of him, he said if she can compete, if she can win, I can win. I mean,
I say that too. I'm not even 35, and I feel like I could win over Kamala.
It's not about the age because she's so. I can say that she's so stupid. I mean, come on.
I tweeted this morning.
I mean, she's really is. When I heard Mr. Trump when he says the low IQ and this, even if she's not stupid,
that's
the way
what's up.
she behaved, the arguments she was using.
I'll run next
so
time.
Primitive. You cannot build the future of the nation on death. That's what I said in the beginning.
Exactly.
If you want a future for your country, you cannot talk about death of the children, about killing of the children. You cannot talk and be obsessed about abortion. You cannot. This is how they end up talking
That's
about
all they
abortion,
do.
talking about transgender, about children being,
Things that the majority of the country don't give a damn about.
Transition and they are they were about to destroy this
Things that a
nation,
president
this nation's future.
really has nothing
And
to do
thank
with.
God, it seems like Mr. Trump is the next president of the United
Mr.
States.
President, Mr.
I
President,
hope
or
it
Mrs.
will
President.
happen. Let's wait.
What are you gonna do about
This nation was
things that
saved
happen in the
and
freaking
Mr.
medical
Trump
field?
was
Like,
saved, and that
man,
was
you
God's
have the
intervention,
code
I do
to
believe,
nuclear arms in the
if you do not
military.
believe that God intervened in this moment,
Not
that
what a
moment
damn
would be
sergeant
God's
can and can't do. Like,
Very
that's
good form. By the way, I want to show you guys, Rob, if you can go
goofy.
back to that picture you
I'm
have
gonna
up.
pop
Look
this
at this,
champagne in
powerhouse
a little bit.
table. Look at this.
Might be
sure.
time.
One
Dana
hand.
White, he's the
I'm gonna grab
alpha.
some drink real quick too. I'll be right
Access to
back.
a few thousand of the toughest fighters in the world. The other guy's got access to $300 billion.
Hey,
The other one's got
Austin.
access to the world paying attention.
Only
to
if he
all on the
invites
same table.
some Polish
That's a
women.
powerful table right there.
If not, he
By
can
the
just stay
way,
his ass where he's at.
report just came in.
Even
If
though
you
he
can show
couldn't.
this, Fox just said this: Republicans officially gained Senate.
Hey, Necron called
They
that
got
shit
the
too.
Senate too. Yep.
That's wild. Wow. Emily, let me ask you a question. Your community.
I'll be right back.
Earlier, Little Pump. Little Pump, 24 years
hold on.
old.
Let me go ahead
Rapper.
and speed this up some because I want to get a little bit.
Is Vinny somewhere in here? Did we lose his
inflation? But Biden certainly, he was for the lockdowns and Prince.
a house in America? Today you have to make 120 grand. Who the hell has gotten a 60% raise in the last 4 years? How many
There's
people?
Vinny. Hi.
Vinny, how you doing, Vinny? We just want to say we miss you. Can everybody say we love you, Vinny?
We love you, Vinny. We're here for you, Vinny.
But it's a real, like, having kids. We used to say to have a kid from 0 to 18 costs $245,000.
Wow.
You know, right now, to have a kid from 0 to 18 costs you nearly $400,000. So if you have 3 kids, that's $1.2 million over 18 years.
I think it cost me that much this month. It's like,
how old's your kid?
I got 2 of them, and they're expensive. Listen, I mean, obviously, I will say this, right? Obviously, the price inflation has been a huge, huge issue. By the way, might not be the most popular thing to say in this room right now, but it's also a lot Donald Trump's fault. Just saying, he was for the lockdowns and printing $6 trillion in 2020. Yeah, sorry, it sucks, but you don't have a counter argument. It's true. Turns out if you shut down the economy and just print tons of money, it results in price inflation. But Biden certainly kept it going. I got to say, here's another angle that I don't think any of us have talked about tonight, and I do find this to be very interesting.
Was a
I don't know
pandemic,
if I have
bro.
my thoughts completely flushed out on it, but the young left-wingers, the 20-something-year-olds, are not the shock troops for the regime.
What this is a? They just said that Kamala is not going to address the people at her party tonight, and she's going to bed. She's going to bed, bro.
If he had spoken 2016 at Madison Square Garden, there would have been massive protests with, you know, fights outside and this whole thing. And I do think
She going to bed, bro.
Is that the young left-wingers have spent this whole year.
You mean to tell me that I'm going to be up longer than Kamala?
And it just wasn't that easy to get them to
I'm more
snap
interested
out of that
in the
protest
outcome than
and
she
then
is.
snap into protesting on behalf of the people.
She just want to wake up and it's all
who's
over with.
protesting for the whole last year.
That's what
and
it
I
is.
gotta say, I mean, we'll learn more with exit polls and stuff, but it really hurt Kamala Harris that she was tied to this regime and they're supporting Israel conducting this war and genocide. This war that is viewed as a genocide by the majority of Democratic voters. That's a very tough square to circle.
I'm voting for Trump because he supports Israel. So let's go. Woo!
Well, also, it was binary. When Trump was president, there was more peace over there now than it is now. I mean,
yeah,
they
no, listen,
really...
by the way, I'm not, obviously I disagree with you with your position on Israel, but I'm just saying, forget the fact that you have one opinion on Israel.
He's saying why
and I
people
have a
didn't
different.
vote for Kamala.
I'm saying in terms of analysis of this situation, I think it really hurt Kamala Harris, like that
her party's
administration
over.
was tied to this. And I'm saying, I think the young left
Shorty in the red.
much more difficult to get them
I can fix her.
outraged about Donald Trump.
I can save
They've
her.
spent a year protesting what they view as a genocide. And
She
by
said,
the way,
I'm voting for
they're
him.
right more than
Bro.
you are.
Hey, shout out to Dave Smith.
No, I mean, I'm
He
not
be standing on business.
I thought it was funny.
He in a room full of Trumpers. He don't give a fuck. He said, "Hey, I'm gonna tell you what I ain't like about him when he messed up on him." That's why we need a person like a Dave, man.
And he says he'll stop the carnage
For real,
on
for
both
real.
sides. And I think that's why both sides kind of.
But
at least he'll stop the killing.
they about to put that bitch to
Hopefully
bed,
that
bro.
happens, we can find some type
You going
of
to bed?
settlement, some type of deal.
She getting
to stop
tucked in?
this perpetuity. Hopefully.
Listen, amen. It turns out peace is more popular than war. Who would?
She need her nightlight, bro.
Peace. And he's a strong man, and most people are afraid
Dave,
to.
what did you just
She
say?
back on night with her
More
binky.
popular? I didn't hear.
He said peace is more popular than war. And I agree. I think like that's why I was saying it really came down to the fact that who do you think is going to preserve peace? It is interesting. Like growing up when I was on the left, I think up until very recently, we all perceived the Democrats as being the peace party, like the party that was anti-war. And magically now it's very clearly the Republicans.
If she going to
that's
bed,
more,
I'm about to pop
you
this
know,
bottle, bro.
I would say more anti-war more than the Democrats. I mean, when Trump was in office for 4 years, we had peace. And they kept saying, oh, we're going to go to World War III. He's got the button on his desk. And oh my God, how could he say that? We're going to go to war with North Korea. And then everything was good. And he was bringing the troops home. I mean, the second they got into office, it's just been mayhem overseas, right? Ukraine. I mean, oh, we've got to support this. We've got to support that.
That's true, Candace.
I think overall, it is an issue that matters. Look, I live in Tennessee. You go around, you speak to people that they just don't care about what's happening overseas, okay? They care about gas. They want to be allowed to finally actually be America first, to stop telling us that we have to prioritize every other effing nation except for America. I mean, that's the number one issue that people care about. Like, let's fix the things that are happening at home before we go overseas and try to fix everybody else's issues.
By the way, you know what is crazy, though? I mean, I'll put this question back on you guys. Folks, just a quick
Candace
update.
spitting.
I just got a text right now that President Trump is on his way to Palm Beach Convention Center.
That's good news.
He's leaving Mar-a-Lago.
Uh-oh.
Which means he said We were with him last week. He said the only way he goes to Palm Beach is if it's for victory.
Yep, he said that.
So that's the part. He's on his way there.
Here's the question. Will Kamala Harris pull the Hillary Clinton? Remember, Hillary Clinton didn't concede, and like, I don't know what she did. She like faked a headache or something. I don't know what she did. Will Kamala Harris concede tonight if Trump gives a victory speech?
You know, I will say, I don't think Kamala Harris has quite what Hillary Clinton had. Like when we were just showing that tweet, that like she hasn't for decades thought that this was her destiny to be president. She just got subbed in a few months ago. Like for all, I don't know, she might be relieved, honestly. Like she was not up to the job at all. Like there might be. So I would, look, it is a little preemptive for Donald Trump to give a victory speech already. But that would also make it pretty awesome if he was just like, no, I'm calling it. I'm president again. It would be a very Trumpian thing to do.
But look, I got a question.
Yeah.
Maybe
I actually kind of disagree, though.
Who's been
I
running
think
the
she's
government?
been
Because we know Joe Biden's crazy.
being prepped
We
for
know
this shit
that.
for quite some time, bro.
And we know Kamala Harris, she ain't got good sense.
I don't think that this shit is an
Who's
accident.
been driving the
I don't
ship?
think that anybody.
No. I don't think he's describing it as an
Who's the
accident.
boy
I
who
think
fucking-
he's describing it as like
that we all know Joe
even
Biden
from
isn't
the
running
beginning.
government,
I think
and not one person suspects that
she.
she is.
Here's what I'll say.
Not one person thinks.
I
know
get
who's
what you're
really
saying.
in
I agree with
charge.
you both. You're coming from the standpoint of she's already known that she's been prepped.
And I don't know
I
if it's
think
his
once she
national
got into the
security
thick of
advisor or
it,
his chief of
her
staff,
body
I don't know
language
exactly
tells
who
me
it involves, but it
she's like,
definitely
shit,
isn't
I'm just
her.
woefully
There's no
unprepared
way.
for this shit.
It's not her, it's not Joe.
I mean, she just altogether just
You know what I
wasn't
mean?
a strong candidate. I mean, whatever you want to say about Hillary Clinton, and there's plenty, and we should say it all. It is true that she was a stronger candidate. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean by
Hillary
that
is
is like
actually smart. She can talk about the
her
policies, she can talk
goddamn
about the issues. She had been in the White House already for 8
background,
years,
bro, is
and
like
was not just like a
weird as
shrinking
fuck.
violet when
You
she
know what
was
I'm
in the
saying?
White House.
And
So,
like,
she was a strong
also, I'm
contender,
looking at this
arrogant,
from the
but actually
standpoint
a
of
strong contender in terms
I
of being
forget
the
who
first
it
female
was. Who
president.
was that?
I mean, to go
that
from running her
predicted how we
to
were
then
gonna have a
running
female
Kamala,
president,
you know, at a certain level, Hillary Clinton was
and
angry.
like this
Like,
shit
she must have
almost
been a
played
little
out
angry at the
exactly like that.
prospect of America's gonna, I'm not going to
You
be
know?
that little future president, little
Did
girl.
we talk about it
happy
the other day? I
birthday,
think.
and
Hold
was
up.
going to be like
Let me see
Kamala
if I can-
Harris, who has done literally nothing except perhaps sleep with the correct people in life. And that's putting it very mildly. I'm going to keep it mild, but that's it. That is the reality. And to hear Judge Joe Brown really talk about her ascension into politics, and by the way, this was not a Trump talking point. This was something the media was going, oh, they're saying things about her because she's a woman. This is misogyny. This was like a San Francisco, if you read the newspapers when she was in office in California, when she was coming up with Willie Brown, they were saying that she's not qualified. They were saying that this was about her being someone's mistress. And then they tried to completely bury that history. She just has never been qualified.
They're
She
still
couldn't
debating
forget president. She was not qualified to be the attorney general. So it was quite audacious of them to just go, well, we're just going to run her anyways.
By the way, I firmly believe if there was a primary, she would have lost to Josh Shapiro, she would have lost to Pritzker, she would have lost to Newsom, and she would have lost to Whitmer.
And rightfully so, by the way.
And rightfully so. Because
They're
that's
all
the
more
system.
qualified than she is.
Absolutely. By the way, I watch Josh Shapiro, and I say, you know what? He's a guy that's very formidable, respectful. I like how. Now, doesn't mean you have to agree with him on his policies, but I actually like the way Josh carries himself.
Yeah.
If he would have even chosen,
I can hear people in the crowd. Candace, I love you. This shit is funny.
By the way, we have to.
I thought that was the chick in the red for some reason.
Created the last few months. Let's not forget we got to give some love to one person that I don't think we're giving respect to. He called Elon Musk that gay guy. Who calls Elon Musk that gay guy? The guy's got 11 kids.
Loading the gun.
No, that was pretty embarrassing. Give that up. Texting you have the audience is losing their shit right now.
I just got a message that
yes.
tweeted it out because she would have had to win 70.001% of all remaining votes. The math was impossible.
I'm not talking Georgia. By the way, NBC and CNN just said Trump won Georgia.
We said that an hour and a half ago.
Bruh, value A. Shouts out to PBD. They're literally ahead of the mainstream media by over an hour and a half.
Ago.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
Good for you, Tom.
I just got a message that Mr. President will give his victory speech any minute now. Just got a message.
Trump could give his victory speech any minute now.
Yes.
Well, we got to be ready for that. If that happens, we'll turn over to that in a minute.
He's probably very close to the convention center.
Dude,
and
this is the most Trump
it's
thing
the Trumpiest
ever.
thing ever.
I'm very.
Hold up, bro. Hold up.
That's what they say. They are.
The thing that I found out because I work Class A pervert.
You could get. I mean, I think that's basically it. But he's a real weird guy, that Walls.
Man.
We're going to find out weird stuff about him in the future.
He thinks men can have babies. He thinks boys need tampons. He thinks men can menstruate and lactate. Guy's crazy. But he matches. The Democratic Party up in Washington, D.C. now looks like the bar scene from Star Wars. A bunch of weirdos.
Right.
Have you seen that Rachel Levine?
Hold up, but look.
Walking around the dude in the dress.
Let me go ahead and play this video for you, though, Leon, and maybe
all of them crazy.
this
The
kind of
thing that I found
sums
out,
up
'cause I worked in the
what I was
prison
talking
for a
about.
while, is that crazy people don't know.
Mr. Ford, what advice would you give a young lady wanting to become president of the United States?
And that's what the Democratic
Well, I
Party has
hope
done.
we do
They
have
built a business model.
a young lady at some point become
And you walk
president of the United States. I can tell you how I think it will happen, because it won't happen in the normal course of events. Either the Republican or Democrat political party will nominate a man for president and a woman for vice president. And the woman and man will win. So you'll end up with a president, a male, and a vice president, a female. And in that term of office of the president will die. And the woman will become president under the law or Constitution.
Yeah, I don't think
Not only to address our supporters,
I don't think that was
but to
far
address
off
the
from what
nation.
the
So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris.
I don't think that's far off from what the original plan was, bro. I think he was supposed to get in office for that second time, and it was going to be a wrap.
And I want to say this because I just asked this
And
question.
she was going to be the president, and she was going to turn around and be able to run for another 2 terms, which would have given her 8 to 9 to possibly like 10, 11-year run as president, bro.
Come out.
Crazy.
She's like jacked up on Xanax.
Because it would have been legal for her to finish out that term and then be able to run for re-election 2 more times.
That's fundamentally weak about that. Like there is
Crazy.
a strength to losing and coming out and conceding and saying it's not what we hoped. Giving your supporters who are going to be out there crying, holding their stuffed animals. Remember Hillary Clinton's scene? It was very sad the night she lost because they were all so convinced. And to not even address them, to at least if you're saying we're not going to concede, have the strength to come out and say that yourself. Say, listen, this race is not over. Say something reassuring. I find that to be fundamentally weak.
I don't want to hear from her. She can go to bed.
Why she was never
Even though I
qualified to be
agree with her.
president of the United States of America.
I agree.
He
hope
said
Kamala
she can go to
Harris
bed.
Never concedes, and she
Yeah.
storms the Capitol on January 6th by herself.
David's stupid.
Dave's a fool, bro.
You know,
Dang, stupid.
something that I feel like wasn't brought up enough during her run on the media side, and Candace said, I actually want to hear your opinion on this. I don't believe this goes back to foreign policy.
I'm just a
Let's say
dog
America
right
first,
now,
that
an
doesn't come,
absolute
let's fixing any
dog.
issues
Every time
here,
this
but let's
woman's
say
on
Kamala
screen,
actually does.
I'm just a dog right
It's
now.
not a women's issue. It's a Kamala issue because I actually think Hillary Clinton was well respected.
No ring on that finger, yo.
But, like, do you think any foreign leader will look at Kamala and be like, ooh, maybe we should listen to this girl. Maybe she should have a seat at the table. Do you think Putin's going to respect her? She, Hamas, Hezbollah, anyone? Will anyone look at her and be like, oh, maybe we shouldn't screw with the United States? Meanwhile, they look at Trump and Trump's like, my button works better than yours. And Kamala's like too busy giggling. She probably doesn't know what foreign policy is. But that wasn't brought up. Like, I feel like nobody spoke about that because they call it, oh, a women hatred thing, a misogynist thing. But no, it's a Kamala thing, and everyone's scared to touch on it because I guess they're scared to get canceled.
Hey, she got a good point because ain't nobody saying, no one never said that countries weren't scared of Hillary. You know what I mean?
We could have a long conversation about that because I actually have thought deeply about women in politics in general,
Yeah.
like women as the president of the United States in general. And I think that there's a lot to talk about there that I'm not going to get into tonight because it's too controversial.
He said, so it's
But
okay
I
to be
do
white
think that
again?
if you are going to be a candidate and you are going to be like, I'm going to be a female candidate, to be
Yeah,
running
Hey, I guess so,
on
bro.
I decree.
nothing, to be
Hopefully.
running on I'm just a woman, right? Like Hillary Clinton's hashtag was
Hopefully.
I'm with her. Now, she was much more capable than Kamala Harris, but when you see that all they're doing in all these speeches, when they're not saying why she's qualified, they're not saying why she's great,
Cook,
they're
Candace.
essentially saying, hey, this is a woman, like Taylor Swift's speech was on her Instagram feed, was this is for the childless cat ladies. It makes women look like we are not qualified to be in leadership positions when they don't at least
What a
run.
great point.
Yeah, when they don't at least
Yeah.
run with a little bit of gumption by saying, here are the policies, this is why I'm
Right.
strong, this is my opinion about the border, here so we can talk about, the
Cook, Candace.
That makes a lot of sense. But by the
Candace
way,
should
I
walk
gotta
around
tell
with a chef's hat in her purse.
you know,
She be cooking.
if
Leon.
you look at right now the market,
You hear me?
You know what is happening?
We've had 400 people
I
watch
don't know how to
this.
explain this city for a long time.
Oh, word?
And a kid is growing up watching nobody being able to win for that city.
Can y'all hear me?
Come through for the family.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Somebody watching
You said 400?
their dad or their mom cleaning for
Am I delayed to you? Can you hear me?
someone's house, and they're getting. He was just sitting here. He left. 82 years old. This guy should have been dead 30 years ago based on what the
I
doctors
can hear
said,
you, but
right?
you are cutting in
Disrespected
and
my
out.
dad. And I told him, I said, Dad, one day I brought family over and I said, Dad, the world is going to know your last name. Everywhere you go, they're going to say, your son always talks about you. He goes to the doctor the other day, they're checking on his heart.
All right.
Says,
Is
"Are
this
you
a little
Mr.
bit better?
Yes. He says, your son always talks about you.
Yes.
Everywhere he goes, he gets to see where we're going with
Yes.
this.
The chat is saying, Austin specifically, he said he can hear me. But you were
All right,
saying
no.
400 people was
There's been
watching?
2 massive failures.
My
of
shit
women
is hella
running for
lagging.
president.
I'll be back.
There are
Yeah.
Okay.
ladies right now saying, you know what? I'm going to do it the right way.
Shout out to America, where at least I know I'm free. You know what I mean? Shout out. The freedom to say 400 motherfuckers in the chat. Let's go. Not the chat. That have been watching. That's awesome. 400 have been watching. That's amazing.
Yeah, we've had 400 people tune in. Let me go ahead and bring this back up.
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Loud and clear.
Yeah. It's just getting a little crazy when I am sharing the screen.
StreamYard got to fix that.
It's starting to like lag.
Kids that are waiting for this, some of them are adults. Yes.
It has to be truth. It has to be, I don't want to say a masculine woman, but women genetically are more maternal, more caring, more empathetic.
Correct.
And if you're the
This is what I was
president,
saying, Necron. They are gonna need a fundamental transformation. I was like, because I don't see any excitement about anybody coming up. There's no excitement, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna be controversial,
Things have
but
gone
I
too
went
far,
ahead.
and I really think that this election has really shown that people are fed up.
Look at Golda Meir. Look at
You know?
Margaret Thatcher. These were the most masculine
Yeah,
women.
definitely.
And
You
that's
could
okay
imagine.
if it's a masculine woman.
Listen, it's
Bishop
a
said
masculine position.
Kamala
It's
is tired.
commander-in-chief.
She got to go to bed,
What are
y'all.
we
She had a long
pretending that
election.
that's not
She did
like
her
a
best.
masculine role?
Bless her heart.
She gotta go night-night.
Yeah, just get on up out of here. You know, just get on up out of here. You know, take your shit
Listen,
with
she
you.
got collard greens to make in the morning.
You know what I'm
they in the
saying?
bathtub now. They soaking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a bunch of women because that's who I
The
trust.
same
to
bathtub
teach
she
my
was
little
soaking
girl.
in.
Right.
I don't know.
With Epsom
And
salt
I'm
and
not saying
shit, you
no
know what I'm saying?
woman could be the president, but yeah, that is a hurdle to overcome. That you'd have to prove that you have that kind of like masculine characteristic because
I
it's
think
not
Hillary
being.
was a bit masculine, not in a bad way, in a beast way.
Yes, she was.
Little
That's,
bit,
I mean, and she
It's
is
not
a
that
closet.
uncommon.
You know, she is butch closet. Everyone knows
Yeah.
what she's up to. But the point is that is important to talk about. And I think
Alan
that's one
Belk
of the
says,
things
I've
that
been
people aren't
bouncing
afraid to
between
say
a few
because they're worried
streams,
about the media
but it's
and what do you
definitely
say, but a
winding
woman
down.
can't.
I
A
think
woman
Trump has
can't.
it.
And this is
It
one of
looks
the
like
things
he's got the
Dr.
popular
Jordan
vote too.
Peterson kind of brilliantly
Hopefully,
discussed
no shenanigans.
of when
Facts,
that
yo.
viral clip of him when he was debating that
That
with
latter
Jesus,
part,
and she asked the question,
the shenanigans.
you know,
That's
why
what
are
we're.
We don't need no
we're-
shenanigans.
90% of the CEOs
Facts.
all men? And he said,
Hopefully,
why
her
would you
going
wanna
night
do
night
that?
means,
Why would you want to
you
work
know.
80 hours a week? Why would you want to do these things? You make it seem like this is something that's
He said
admirable,
jerk
like you
chicken
should want
takes a
to take
long
on
time to
this job.
prepare. She
And
needs
the
her
reality
rest.
is, I very much believe in traditional roles. I think the majority of women
Yeah.
are good at traditional feminine roles. Hence your point about like if a guy was like, I just really want to be a nanny for kids. I'm like, I don't like it. I just don't like it. We naturally
what that
trust
episode?
women to the care of
Okay.
children in the same way that we naturally trust men to the care of protecting us, you know, protecting the nation, protecting us when something happens, protecting us if there's a break-in.
Well, look, man. It's as simple as like if someone was breaking into my house in the middle of the night,
Yeah.
and I told my wife to go handle it.
Yeah, it's weird.
Everybody in this room would
Right.
immediately, you just lose all respect for me. You're like, you're just a failure as a person.
Yeah.
Because we all understand that, like, no, in that situation, that's my job. That's my role.
I feel like
And so
Doug
why can't-
Emhoff asked
Facts.
Kamala to kill the spiders in the house. I feel like that's the type of duty.
Well,
it is.
Nah,
You're
she
right
said
about that.
that.
Damn.
Tell
There's
him off.
still-
Has
there
heard
is
it.
something there
Has
where,
heard it.
and
That's
it's
cold.
something that nobody talks about honestly, but women know
This
this.
is the last
Like,
damn
women
thing
know
I'ma
this
say.
more than
Speak
men
about
do.
it.
I'm killing
Like,
all
you can't
baby
say I'm
spiders. You hear me?
Like I want to be
For
in
red,
politics one day.
baby,
By the
all
way,
your
it's
spiders
tricky
getting
when
killed.
men
Right.
speak
I'm
about
not
it.
All
gonna
them
lie to you.
bitches.
I was not
Them cheekbones. Look at them
expecting us to talk
cheekbones.
about
Oh,
women
Yeah.
having
I'm
periods
I'm
at
done.
1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't think
You
I
know
was going
what?
to be able to
I
do
did.
that.
I did it.
She
Yeah,
just,
no,
We're
you
I
just
don't know what it is. She
sitting
finding
there,
it, but she
so
came out of
figure
nowhere.
it
Like,
out.
what is going on?
Teleprompter, script.
Hey.
You guys are throwing us off here.
And she out
I
here
was
in
gonna say
Florida
there
too,
was
ain't
is
she?
something.
bad,
I
bro.
remember I was
I ain't
speaking
about the
to.
front.
I had Andrew Tate on my podcast earlier this year, and he
Yeah,
said,
they're in
I
Florida
don't
right
know
now.
how to
Well,
explain it, but there's
gotta go,
something, and
guys.
this
Gotta
is
pull up
directly
on
quoting him
PBD.
here. He said, but there's something really fundamentally gay about guys for Kamala.
Hey,
And
I
he's
told
right.
you to
What he
go.
meant by that, he's talking about
You sure did too.
Andrew Tate. But what he meant by that, he's like, it's a bunch of men saying, I want this woman to be my boss.
Can I pop the bottle
I
now,
really want this
y'all?
woman,
Or is
Kamala
it
Harris,
still
to be
too
my
early to
boss. And
call?
there's something that is, I don't know, the dynamic of
Damn.
that
Yeah.
is weird.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
for the men that
Right,
are
hold
wearing
up.
the
Let me
like
go ahead and try to get caught up a
men
little
for
bit.
Kamala
Yeah.
shirts, like you do look at it and you're like,
Oh shit,
you want
they got
Kamala
Jink
to
on
be your
here.
boss. You know? I don't know. It's a question that I think
What did he
conversations that we're
say?
going to continue to
They
have
about to
in
get to
America,
it?
especially with two failed female
Hold up.
presidential candidates.
Yeah, I think so.
By the way, I want to come back to this.
Oh,
one.
snap.
That just is joining us right now.
Wait, hold up, because I gotta hear this. Hold up. We got the homie pulling up. Or wait, am I Hold on. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. We're gonna watch this. This is gonna be dope.
If we have it ready, let me know. We are ready. We have with us Cenk from Young Turks. Cenk, can you hear me?
Wait, he actually showed up?
I can, brother. I can.
He about to call in, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Fuck out of here.
Love that reaction. Shank, first of all, you said you were going to do it. I respect you for joining us. I know it's 1 o'clock. You're up here with us. People can agree or disagree, say whatever they want about you.
It's 10 o'clock over here.
And you and I had some of the best conversations together, respectfully disagreeing. And I appreciate that about our relationship together. However,
get off your knees,
tonight,
bro.
I was hearing that you were giving your message and you were a little bit somber about what's going on right now with the story. DNC chair just came out and said she's not going to come out to give the speech tonight. Trump right now is on his way to Palm Beach to maybe give his victory speech. New York Times just came out saying Trump's going to win 299. We had the Rasmussen CEO on, Mark Mitchell, giving his perspective. Where do you stand right now with 1 o'clock in the morning with Kamala versus Trump? Yeah, she can still win, but
bye.
Hey, my baby said bye.
Okay, you
I like that chick in the red dress.
No.
But she is still losing, and Donald Trump is likely to win. So, look, on the Young Turks, we're
W Mir, we got a drop for you, bro.
And so we've been covering it honestly the whole time.
We officially got a drop for you.
Donald Trump had a better chance of winning about a week ago.
W Mir is next.
For about a month.
Chat, bro.
At the end,
make it
a
epic.
Bunch of polls that came out said that Kamala Harris was likely to win, but it looks like they were wrong. And so right now, as things stand,
hey, I'm loving this.
Off the Young Turks show.
Cenk is fucking seething right now, bro.
Bunch of losers, corporate Democrats. I hate them. They've cost us election after election. They're corrupt. And they lost, it looks like, to a syphilitic clown, total moron, con man, Donald Trump. So,
Cenk, hit the gym, bro.
Lose to a buffoon like Donald Trump twice.
Get off the phone.
What does that make you? So let me ask you. Hang on, guys. I got an echo, by the way.
Shut up, PBD.
Nobody gives a fuck if you got an echo, bro.
Can you
tell me something? Oh, hang on, guys. Hang on, what, nigga?
A truly a question that you're a business guy. You've been running a business for a while. You're not with one of these mainstream guys. You're not MSNBC. You were in the past. You came from you left. You said you're gonna do your own thing. Young Turks, it has a history of doing great things, millions of subscribers on what you've been able to pull off. But let me ask you, are you at a point where maybe the American people are just sitting there looking at policies being presented by the Democrats saying this is just weird? Are you at a point where you're willing to accept some of the directions the party's gone?
Look at his mouth, bro.
Losing Democrats. Democrats are leaving the party because it just doesn't sound like the John F. Kennedy Democrats from.
He about to eat his own lips, bro. He's
60 years ago. It's just a very weird party today. Is that where you are, or no? You just think they have bad leaders?
Oh my gosh.
So it depends on which side of the policy you're talking about. So if you're saying economic policies, our economic policies are super popular. So paid family leave, which most Republicans agree with. Higher wages, most Republicans
they ain't that popular, bro.
Money out of politics, most Republicans agree with.
The United States looks red
about
as
some of the
flag.
social issues, I warned some of my leftist friends, do not go too extreme. So I believe in trans rights, but saying that trans detainees should get taxpayer-funded surgeries makes no sense, and I knew that it would be deeply unpopular. But leftists sat there and said, no, we know everything, Cenk. You've been on the air 22 years. You've got 27 million subscribers, but you don't know anything. This is going to be super popular.
I'm going to say this while he's talking.
So my leftist
this
friends,
is why, and I hope everybody's listening to him, because he's telling on himself. He's telling on the Democrats.
So
they didn't have anything to run on. So he's trying to make them magically come up with some shit. Nah, Cenk, the shit you talking ain't shit.
Because if they had something to run on, they would have said it. You're giving them magical talking points in order to win instead of something that's real.
Cenk,
Think about that.
Dominic Tarczynski here and Dave, they have a question. They'll come to you.
A little bit in the bubbly.
This question. Your
Think
opinion
about that.
Trump. You and I talked about it when you were on the podcast last time. You said you thought you were a better businessman than him. What has he done in his life? Well, we had that conversation. I totally get it. I even brought it up on Rogan's podcast that I don't agree with you there, but it's your position. I totally understand. Here's a question I got for you. Your show with Anna Kasparian, the two of you guys together. I've been watching Anna closely, and a lot of people have.
Yes.
She's kind of right now like, dude, what the F is going on? This doesn't make any sense. Why are you attacking me? There is a major community that is thinking Anna, who went from the position she had 5 years ago, 7 years ago, some would have called her maybe a socialist, where she is kind of like right now, maybe even becoming a libertarian. I'm not saying a Republican or a conservative, but maybe a little bit of a libertarian independent. You're around her the most. You're seeing that taking place. Why do you think she is moving? How are they losing someone like Anna Kasparian, who's very talented, very capable?
Breathe it in, Jake.
Why do you think?
Breathe it in.
So again, it depends on if we're talking about economic issues or social issues. So in economic issues, she still believes every single thing that she believed. On crime and homelessness, I would argue, and I have argued with her on air, that we haven't changed our position at all. What happened was the Democrats did a switcheroo in California. So we voted for a ballot measure where they didn't tell us that they would take some felonies and move them to misdemeanors. Well, if you don't put it in the ballot measure, how the hell are we supposed to know? So now California is reversing that tonight. Because you know who likes crime? No one. No one. Okay. So if you're
I just voted on that shit earlier, so he's not lying. He's not lying. That was definitely on the ballot box where we had to vote for.
We disagree with you, but we've always disagreed with you.
Think about this. We had to vote earlier, right, to actually make stealing a crime.
Yeah, because Dems are dumb. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like he's sitting up here saying,
had to vote earlier to make stealing a crime. Y'all think I'm? Hold on, man. I'll be right back.
He's sitting up here saying, man, he's creating all these policies now out of thin air. I knew that wouldn't work. That's called car salesmanship. You don't give a shit about the car you're selling to the customer. You're just trying to talk around the fact that it's a lemon. That's what this guy is, man. He represents the very party that's going down tonight. They should have said this. They should have said that. No, those are the policies that they presented because that's what they believed in. You're trying to present something for a win. What about something to protect and help the people? There's a difference in both of those things. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy as hell,
Y'all think
man.
I'm joking. Y'all think I'm joking, bro. Where is shit?
Tesla's up 11.3%. Yeah. Yeah, those stocks.
Okay.
They going up.
Okay. Listen
on
to
a
this.
Tuesday.
Right. State measure 36 allows felony charges and increases sentences for certain drug and theft crimes initiative statute. It allows felony charges for possessing certain drugs and for thefts under $950 if defendant has 2 prior drug or theft convictions. So even in that, in and of itself, you got to make sure that it's like multiple times that they're being arrested. But as I brought up earlier, that one store who rose the prices to everything, they rose everything in store up to $951. and they give you a paying customer discount that knocks it down to the regular price just to be able to prosecute people that steal from the store, because you cannot stop people from stealing. The shit was legal for people to steal out here pretty much. So yeah, Jink can miss me with that shit. Facts. Because they did that.
With you.
Yep.
They did that.
I think that it's really the Democrats.
And that's why all these stores are closing.
And a few leftists online that have gone too far. But when you talk about the core of the Bernie Sanders economically populist positions, they are still
we off that, bro.
Popular, and
y'all didn't allow Bernie Sanders to run, bro.
They stole it from him.
I'd like to ask the question. Hi, Cenk. Nice to see you. It's Candace. Hi. So my question for you would just be, I mean, I think we can all agree that this is a tremendous referendum on the left, right? I mean, you brought out Taylor Swift, you've brought out Beyonce, you've brought out LeBron James. You guys have used every vocabulary word available to you to explain to the American people that Trump is a dictator, he's literally Hitler, and the American people seem to be rejecting that resoundingly, right? Does that at all signal?
Sorry, because I had to go get that. We got the homie W Mirror with the $2 super chat saying, Sky, what you drinking? Leftist tears? No, I'm drinking Jank's tears. These are straight from Jank's face. You know what I'm saying? Look at crying on the stream.
Maybe I'm missing
Constipated.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'm not missing anything. So,
oh my God, Jank just refuses to fucking admit defeat. But look,
why is he up there to get his ass whooped? Metaphorically, that's so crazy.
Yo, let me go ahead and get W Mirror his drop for sure.
Exodia! You can't possibly stand against my 3 blue eyes white dragons. Draw your last pathetic card so I can end this, Yugi. My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba, but it does contain the unstoppable Exodia. I've assembled all 5 special cards, all 5 pieces of the puzzle. Exodia, it's not possible. No one's ever been able to call him Exodia! Obliterate! But how? How could I have lost to him? You play only for power, Kaiba, and that is why you lost. But if you put your heart in the game, there is nothing you can't do.
Bro, I'm over here fucking dying, bro.
Yo. That was amazing.
You play only for power, guy.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
Shouts out to the homie W Mirror, man. And shouts out to Austin, bro. Austin's a fool, bro. I just be telling him little stuff and he just goes and does that. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, man. Much love, bro. This shit is hilarious, bro. Oh my God.
Kissing the ass of the donors. They're not here to help us. They're here to rob us. By the way, I would tell the Republicans the same thing. I would tell you guys the same thing. Trump's donors are going to rob you blind. So these corporate Democrats took the donor money and they ran campaigns.
Yeah, I felt real robbed in 2016, Leon. In 2017, when I was making all that money. You know what I mean?
Jank's a fucking clown,
I felt
bro.
real robbed,
He's
bro.
fucking over. Nigga, that's like talking shit about a runner who just crossed the finish line and saying, listen, guys, he's slow. I don't know if he's going to make it to the finish line. Don't bet on him. Bro, it's over.
and the establishment of the Democratic Party.
What are we
by
talking
Joe Biden,
about?
Kamala Harris, and Nancy Pelosi.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not have a question. I would rather have a comment as a member of the Parliament, European Parliament, who was called a fascist, Islamophobe.
Ooh, talk to him,
I was
Dominic.
called all these names. And I'm happy that we have this moment of silence now, because I would like to remind you, these people are lecturing us about unity.
Talk to him, Dominic.
So I would like to remind you
The
again,
DNC died in 2016.
they
Facts,
are
Ulster
talking
Fresh.
and lecturing us about unity. So now you have a chance to practice what you preach and show.
Let them know,
the
Dominic.
whole nation what the unity in democracy means. You have to have a class to lose. Because if you don't have a class when you're losing, you have no right to win.
Damn. Schooled all the way from Poland.
I took the wall to Poland.
That's awesome. Hey, he can't even talk shit neither. It's a panel full of men, women, internationals.
Go for it. Go ahead, Shank.
Jews.
Yeah,
What you gonna
his
say,
brother
Tank?
isn't even American. So I don't know what the hell he's chanting USA for. I'll chant USA, not you, okay? And so
I'll chant
second of all,
USA,
you're
not
talking
you.
about losing with class when that bitch Donald Trump tried to steal an election, set to terminate the Constitution, set off a riot that he didn't mind if his vice president was murdered, bum rushed the Capitol, tried to destroy our democracy. He's the very worst in losing with no class at all. Here I am telling you that I think the Democratic Party did it wrong.
Yo, PBD's lame.
I think they ran a
Shut
wrong
up.
campaign.
Don't let this
They're
dude
relying on the donors.
hijack your
They've
shit.
got the wrong
Take
strategy.
the air out of the room.
So we are honest about what goes wrong in the Democratic Party and what goes in the Republican Party.
Right.
Are
I
you
took
guys
the
honest about the fact that Donald
wall
Trump tried to steal an
to
election?
Poland.
He's got no class at all.
Yo, if you know, you know. Yeah.
Guys, if I can ask for another moment of silence.
Who the hell is this?
He whooping your ass, Jake.
Hey, buddy, who the hell is this guy?
Who the hell is this guy?
Okay. Yes, I'd like to have a conversation. I would like to answer. You asked me why I am in US now. Because I was invited and I came here with my passport. So Patrick invited me as a politician to come to US because as a European, as a Polish, I do recognize US as a leader of the free world and I pay my respect to this country.
Yo, this is crazy. You better not cut him off, PBD. You better sit there and let him fucking get his bars off, bro.
I used to live under communism. My country was under communism. And Reagan, with John Paul II, freed our country. And I will be always grateful to the Republicans of the United States for the freedom of Poland and Europe.
Got him!
My presence here in America
is
my way to pay respect to those who freed the world from the communism. And that was America and John Paul II. And I do not want communism back. And Kamala is a communist.
Woo-wee. Hey, that motherfucker. Hey. That was crazy, bro.
Kamala Harris is a corporatist.
Kamala Harris's father is a Marxist. Yo, come on, bro.
Which, by the way, she shares with Donald Trump. And by the way, I came here and my family came here because we love America. And I'm always going to fight for America.
He gave him more time than Alex Jones.
What do you love about America the most? When you say, I will always fight for America, what is America to you?
So it's freedom, it's opportunity, it's justice. We lived across from a place called Fair Chance Farm.
All right.
The border, she never once visited that place.
Is that it?
Chang.
Just want to say this.
BRB, Chang, because they just called Pennsylvania for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah. I took the walk to Poland. Let him know, Frank C. Let him know, Frank C.
And there's one other end. By the way, there's one other end. You know what the other end is? Tom just told me they also called Alaska.
It's over, bro.
Alaska. Tom is saying that's going to be done with. So at this point,
that's it, man.
Officially
That's
over?
it. Donald Trump's president.
That's a wrap. It's over.
It's over.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
That's crazy.
Clean sweep. Oh no, we might not know for weeks. We might not know for weeks. Hey guys, go out there and let's give them time, like Barack Obama said. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Bro,
So,
Jank, bro.
go for it. I'll
Wait,
give you the last
hold on.
word before we
Yeah,
come back
yeah.
over here.
Jank gonna get the last word before we start fucking celebrating. Leon, I don't think I've ever seen somebody get owned that bad, bro. That was bad.
Hey, you talking about the way Polish homie got shanked or Trump?
Yes, bro. I'm talking about Polish homie. I thought that we was bad, bro.
Yeah, no, he was cooking this dude. He did it so beautiful.
That was crazy.
He said, it's like Tank threw him an alley-oop. He said, I came here with my passport. I was invited. Bruh.
I was invited as a
Cold
politician.
line. He didn't even have to say like nothing about the border or immigration. That shit was perfect. It's like, damn. Oh,
damn,
cold.
Bro.
That was cold.
That was cold.
Hey, shout out to him. What he the president of? I'll vote for him. Hey, he killed that shit, bro.
I love that USA chant. Keep that
Shut up,
loyalty to America, not to politicians. So I have no loyalty to any Democratic politician.
Whatever, bro.
And you shouldn't have one.
You got loyalty to the fucking party, bro.
So hold Trump accountable. Please be honest.
Bruh. Anybody.
If he does right,
never
then
mind.
I'll say
Never
it.
mind.
If he does wrong, please, for
that.
God's sake, value America more than any politician, including Donald
He
Trump.
said Polish dude hit him with the rock bottom, people's elbow, and sharpshooter all together, bro. All like one after another.
All right. So,
you know what I'm saying?
By the way, listen, let me tell you. Can I tell you guys something real quick? Let me tell you one thing real quick.
We don't care.
Watch what happened here. Just think about the list of people that were willing to come and talk here tonight.
Unbelievable.
Not everybody agrees. I mean, this was not a fight, but we're able to have these conversations in a place like this. This is what America's looking for.
He's trying to sell his platform right now.
Are we able to get people to talk?
He
and
really
then you
is.
get to decide. I disagree. I agree. Great.
The panel was dope, though. I'm not gonna care.
Tom,
and also,
Tom,
no.
You guys have any other
PVD
update
just
except for
aggravating
Pennsylvania?
to me.
Go ahead, tell us what
Who
you
should have
got.
ran that shit was Shorty in the red dress and Tom.
Yep.
Oh my God.
The future looks
Go ahead,
bright.
Tom.
We have a winner.
Hello.
Mics not on. Mics are not on, guys.
Testing.
Tom, grab my mic. Here.
Could I? Do you mind if
I took the walk.
No, we're there. And And
Poland.
Oh, I saw that,
it is
bro.
a mathematical impossibility at this hour for the few votes that are left in Pennsylvania, if they were won entirely, to put it back over. So this election is not done. Wisconsin is probably going tonight. It's very, very close to mathematical impossibility. Arizona, they're going to need a week to count in Maricopa County. Everything else has come in. Michigan, probably, I could flip a coin on Michigan right now, but he could win Michigan. And Nevada is probably going to be blue on the strength of all those unions.
Yes.
And so where we are, I think we are at 291 as the ultimate count. But right now at 270, we're done.
Hey.
My president is orange.
Okay, check. Can you guys hear me or no? Can you hear me or no? Can you guys hear me or no?
Yep.
Can we hear you? PPD. Oh man.
And do one thing. You know who we have to thank? Can we thank God for not bringing rain when it's at 70% chance? Oh my God. Yesterday, we're all over here. Everyone's taking out their phones. They're like, Pat,
Able to put this campaign.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess not. Look, it seemed like this is where it's going through the whole night. I'm really not surprised. It's a remarkable night in American history. I don't know what to say other than that. It's truly incredible. This guy, we've never seen anything like the opposition that Donald Trump has faced. Certainly not in my lifetime.
Blue eyes,
41.
Polish
There's never
dragon,
been anything
blast
like
jink
it in
with
my
white
lifetime,
lightning
where you
attack.
have a former president who has the entire deep state,
Facts,
both the establishment of both political parties, the entire media, all of Hollywood, all of the big donors, all against him. And the fact that he was somehow able to put this campaign together and pull it off, it speaks to his ability. It speaks to how truly just terrible at this the Democrats have become. I mean, it's just like, it's really, you know, we were just like saying this, you could not imagine that on January 6th of 2021, that a few years later, Donald Trump would take the White House back and take it in what, I'm sorry, guys, this is a blowout. This isn't a close election. This is a landslide.
Yeah.
Listen, this is a new chapter in American history.
I just love how they was like, oh
Say
yeah,
this, although
we're
I
not gonna
disagree
know
with a
for
lot of
a
his
week or
politics,
two.
You know, the last thing Cenk Uygur
You know.
said, he was right about that.
Yeah.
Barack
We
just
shouldn't
said
have
that, bro.
loyalty to Donald Trump. We should never have
Crazy.
loyalty to any politician. They are to be our servants. That's the way America works, okay? They call them public servants because the idea is that they work for us. And we've gotten away from that over the last 100 years or so. But you know what? Listen, Donald Trump did some good things in his first term, and he made a lot of mistakes. And it is our job to push him to be better this term. Like that, you know, tonight, enjoy the win, everybody celebrate. But like starting tomorrow, that should be the attitude, that we have expectations for what he's going to get done. Look, if the Republicans take the Senate tonight and Donald Trump wins a landslide, don't build the freaking wall already, man.
Yeah,
like, no excuses. Like, let's ask. And dear Lord, can we get out of this disaster in Ukraine? Why the hell is any of our money going toward it? And that's the type of stuff we should be holding him accountable toward.
Absolutely.
So it's a very good message you're giving. And by the way, you know, something tells me with this guy, how many guys are thinking, if it's called today, this guy's already getting to work tomorrow, knowing the way he is. He's already talking to who's the chief of staff, hiring, firing, all. I mean, it's already starting right now.
Yep.
They're already talking at that dinner with Elon Musk. What do you think they're talking about? They're out there to take action. And 3 entrepreneurs, him, Musk, Dana. You got 3 guys that are sitting there, you know, talking about what they're going to be doing next. So what are you thinking?
The Democratic Party became Icarus. They had an opportunity. They
Flew
had an
too close to the
opportunity
sun.
to pull the country together to do great things, and they chose to divide. They
Love
chose
it.
to allow a small fringe to take control. And it was a madness that we witnessed. We started seeing it when we saw Afghanistan, how we left Afghanistan. And people said something's wrong here. Then we saw Ukraine. We saw the Middle East blow up. We started seeing this demasculation of men. Benghazi. We saw, all this stuff started going crazy. And we started saying, look, this is not who we are as a nation. And our government, one thing we didn't talk about tonight is that we started seeing that our country was dying. That our rate of replacement is supposed to be at 2.1, our birth rate. We've been at 1.6 now for almost the last 10 years. And America's, the Democratic Party turned to a death cult. Like my friend said tonight, abortion, abortion, abortion. The woman starts her campaign in an abortion clinic. It was an insanity that
they was giving out abortions at Planned, bro. They had a Planned Parenthood truck van at the DNC,
and they have it.
Yep.
They got their butts kicked tonight, and it's a good butt kicking.
Crazy.
By the way, somebody very interesting just congratulated Trump. This is the last guy that you would have thought would have done it. Mark Cuban just said, "Congratulations, Donald Trump. You won fair and square."
God, Mark Cuban.
By the way, I'm not clapping at that bullshit. I'm not clapping.
I ain't either,
Cuban
Vinny.
has been talking shit about
Facts,
Donald
bro.
Trump and how he's loving Kamala. To hell with that flip-flopping bullshit.
Wait.
He thinks
Thank
that
you.
these congratulations will save
What happened to old girl?
No.
Anyway, Vinny. Facts.
And that's the point, guys. No
Stand
more
on business, Vinny.
coming around.
Fuck that. We ain't forget all that shit. Because guess what? If Kamala would have won, they wouldn't have been forgetting none of this shit that was said about her either.
The ship has sailed.
They'd have probably been locking motherfuckers up for some shit that they said.
You have to remember. We have to remember. They called you garbage. They called you uneducated.
Yeah.
And basically
Nazis, bro.
You are nothing. You are nothing.
Candace,
Black people,
what do you think?
they owned you.
Listen.
They don't have to make it. You have a duty to vote.
Yes.
You have a duty. They
Vote for
own
them.
you.
Yeah, vote for them. Yeah.
That is the problem. We can't forget about it. These 4 years was a disaster for the world.
Yes.
I can see that from Europe. I can tell. The first decision Biden made was lift of the sanctions on Russia.
Candace, what do you think? What do you think about Mark Cuban coming out congratulating Trump and Musk?
Yeah, so I'm going to compromise
He's like, wait, you
here.
just
He
cut me
went
off?
so woke at the end there. He started looking like Rosie O'Donnell. Truly, that's what happened with Mark Cuban. But I have to say, for him to do a 180 that quickly and to acknowledge that he won fair and square, it does send a signal to the other wokies, right?
That, hey, it's over.
This is what you have to accept. They won fair and square. And we don't want to hear tomorrow anybody, well, they're going to cry. I actually do want to watch MSNBC tonight like Dave does. I do want to watch them cry a little bit. But I do think it's classy. I think it's classy that he came out and he acknowledged that we won fair and square. Doesn't undo anything. He doesn't deserve a seat at the table. But he lost, and I think that's probably why he owns if he still owns the basketball
W.
team,
Mirror
because he
said, well,
understands that when
we
you
garbage
lose,
people
you
took the
lose,
trash
you don't
out.
go home and try to run against it. Maybe someone who can string together a sentence next time,
By the way, I think he's a good candidate for the left. I just think he is. I think Mark Cuban is a good candidate for the left.
He's a good.
I think he's a formidable candidate for the left.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've met him. He's very kind in person. He really is. I don't know what really went on.
I think Mark
that
Cuban gets smoked.
made him drift so far left there at the end.
Yeah,
I
fuck
was
Mark
actually surprised because as somebody who is a business owner, you would think that he would be
PBD
more
tripping, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
PBD.
well, at least he's acknowledging.
That's the
it.
thing.
I wanna know
PBD
what Joy
represents
Reid
that
is saying.
tax
She's
bracket.
losing her mind.
He's
I
gonna
wanna
kiss
know what
ass
Rachel
and
Maddow
suck
is
dick
saying.
to the tax
She's
bracket, no
losing
matter
her
what
mind
they
right now.
say.
But Jay, let me ask you
Those
guys a
are all
question.
his peers.
So let's say Trump. It looks
You know
like
what I mean?
Trump's going to win, but then because we didn't show it PBD, but I think people saw Jamie Raskin has said on camera a couple months
And
ago,
garbage
he
men
goes,
get paid a
even
brick.
if he wins, we're going to do Article 14,
Right.
Chapter 3 inside of it, which basically says if any
Let 'em
president
know,
or
Bishop.
ex-president has like helped or incited an insurrection. This is a video of him bragging. My question
Oh,
is
yeah.
to you guys.
Thank you, Vinny.
If they do, and we'll play this video, if they do try to play this bullshit to try to get him out for an insurrection that didn't happen, what are the American people going to do? What are we going to do? Because guess what? We didn't do shit when they tried to kill him the first time. We didn't do shit when they tried to kill him the second time. Is this going to be the straw to break the camel's back? Like, because they're going to try. Candace, I don't trust. Jamie Raskin is one of the deepest state swamp
Hey,
creatures
Vinny
that
looked like he
there
was
is.
working out, bro.
That guy's
He about
gonna
to
try
pop
it
a
for
vein.
sure,
That
because they
brother there
just
about to fight.
lost.
Vinny ready to run them ones.
I don't think they're going to be able to get away with anything like that. I think they're going to have to try to undermine him in other ways like they did in his first term. That's what, listen, man, this is part of the gig. And this is part of what Donald Trump's learning experience from the first time should have been. You know, I think Donald Trump, you know, you say you want to drain the swamp. All right. You know what you're talking about, right? You're talking about rolling back the most entrenched power interests in the history of the world. So that's not an easy task. And they're going to come at him. If he really is there to drain the swamp, they're going to come at him with everything they've got. You know, Tucker Carlson said, if you want to do this job, you got to be ready to die for it. And I think that's no joke. So we'll see.
It's a dangerous time.
It's a what?
It's a dangerous time. This time between now and his inauguration is a dangerous time. And he's going to
We
need all
got
his
the Senate
supporters behind him to let them know that if they try some crazy stuff, that the Second Amendment exists for a reason.
Look, man, this is already such a huge win. And, you know, presidential elections are largely symbolic. Do any of you guys, you know, you might know this, but do you know the story of when the Pope visited the Soviet Union? Okay, so the Pope visited the Soviet Union, what was it, in the late 70s, I think, something like that? Is it 80s? So Pope visits the Soviet Union. You probably know this better than I do, but the rough story of it is that the Pope finally is allowed in to come visit, and like just hundreds of thousands of people show up for the Pope. And then it let all these people in the Soviet Union be kind of like, oh, I'm not the only one. Oh, there's a lot more of me. Like, it was like presidential elections are largely symbolic, but that doesn't mean they're not meaningful. That means a lot. And this symbol right here that you're looking at right there of every power center in the United States of America telling you you're not allowed to support this guy. And then the American people saying, no, screw you.
That's a good point.
Guy. That is just incredibly powerful, man. Like, no matter what else happens, it's powerful that we don't believe them. We don't trust them. We know that they're all a bunch of liars. And that's
by the way,
let them know, Dave.
Conversation with you. So
go.
You came here.
We've been streaming 6 hours, y'all.
Sure what's going to happen? Yeah, some people maybe are like, "Oh, I knew."
Yeah, we clocked in today.
Was going to win. No, you did. Not everybody. Everybody was a little bit worried. Now, News Nation just called it. A bunch of people are not calling. It's over.
We
Trump
have
won.
had
He's about to hit the
almost 500 people join the
watch
stream.
it here together.
That's what's up.
With the crazies that are still here at 1:40 in the freaking morning.
Let's go,
baby!
Hey, see, hey, and
I rebuke
y'all
that
better
I
thank
ain't
Leon
crazy.
for me be still being here because I was gonna shut it down, but
yeah,
he's gonna come in and extend the tax.
Hey, don't even worry about it. Y'all welcome. Batman be up at night. You feel me? Got to make sure Gotham is safe.
Where is Bitcoin going to be by the end of 2028? I don't know.
We had to keep this going.
Where our taxes are going to be?
Yeah,
what's
for
going to
real.
happen with the economy, the market, the next? How is Dow and S&P going to respond in the morning? Is S&P going to be like this first thing in the morning? Is Dow going to be?
Y'all make sure to smash that like button for the YouTube algorithm. Share this content out. Subscribe and hit the notification bell so you know when I'm going live. You dig?
Do not waste the next 4 years. I'm just telling you, guys. I don't know if you're realizing what statement we're making individually to the world. Our team. I'm not even kidding with you. Where's Greg at? Is Greg here? Greg's busted his ass. He used to run the WWE events for years. And he used to be the guy that did the biggest event ever for Facebook with 40,000 people.
Wisconsin.
He's run this entire event with his entire team.
Wisconsin went
Jonathan, Bree, Mano. They know where I leaned. I said, come into my office. I want to talk to you guys. Everybody.
I don't care what people talking about. Oh, wait. Let's back up.
You have an opportunity to go around your employees and show them what a tax cut really does and who it benefits. The people that are working with you. Let them feel it. Let them see
Appreciate
it.
you being here,
This is how
Bishop.
you change somebody's mind in
For
4
sure.
years where they realize tax cut benefits everybody. Not if you just take the tax cuts.
5
I
hours
know it's not a
was my
popular
longest.
decision
Hats
for
off. Yeah.
millionaires and billionaires.
For sure.
But if you have a chance,
Appreciate y'all rocking out. You know what I'm saying? And to the 500 people that tune into the stream. That's what's up, man.
It's called economics. I have more money
Yeah,
to
for
invest.
sure.
I ain't never went this
Y'all rocked
long.
out.
I want to give that kind of money.
I ain't never had 500 people watch a live either. You know what I mean?
Because we got these benefits.
Word.
So my message to everybody: you, your wife, your husband, your kids,
Y'all be
your
sure to hit that
family
like,
should be
that
in a
share, that
very good
subscribe,
place in the next 4 years. But
leave
you
a
could
comment,
still
hop in
screw
the
it up
chat,
if you don't put a plan together
and
for
send
you
in
and
the
your
super
family.
chat or two, you know?
John F. Kennedy lowered the taxes.
Show a little
You know
love
what
so
he
we
said
can
in his
keep this
speech when
thing
he lowered
going,
the
you know?
taxes?
The
You know
Syndicate
what he said
Network,
when he lowered
baby.
the taxes? This is your chance to make some money and create
Man, get
wealth
to the
for your
news
family.
segment,
Don't
man.
get it twisted. The next 4 years, your family should get richer, and that's okay. If you got $20,000 in the bank, in 4 years, you should have 100. If you got $13,000 in the bank, in the next 4 years, you should have a plan to have 200,000. If you got 500,000, have 5 million. If you got $1 million, go to 10 million. Do not waste the next 4 years, because who knows what's going to happen in 4 years. Okay, just I want to make sure I give that message to everybody with family business owners to make.
That's the only thing he said that,
Just a
you know,
message for some of you guys.
is of some value right now to me.
Rob, how are we
Literally.
We got Matthias.
Can you imagine
Greetings
you're
from Sweden.
78 years
Appreciate
old?
you being here.
You should be
Thanks for
Hey,
tapping
for sure.
in.
It's 147.
Matthias.
Gotta love the Swedish.
Fox News just
Fox News called it. Trump elect 47 president.
Let's
Fox
go,
got Trump at 277.
Both them.
Hey.
What a night.
To win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s.
He's still not coming up.
Senator J.D. Vance.
Shut up.
Want to come up and hit the stage.
Vice
He's going to
President
make you wait
of the
another
United
20
States.
minutes.
Voters expressed
Shut up.
frustration with the Biden
He'll come
administration
out.
and
No, he's not a
and the
diva.
future President
Rob,
Trump.
are you seeing anything from our
Shut
friends
up.
at MSNBC or CNN?
Proving that the strategy that
Has anybody needed to call their therapist?
Can somebody check
Bro,
on
what's
Rachel
up with this dude?
Maddow?
CNN just
He
experiencing some technical
thinks
problems.
he's a
They're
comedian
off
or
now.
something, man.
They're off now.
Wisconsin just called. This is
I thought we were
amazing.
supposed to be
By
trying
the
to
way,
listen to
another
what
thing, respect.
Fox
These
was
guys
saying.
have been sitting, you haven't gone to the bathroom once in 4 hours. Strong bladder community.
And the question is, do you guys have any news about the De Niro? Is he at the airport? Any news?
Oh yeah.
Nah.
He's still here. Oh, probably on the way to the airport.
Look, man, I was doing podcasts 6 months ago saying Trump was going to win.
He said, you ain't getting that
I know
kind of
others
growth.
might not have doubt. I had no doubt. I'm out every day talking to people. I also know the power of God. And I knew these evil people could not stay in power here in the United States of America. This country was ordained by God.
Wisconsin goes to Trump.
No devil, no goon, no satanic spirit is going to destroy the United States of America. These people were evil. And now America has found its footing again. And we're going to become that shining city on the hill again. So I had no doubt. You can go to my podcast, the Vince Everett Ellison Show, and I told people 6 months ago, Donald Trump was going to win and the black vote was going to give it to him. And that's what happened tonight.
Okay, guys, we got a highlight reel from tonight. Some of you guys are featured in it. Rob, if you're ready, show it to us on how this started and how it's ending. For the rest of our lives, we will share this night together. For the rest of our lives. Here's a highlight from tonight. Go ahead, Rob. Play the clip. Roberto, please play the clip.
30 seconds. Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed I could take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
All right. I think it's cool that we start wrapping up, bro. Because who knows when Trump is going to, he is known to kind of take a while and actually give his speeches. And since the race is actually being called, I think it's safe to say that it won't be no shenanigans. Hey, it was too big to rig, bro.
Hey.
that seemed to actually be the case, man.
Hopefully, man. I think they shot their shots metaphorically and literally, you know, back in 2020 and, you know, in recent memory, right?
Go! Yes, and we're calling Georgia. Georgia! Let's go, baby!
I feel I'm so close, I can taste it. I feel I'm so close, I can taste sweet victory.
All right. I think she can still win. You know.
Everybody started laughing at his ass.
8 years about this guy, and
yeah,
he said this on the first podcast we did, Pat. He was a conservative when he was young, and he's gone. I think Jank was literally about to cry at some point when Dominic dropped the mic on him. Did you feel that from him? Do you understand that? Candace, do you recognize that? I don't know how you go from being a conservative to a liberal. Do you know anybody that's ever done that? I don't know.
I think it's important to reiterate what Dave said about Donald Trump. We're a republic that is loyal to the Constitution, not to a man. This is not ruled by man. This is ruled.
We can go ahead and start wrapping up. Bro, what's your thoughts on all this, man, as we kind of start closing up shop, bro? We've been here 6 hours, bro. You know what I mean? But the American people needed us here, bro. So we was here giving our takes, man. But Mr. Fox, what's your thoughts on all this, bro? As we kind of close this thing on out, Brody.
My thoughts are the will of the people has won. So remember the 5th of November. We won. The will of the people. And I'll give the politically correct response first. No matter who you voted for, your voice was heard and your actions were met with democracy. Now I'm going to give the asshole victory response. We fucking told you from the beginning. Skywalker has been on his platform. I've been on mine. We've given you information on what's really going on. This had nothing to do with one guy being this evil dictator villain that everybody tried to paint him out to be. I don't think this many American people can be that wrong 2 times. And it played out so theatrically where the first time we got old girl up out of there, Hillary, especially after what she did in Benghazi, you know. And then you add on what she did to her own ally in the form of Bernie Sanders, stealing his position from him. And Donald Trump went on, I'm going to fix this country because I'm a businessman. And I want to put America first and make America great again. And everybody said, boo, he's racist. Get him out of here. Insane. He won. The country was doing great. A pandemic happens, or as some people like to say, the plandemic. A lot of crazy shit happened. And even Dave Smith would admit that I don't think anybody in that position who even had optimistic thoughts about trying to fix things would have done well during that. It was very crazy and unexpected. He was getting pulled. I'm not making excuses for the guy. He was getting pulled left and right on what to do. If you close the borders and tell people they can't come in until the things are handled, then he's racist because you're being racist towards internationals that want to come in, right? Then you're saying, oh, he left the borders open and got us sick. And then, oh, what are they going to do about medical and vaccines? Well, he makes Project Warp Speed. Oh, now you're poisoning us. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't in that entire situation. But let's not forget that the majority of the 4 years that he was there, Things were fine. The only thing that was a problem was the ramping up of bullshit in the news and people rioting and picketing and rioting and picketing and rioting. That's not on the president though. That's on the people. And then we find out that the people that were rioting and picketing were fake. BLM was fake. Antifa was fake. There may have even been charlatans that were a part of the Gov that were a part of it, right? But and the will of the people smelled this. We knew this. 2020 happens. Possibly a rigged election. Possibly stolen. Who knows? Either way, they tried to paint it to where he was the guy who tried to do an insurrection, when literally we've seen videos, and you saw one recently where Trump said, go home and peacefully go home, take the L peacefully. It's all good. We'll get them next time. Don't worry about it. Each time, every step of the way, this guy has shown in his own New York assholeness that he could just
real quick too, Leon. Nancy
Mhm.
Pelosi didn't send the National Guard like she was supposed to. So, you know.
Yeah.
There's also that.
There's also that. Every step of the way, he's just been, you know, the asshole businessman with the big balls, daring guy. He's been that way for years. You know, he wasn't gonna stop just because you made him president, right? And he's always been that way, right? He's always said shit off the cuff. He's always just been like a man's man and a man of the people, even though he's a billionaire. Always able to kind of sit down with the everyman looking person, have a conversation. You know, Biden came through. He slept through an entire term, and they inserted old girl. We saw the whole thing play out in real time, and the only policies that they were going off of was deletion of children. We should be able to delete children. We should be able to delete children. That's all it's ever been. It's been attacking him and making him look like he's the devil. Oh, and meanwhile, we want to be able to delete children and delete children and delete children. And then when that doesn't work, I'll pick up talking points and policies that Trump wants to do and make it seem like I came up with them. Right? Even though the president at that time, Biden, his mentor was a part of the KKK, or is, I should say, a part of the KKK. So I had yet to see any real tangible evidence of Trump being a threat to democracy, a threat to humanity, a threat to women, a threat to dogs, cats, kids. All I've heard was BS rhetoric. All I've heard was this guy's garbage. Don't vote for him. He's going to destroy everything. No one really believed it, except if you live on the internet. And the proof is in the pudding. The majority of the country is red as that MAGA hat on Sky's head. The majority of the country looks like that. The will of the people have spoken. Now going forward, we got to hold Trump accountable for what he's going to do next. And so far, like, you know, Dave Smith is very harsh on him when it comes to war policies, as he should be, right? As we all should be. He can go back to what he was doing the last 4 years, right? And this time, literally drain the swamp. Because when he got in the first time, he didn't have the right people to help him do so. Now, we see who he has on board. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Elon I'm iffy about. But it's only one guy. The rest are amazing. And that's before you get to
I like Vivek too.
Oh, and Vivek. His team, even if I'm iffy on Elon, his entire team with iffy Elon is like the freaking 72-10 Bulls, man. Even if you got Scotty with a bad back, you still only lost 10 games and win the championship. Like, it should be a slam dunk. This team is amazing. Honestly, think no matter what your biases are, right? Can you name a better team in modern day political history than that? Like Scott said earlier, all those people could be presidents themselves. Tulsi Gabbard could be the president. RFK could be the president. Vivek could be the president. JD Vance could be the president. You have people who are great leaders, and they're all riding with Trump. They left the Republican Party, or sorry, the Democratic Party and the independent side of things to join Republicans. You got RFK to join the Republicans. I think it's smooth sailing from here unless some crazy shit goes down. And even if it does, that team is I'm so excited about that team that he has that it's all good. God bless them all. Keep Elon in check. That's a stream for another day. We'll celebrate tonight. I hope that this is a sign that the Harris team that represents globalism is shaken up. And I hope this is also a sign that those that are opposing globalism will stand fast and stand 10 toes down, because the shit that they want to do is frightening, to say the least. And this is a big win for actual freedom and actual democracy, like real talk. So we'll see what happens going forward. Everybody should rejoice, to be honest, because now we can finally get back to normalcy and regular, everyday, average political stuff. No wars, no nonsense. Now it's just going to be about getting people out of the country that don't belong and closing the door on foreign wars and taxing the shit out of internationals that want to take advantage of our policies here in America. America first, baby. We back. I think I'm done.
Yeah, we back. Shout out to Matthias over there in Sweden.
Shout out to the Swedish.
In the morning now. That's what's up. We appreciate you being here, rocking out, Matthias. You dig? We here. Yo, first and foremost, I want to thank you for being part of the stream, bro, and for keeping it going.
To be here.
You know what I'm saying? This was a dope conversation, and I'm glad that you could be here and be a part of it, because you definitely added a lot to the stream overall. So much love, bro.
Appreciate it.
I think that you're absolutely right. This thing should be kind of like a look, to put it in ZSJL terms, right? This should reverberate throughout the entire world, and everybody should know exactly what just happened. Like, we opposed and said no to an agenda that has been slowly taken over and kind of dividing our country from within. And it's definitely been something that, in my belief, has led to the decline of our society and our culture and all that stuff as a whole. If you look to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they didn't seem to provide anything different than Joe Biden had been able to provide. They weren't really interested in doing anything differently. If you see all these illegal migrants being brought into the country, being like where they sued Texas in order to keep the borders open, they've been flying people in. Literally, we just played the clip earlier. They tried to make it to where people in Virginia that were non-citizens could vote. You see it happen in Pennsylvania, where they're trying to get non-citizens to be able to vote. They really have been flying people in and just inserting people into these swing states in an attempt to rig the election. You know, another form of election interference, right? There's all these tactics that have been going on that they've been implementing. And it's just, I think that when you really add them all up, they all lead to accelerating the decline of this country. And, you know, I think that people that live in these kind of more, you know, liberal bubbles, like let's say a California, I think that people forget just how big that this country is, just how diverse the thought in this country is, and also just how much that people are willing to come together and put their differences to the side when they feel like they're being attacked, especially people from this country. And I think that we've been under attack from the mainstream media. A whole bunch of these policies have been anti-American. You see this push for the crackdown of free speech, just all these things that are really just go against everything that our country is supposed to be for, right? You've had people in the Democratic Party being open about, you know, repealing the Second Amendment, supporting mandatory buyback programs for guns, which if it's a mandatory buyback, that means it's a confiscation. If you don't have a choice, that means that they're confiscating your guns and gonna pay you a fraction of the price for whatever it's worth, right? I mean, that's how that works. And we've just seen the advocating for the deletion of children in the womb being such a focus of their entire campaign. And I've told people, you know, is that is another thing that goes beyond gender. It goes beyond race, age, and all those things. I've been saying, like, we act as if there are no women that are not cool with that shit, you know, or, you know, fathers either, right? Like, shout out to the girl dads, right? But I got a homie that has a daughter. I got a few homies that have daughters, and they just that don't mean that they're for that shit. They would say, hey, I'm going to raise my daughter with a different set of moral values, to where that probably wouldn't even be an option, right? Especially as a form of contraception, which is just kind of crazy. And when you put it that way, I think that people can kind of understand it more, right? So this hyper focus on that one subject above everything else, it did seem kind of odd. And I think that it really showed that they had nothing to really run on, because if they did, then they would have. But they didn't. So they ran so they ran on what they could, which was that they tried to separate families, the black families, especially with the comments from Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, all these people that they trotted out there to say, hey, black women, don't listen to black men, don't listen to your husbands, don't listen to the men in your life, don't listen to your fathers, right? Just all these things, trying to say, hey, don't let men make decisions for, like, yo, it's like, yo, look, we can't have a system where nobody has any responsibility or like say over what happens in their communities, right? Like, I mean, as I've said, as a man, I don't have full autonomy over my body. When I was 18, I was forced to sign up for the selective service, which means that if there was a draft, I would have to go to war or go to jail, which means I don't have control over my body fully. The government does, because if they deemed it necessary, I would have to go. You know, and that is a tough cookie to swallow, but it is the truth, right? There are things that, you know, people should have a say so. If like on things that are going on in their community, right? So this was never, you know, some kind of thing. Like if you look back at the history of our country and just the world, this is like a fairly new conversation that's been going on. You know, I don't think that you can look throughout history and say, hey, that the right to abortion was like something that was being fought over and stuff like that just all throughout time. This has really been like a recent thing. So you know, when you focus everything on that, you are bound to, you know, rub some people the wrong way, including women. You know, when I went to that Coachella rally, there was tens of thousands of women there, all shapes, sizes, ages, races, creeds, colors, whatever, like however you want to slice it, and just acting like these women do not exist, or that these women are stupid, like I've heard Mark Cuban say. I've heard all types of ad hominem things said about, you know, black men and us, and, you know, how we're not educated that vote for Trump, and, you know, all these things. And I heard a woman say that she don't care if we hang ourselves or end up dead or get shot by the neck and police. I mean, getting shot in the neck by police, like just crazy things, right? All because we decided that Donald Trump represented a better option for our future and for our families, right? But I just think that this rhetoric goes to show not only how important that they knew that this election was, but also just the contempt that they have for black men in particular, but just for like black people at large, which is part of the reason why they've flooded so many migrants into these places, because they don't want to have to depend on a black vote anymore. You can even trace this back to Joe Biden saying like, hey, y'all better go link up with the Mexicans and ask them, you know, like Joe Biden literally said that shit. You know, that should have let everybody know what the play was back then. Right? There's all these Democratic predictions that black people are going to end up at a 0% net or at zero net wealth within a few years. Like, why would they be predicting that if not for what they had planned? You know, which was slide all these illegal immigrants in. You know, they're going to take all these jobs. What jobs are left? A lot of this shit's going to get taken over by AI. Then what's going to happen is you're going to have a bunch of people with no jobs, no prospects to feed their families. Some of them violent criminals that are from an entirely different ecosystem than you are. Right? Entirely different set of morals, values, all that stuff. Right? You know, and then all of a sudden, hey, you could almost build a situation where the American population could be under siege from foreign invaders that were just let into the country. Crazy. So yeah, I think that the Democratic Party definitely needs to go back and lick their wounds. They definitely need a after action review, right? They definitely need to go look at what went wrong and try to fix what's going on with their party, because I don't see how they have any prospects to bounce back in 2028. I just don't see it. Like, if these 4 years go smoothly and people's lives are, I don't think that these same talking points and this same kind of rhetoric is gonna be able to be successful or bear any kind of fruit. I don't see where the excitement comes from. Mark Cuban was sitting there fucking talking about, or no, PBD was saying how Mark Cuban would be a good candidate. I don't see how that's a good fucking choice at all. I think Mark Cuban gets smoked. I think he gets smoked, bro. It's just too much soy surrounding Mark Cuban. Like, that's just the feeling that I get, And he's still mad at Trump from Trump talking about the fucking Apprentice being canceled. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's just hilarious, bro. But yeah, I think that this has been a monumental day, and I think that people, it's gonna be incumbent upon all these people that was pushing this fucking division for the past few years to put that shit behind them and get on board, because he's gonna be the president once again. So that's my take. Any final words before we get on out of here, bro, and shut this thing on down? You dig? Because I've been here for 6 hours and 40 minutes, bro. I'm tired as hell.
I know you that shit, motherfucker. It's 2:21 a.m. over here. Shit. I gotta go to work in a few. Bro, these memes are hilarious.
Bro, I ain't even been looking yet.
Hey, while you been talking, I've been tapped in, but also tapped into the Twitter. Hey, it's so funny. One of these chats I'm in, everybody just like, I'm a Trumper. All of a sudden, I'm like, oh, now everybody's free. Okay,
now,
all right. Hey, the copium is so crazy, bro. I'm gonna say this, and I ain't trying to keep us here any longer, but I'm gonna say this. One dude is like, he's just giving all these breakdowns of what's wrong with the country, apparently. Like, what the fuck? Next Democratic nominee got to look like DK Metcalf. What's another thing? Shit, where is it? Imagine how much worse Twitter's gonna get. The MAGA in 2026 with the thing for crazy white boomers and rural. Like, come on, bro. Like, shut up. You had your chance. You tried to pass an Indian and white bitch as a black woman. You ran on that. And deletion of babies. That we should delete babies. You ran on that. A fake black woman and deleting babies. Man, shut the fuck up, bro. Take your victory lap, real America. Take your victory lap. Now, real talk, like, if you're a Democrat and you voted for Kamala Harris, you got to reevaluate your shit, man. Ask for better. Don't settle because orange man bad. Because you literally, now you know you were literally in the minority. And it wasn't just white people. We can't say it was white people. It was a bunch of Hispanics, a bunch of black and white. It was America.
That's true,
and
too.
Everybody else
That's
in
true,
between. Too. Asians, Arabic, you name it. They were out there in droves. So cut it out. America voted. I'm not saying the other side wasn't as diverse. The other side's probably just as diverse. What I'm saying is this isn't some identity politics shit. It's some deeper shit going on with every country around the globe, but specifically ours, because this is America. There's deeper things going on than just our skin color, man. Y'all got to cut this shit the fuck out. Y'all ran on a fake black chick talking about deleting kids is okay. That's what y'all ran on, and y'all thought that was going to be cool. Do better. Ask for more. You got Chank up there talking about they should have said this, they should have said that. Telling you the people, think about that. Decode that for a second. He's telling you they should have ran on fake shit. All the shit he said they should have said would have been fake to them. Because if they believed in the shit that Tank said, they would have ran on it. Think about that. Sky ain't got to fucking tell me after a win or a loss what I should or shouldn't have done. Because I'm going to believe whatever the fuck I believe in, whether it's an L or a W. Oh, we should have did this. I obviously didn't believe in that. Not to even use sell, but shit, running on sell. Win, lose, or draw. I'm not going to backtrack and say we should have said sell Snyderverse to like the multiverse or something. No, motherfucker, it's what we say it is.
Yeah, man. Like, yo, man, we should have. Damn, we should have said that we respected James Gunn, bro. Look, bro, hold up. I gotta go, bro. My fucking neck is killing me, bro. My neck hurts so much. I ain't even gonna front. And if
it's Trump, a hat and them headphones, bro.
Yeah, bro. Hey, heavy is the head, bro. You know what I'm saying? But heavy is the head that wears the MAGA crown. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, I gotta get out of here. Plus, I want to see what Trump talking about if he has taken the stage yet.
He on?
But I don't know. He said Trump is taking his victory lap, so I don't know.
All right. You want to just put that shit on now or no?
Yeah. Bro, I gotta go. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Yeah. Y'all can watch that on your own. You know what I'm saying? But look, I'm about to get out of here, bro. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm over here going through it, y'all. But I'm gonna get at y'all next time. Y'all have a good one. Peace. Trump 2024. Bang. MAGA.
Bang. We here.
You bitch.